back in Brescia. Big day here on day 10, the last day of qualification matches, heading for quarterfinals tomorrow. Finals on Friday in this ECS. And don't forget, we have men's and women's internationals on the weekend. Great to be back. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Italy Brescia, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Buongiorno, good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 10, and ultimately we'll find out at the end of the day what the quarterfinal matchups look like. Teams battling for qualification, battling for position as well in Group B. Of course, the top four at the end of the day, they will take on the top four from Group A in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Conditions-wise, quite a lot of rain overnight here, I think, but we know that as long as it stays dry from the sky, then the field should play fine. And yeah, a little bit of an issue last night, but what a dramatic end to day 9 with that golden ball. Golden ball number 60. And Danny, I told you, that guy is a golden ball magnet. So we're starting the day with match number 45, and this one will see Punjab taking on Trentino Aquilla. Looking forward to this one. Tyrone is back after his day off. He's ready. He's got the coin toss. Let's see what happens between the two teams.
Trentino Aquilla to call.
Head.
Head is a call, and it's a head.
It's ball first.
They're going to have a bowl.
Well, Tyrone might have picked up a bit of the local culture in his day off. Great to be back with you, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, from the central commentary position. And Trentino Aquilla and Punjab and we battling it out in the first game of the day. Yeah, welcome back to everyone in the chat. First thing I'm going to say, happy birthday, Dave B. If you're in there just yet, he turns 70 today. One of our ECN super fans. Great to have you with us. And yeah, conditions at the moment, it's a little bit mild, I would say, 15 degrees. But they do expect that there'll be a bit more sunshine later on, and expecting 22. Obviously, yesterday was a pretty dramatic day for a number of reasons. We'll get to that in a second. But first, let's go back and see how the day started with Friends 11 putting on 127, and that was enough to defeat Milan United. Great to see Azam Khalil in as the wild card for Friends 11. The Swedish international, he scored 40 off 16, was a bit of a star there. Also, he had 2 wickets, but he wasn't alone with Noman and Vikas coming to the party with twofers as well. And despite the efforts of Roshan Silva, the Milan United tough tournament continued, and then Milan United had to be handed another loss, this time at the hands of Vicenza. Had a pretty dramatic end to the day. Milan United put on 115, Heshan, the skipper, with 43. But it wasn't quite enough. Vicenza were able to haul it down. Rohit Adia was the star. And despite the efforts of Chamika De Silva with 3 for 12, pretty good spell from him. The Vicenza guys got ahead with 8 balls to spare. A bit of an extended layoff before the last game of the day, but geez, it was worth the wait with Friends 11. 73, looking home and hosed, but then 32 to tie the game off the line. Match number 48. Trentino Aquilla, you saw it there with Tyrone winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Wakasaska comes in for them. Sanjot comes in for Punjab, who, to be honest, look the goods, don't they? Got to say that Punjab, just looking up and down that lineup, I'm not seeing a Rajmani Singh there. Singh Sandhu, but they do have Jorawan there as a spin option, so he's still got lots of depth. And Punjab given a 9 out of 10 chance here. Those odds are pretty good. But I want to say a quick hello, and yeah, it looks like Dave B is in there. Happy 70th birthday, and Vedran appreciated Tyrone's little kind of gestures there at the toss. Imagine the Italian, how's that, with the hand mimics? Yeah, the Italian appeal. How is that one with the hands? I love it. Anyway, hello to Kroom as well. Great to have you. Hello to Sarah Dawson. And I know Dave's getting a lot of love in the chat right now. So, not every day you turn 70. And as I said to my dad, he turned 70 last year. I said, Dad, you don't look a day over 80. But no, Dave's a great supporter of European cricket. And he's been with us, I suppose, on this journey for just over a year now. So, the good news, just as the players walking on the field, we get a little bit of the A little bit of the sun poking through for the first time. It's kind of a hazy morning. It's kind of heavy morning is how I'd put it. But, yeah, two teams keen to prove a point. I think Trentino Aquilla, at least they'll know what they have to do in the second half of this game. Would be an upset, big upset, I think, if they could knock over Punjab, who are a new club, but they're kind of put together with some components that are pretty established in the local scene. And, yeah, getting close to being able to start. Just finally, and obviously, I won't be able to say this so many times today because I don't want to be repetitive, but yeah, the Brescia situation yesterday, you know, they were pretty sure that they wanted to play a player that was ineligible to play according to the ECS management, and so ultimately they said, well, if he's not playing, then we're not playing. So, fortunately, that means they're not playing. And I mean, it's tough, and it's a decision, I suppose. My opinion is it was a bit of a hasty decision, maybe an emotional decision, but obviously it has consequences that will be a bit more far-reaching for that club, and so it's a sad situation, but hey, that's the way it is. You've got to have rules that apply to everybody. As we get ready for the start of day number 10, and Ali Saki Bashad, good to see him in the lineup for Trentino Aquilla. He's a real key player. He's a bit of a workhorse for them as well. He's a match-winning kind of a player. He'll open the batting likely as well as open the bowling here. And so the next one is knocked away. So yeah, final point on that. I mean, in the end, you know, we need to, from ECN, and obviously it's not really my department. There's the departments that obviously have to have in charge with enforcing our standards and rules and things like that, which is pretty important that we have across so many tournaments and teams and players. You know, you need to have consistency. Yeah, that's going to get through the field. That's going to be 4. Well, there's your first boundary of the day. It certainly surprised Usman Arshad there. And, yeah, thick edge still, even though it's a pretty damp field, you can see it does fly away, doesn't it? Yeah, so, yeah, again, you know, it wouldn't be right to say, you know, why, or who the player is or anything like that. It's not about kind of putting anyone out on display or to, you know, to be blamed or anything like that. It's just a decision they took, and it's nothing. Obviously, still love these Brescia guys. They're hosting us here. They've been great, but that's a decision they made as a team. All right, this is in the air, and it will carry all the way over the line. Maximo having Kumar out there. Janjua Singh, his opening partner. Good to see Janjua at the top. He's able to get this one over the mid-off fielder, and Arvind's away with a 4 and a 6. Yeah, so I think it's just really important that our rules are applied consistently across all teams and all situations, and you know, you can't be having that situation where essentially one team feels that they can change the decision of the officials by those kind of tactics. So it is what it is, and for that reason, there won't be a fourth match today. There's a question here about their fourth match today, but I can tell you now, we won't have a fourth match today. We'll have a classic match on in place. Wow, he's nicked that onto his head. I think it was either the shoulder or the helmet. But yeah, I hope he's all right there. It's definitely not the time of the morning where you need one of these. It might have gone. In fact, the field is obscuring it, but it might have gone. Oh yeah, see it here. It's kind of top of the shoulder and maybe a little bit of the grill as well. But that'll sting at any time of the day, and especially at 9:18 in the morning. But anyway, that's the end of the first over, and it's 10 without loss after 1. Having a look at some of the stats. Yesterday we got to 400 wickets. And today I imagine we'll get to 9,000 runs before too long. Still kind of hovering around that mid-12s, the run rate here in Brescia. And one statistic that you won't see there is golden balls 1 after last night. And it was a pretty dramatic one. So golden ball 60 means we've already now had 10 overs of golden balls. And Dave, I know you turned 70 today. Golden ball 60, that's an early present for you, okay? As Raza is going to bowl over 2, but he misses everyone. Threads the needle, and that's going to be 5 wides. It's the classic minimal. And Trentino Aquilla just struggling here. First ball of a new over. Again, it is, it's early morning here. Early for cricket, I suppose. Slightly wet ball. Maybe doesn't have his rhythm, but completely loses the handle on that one. Yeah, so, I mean, I got a golden ball on my birthday, and I actually got one birthday eve, Dave. So I wonder if you can do what I did. So you've had your birthday eve golden ball. Can you get a golden ball today as well? We'll find out. It's more like it from Raza. Bustles in. Punjab, I think they would have liked to have bowled first and chased here. But I don't know, in slightly kind of damp conditions over the last 12 months, we've seen batters doing the job. Batters seem to... Obviously, it's harder to catch a greasy ball as well. These balls don't really get soggy, these grizzly balls. They still fly, and this is going to fly off top edge. One's going to be after it, but he's not going to be able to do too much about it. And well, I'm not sure if this has gone for 4 or 6. And I don't think we'll pick this one up. Maybe. There we go. So I assume that's 4 just from where it ends up. So I guess it'd be the umpire's call there. So I think they have given it 6. On field was 6, so maximal. Yeah, it must have been a real plugger then. It's a long way for us and kind of down the hill, so I didn't spot it live. That'll be 6 runs. Next one could come back from Raza. How is everyone anyway? I know I've had a couple of days off, but I've been keeping an eye on things. I've got to say, Danny, like I said, we had a few issues here with the technicals, and because of the big storm we had last week, meant Danny came in at short notice, moved some things around to come and fill in, give me a bit of a break. So big thanks to Danny. I know everyone was giving him a warm reception in the chat. One thing that you may not know about Danny is he is a bit of a quiz master back in Prague. So last night, if we do get Danny on the tour, we have a bit of an ECN quiz night, which was pretty fun. We had 2 teams. It was a 1-1 draw in the end. I was a little bit late to it, just getting back from a couple of days away, but it was a lot of fun. So big thank you to Danny for that as well. All right, pitched up, and Janjua goes after him against French cut, and he'll get 4. So Punjab, not particularly the most convincing start we've seen from them, but still, that's good enough. That's a better area from Raza. And so we've got 1 more ball to go in this over. Nice looking drive, and that'll beat the field. That'll come for 4 as well. So that's a much better shot from Janjua. We know from his Albano days, he can stick him pretty well. Also, guys, got some national team experience. But right now, it's the end of the second over, and it's 29 without loss. So yeah, the top 4 from the group obviously get through, and you see Jenna mentioned their issue. They were meant to play 1 more game today. That won't happen, which means they won't get any points. So obviously the question is, who will take their spot? Friends are in a pretty good position. I think Milan United, obviously they're out of the mix, but it'd be Friends or it'd be Trentino Aquilla, you'd imagine. There's still a few little permutations that could happen. This is Ali Sakib Rashad to bowl over number 3. And this is short, and it's whacked away. Maximal! And that's a really good hit. Kumar's been a breakout star, hasn't he? Just a fixture at the top of the order for Punjab. Yeah, so I suppose when it comes down to it, the players, I think, made a bit of an emotional decision to take this measure. Kind of backing the player that they felt that should be allowed to play, and obviously ECN had ruled him ineligible, and so that's what. I just suppose it has long ramifications, doesn't it? Now this is nicked and it's gone, and so Kumar bigged him up, but he goes 6 and out. Now Lisa Kibashad fights for Trentino Aquilla, and he's a guy. I just think they're a different player with him in the side. It's a good kind of a full length there. I mean, it's first we've seen him in the series, they've missed him. He's the kind of guy that could play him into the finals, no doubt about that. So he does get Arvind Kumar, and Punjab are losing their first wickets 35 for 1. Will be the enigma, Monu Lal, to come out at number 3. See there straight away. Arvind knew he nicks it, and he's pretty happy to walk off, but gets him off to a decent start, 35, 14 balls. Yeah, so I just want to kind of emphasise that there's no bad blood or anything like that between ECN and Jinnah. It's just a decision they took yesterday, and again, maybe that situation will be resolved, maybe not, but yeah, I suppose I feel personally a little bit upset, I'm sure. Oh, nicked, and he's dropped it. There's a little poke from the enigma, and feet went nowhere. I can understand that. It's not an easy kind of landing area or a moving area for the keeper, but he does get a decent glove on it. It just doesn't stick to Adil Ahmed behind the stumps. And remember that, the enigma goes down first ball. He's off the mark. This one gets through everyone. I think it might be buys. Could be 4 buys it is. So, I mean, he goes to the right. The next one nips back. And, well, over the stumps. Alisa Kibashad. Be disappointed. That sneaks through for a boundary. It's short, but I think it's pretty much straight over the line, so that's the one now that won't be called a wide. Yeah, so finishing this up, and yeah, I don't want to kind of harp on it all day, but I know people want answers and they want to address it, and yeah, obviously Jinnah had a great journey through the ECL, and so yeah, obviously with some talks maybe that can be resolved. It's just, you hate to see in a day all that relationship fall apart. As far as the on the field things, obviously we're still getting a lot of support off the field, and yeah, I suppose when it comes down to it, all teams need to be treated the same. You know, ECN is based on the principle of fairness and equality, and that's something that we take pretty seriously. As we get to the end of the third over, the score is 41 for 1 after 3. Yeah, but I suppose, you go country to country, and within every country, there's always an element of politics in sport, and that's not just in cricket, it's in everything. But I suppose at ECM we pride ourselves on being being very neutral and being very fair to everybody, and we've developed processes over the last few years as we've grown to deal with almost anything. Obviously, we've gone over 5,000 matches now. We're heading towards 6,000 matches already. So yeah, these processes need to be followed, and these standards need to be followed. And if certain teams or players don't, then there are consequences, and those consequences need to be followed. That's all. So yeah, this is just how we need to operate. That's how we will operate. Yes, Sadika Ali, the pin code comes in, and he's worked away first up. Probably 2 there if they want to come back. They will. Janjua. Well, now they're going to think about 3. I mean, these 2 are former Albano players, both of them, so they should know each other pretty well. But Punjab, I suppose they're one of the biggest beneficiaries you'd imagine. Although they beat Jinnah fair and square, didn't they, when they played on Sunday. Now, this is all hands from Janjua, and he's going to put it over the leg side. It's Maximo. Oh, splashdown. Check this one. Oh, well. Somebody get the towel because this one's in the drink. Watch out. Bang. Oh, if it was golf, you'd have to take a penalty stroke right there. Or at least take the socks and shoes off. And you get an idea there of some of the wet stuff that was overnight. Now hit down the ground, hit pretty firm. You can see, even though this field gets a bit wet, watch out. They're going to take a 2 on here. Oh, well, Sadakat becomes a bit of an obstruction for the batter, but nothing in it. Yeah, probably didn't pick the greatest line there because he kind of ran straight into the back of Sadakat. But, I mean, it's good, ambitious running. These two are hustling. One thing I said about Punjab when I saw them on Sunday is I like the way they do the little things quite well. Something we probably could see more of in European cricket. Pitched up, dragged off the inside half of the bat. Yeah, it's pretty well picked up by Ashika Ways out there. 50's come up for Punjab now. So, yeah, Dave, happy birthday. What have you got planned for your birthday? 70 today. Well, the Enigma goes back and he pulls large. That's Maximo. 6 runs. And the Albano, former Albano players at least. That partnership is flourishing at the moment for Punjab. You can't afford to bowl short here. We've seen that time and time and time again. Yeah, that's better. Draws him forward. And that'll be the end of the over for Sadakat. He goes for 17, and at the end of 4, it's 58 for 1. Yeah, so Dave, let us know what you're doing with your birthday. And let us know what everyone else has been up to last couple of days. I've got to say, I had a nice little couple of days away from the ground. And did I do a lot? Not really. I just visited a few of my favourite places to eat and drink mainly. Caught up with some friends. And obviously kept a bit of an eye on what was happening here as well. And I got to tell you that for the second time, I got a golden ball from Italy, had me stretching the limits of how long you can keep your phone on the plane. As Atifarazzo, the captain, comes in for over number 5. So, Raza comes out, and that's pretty good areas first up. Nice high action. Fraction short this time, pulled away. Most of the ground fielding's been pretty good. There was one kind of blooper early. I suppose remember Monu got dropped before he'd scored. Yeah, so if you remember last year, I was on my way to ECC and I left Nish to do the last game of the day in the ECI as Italy versus Austria, and that turned out to be a golden ball. You know when they're saying, please turn your phone into flight mode. In the air, but this is going to hold up. Fielder's under it. Not an easy one this time of the day, but it's well held. Really good catch there by Ashika Ways. So I suppose the missed opportunity of Monu Lal doesn't cost them too much. Costs them 7. As Punjab are going to lose a second wicket, 59 for 2. And Monu can't make the most of his run in the number 3 position. Looks like Simran's coming out. He wasn't exactly sprinting out of the tent though, so you might want to get a bit of a wriggle on out to the middle. Remember, you have 60 seconds to face up. Looking back at the dismissal, didn't quite get hold of it, did he? Now Simran's breaking into a bit of a jog, but I don't know. This feels like a long time that he's taking. So, if anyone's got their stopwatches out, maybe just uses all of the 60 seconds. But he is out there now. And Raza breaks through with his first wicket of the day. down the leg side. This is going to get away from the keeper as well. It's classic minimo. Well, that's two batters have come in and seen a 5 wides first ball. It just makes you feel like the bowler's not really in charge of the game when you come out. And our next one, Simran is off the mark. Yeah, so that golden ball 60, that was a dramatic last over. It was 32 to tie the game. So it actually ties the record. Remember, Charles Packard of the Carl Bay Giants, I remember the name. Did that, we actually did that to win. This was 32 to tie, but then to win in the golden ball. So it was a crazy game. So yeah, so the plane was ready to take off, and obviously the golden ball's there, and I'm just trying to keep it on the down low. Obviously, I want the plane to take off. Obviously, I've left my phone on. There's no guarantee of that, so I'm told. Anyway, that'll be the end of pretty good over from Atif Raza. Just the 8 runs off that. I suppose there was the 5 wides in there as well. 5 out of the 8 like that. End of the over, and the score is 66 for 2. Yeah, Brescia has been a great place for cricket over a number of years now. It's always great to be back here for a European Cricket Series. It's a great facility here with the three grounds side by side. So stay with us as we're heading to the business end now with quarterfinals tomorrow, then finals day on Friday, and then we have the men's and women's internationals on the weekend. Back to the action here. And he's bowled first up. What a ball that is by Adil Muhammad. He comes in, gets a picture-perfect Yorker through Janjua Singh, and he plays all around it. So Trentino Aquilla, they're fighting here. And first ball is 6 over, crashes into the stump, 66 for 3. It's all about the length there. Janjua didn't do too much wrong. Maybe just didn't account for a little bit of movement. But again, pitch up, guys, pitch up. You'll have a lot more success that way. Again, you can see that full straight. Janjua is going to have to go. This is Gurdeep Singh, who's coming out the number 5 position. Looks like he's wearing the alternate strip. Maybe a bit of a miscommunication in the team group, but anyway, perfect start for Adil. Oh, that's like a thick edge. It almost flies to the fielder. But again, I like it's full. It's got drawing. The batter forward. Almost carries. So there's Manashad there. That one is too full, and it's going to disappear. Maximo! As that's the risk if you overdo it. Full tosses are normally easy put-away balls. And that was punched nicely up and over backward point. Says Carreras. Yeah, a lot of cricket happening. I've been calling it May Madness because we've got so much happening over the next few weeks. And May, we're about a week into it, still 3 weeks to go. I'll try and tell you everything that's happening because it's a lot. Again, well bowled, pitched up, in swinger towards the stumps. Good, it will nick it onto his pad for a single. So Charlie's actually travelling to Dreux today because tomorrow we'll start the Medina Cup. 3-way series between France, Malta and Belgium. Medina Cup traditionally is held in Malta, but with the unavailability of the ground at the moment. So also the reason we won't have a series there until October. It's been moved to Dreux this year. But yeah, Malta and Belgium, they've got a little bit of history in T20 international cricket. France as well. Really, really good series waiting for that. Anyway, right now, it's Simran who just works this one off the hip. And he waits for that swing into him and he just turns on it. Hello to Shohan. Good to have you with us. And Rob Thompson from New Zealand. Stephen Kelt from the Netherlands. Hopefully you're well. Dave said it's going to be a fine sunny day where he is. So that's great to hear, Dave, on your birthday. And he's bowled him. Well, you wouldn't believe it. He bookends the over with 2 perfect Yorkers. Swinging in. Simran tried to go a little bit inside out there. Probably didn't play it with the full face. And Adil Muhammad with a real how-to. 2 good players he's got now with Yorkers. Little bit of the movement there. And Simran, well, he's annoyed and he can't make the most of the opportunity. But he'll get rock and rolled for 5. Just the 1 boundary in there. And it's walking sticks, 77 for 4 after 6. But hey, sometimes you've got to give credit to the bowler. And I know some people think I'm a broken record. And I'm always saying, get that Yorker right, get that Yorker right. But I think, set batter or non-set batter, top order batter, lower order batter, start of the innings, end of the innings, it's the ball for every occasion, because I just don't think you've got that many options as a batter. You take a lot of options away. And so 77 for 4. Jasprit Kumar comes in to bat, though he's at the non-strikers end. You see him there in the background. Right now, as the change are over, it'll be Gurudeep facing up. And this is popping up in the air as well, and that's going to get caught. Well, he might have had a few issues with the sun poking out, but let me tell you something. This is a pretty decent catch. This might be a record for how quick he goes down before he takes the catch. And that's Waka Saskar, I think, that is taking that catch, and it's actually a pretty good one. Brace for impact. So Gurudeep's the next to go on at 77 for 5. Yeah, no, well, I don't know if we can see this, but you've got another. They've got to sort their time out. I mean, they had a really close call. This is Sukhvinder Singh coming on now. Tyrone tried to give him like a giddy up and actually knocked his glove out of his hand. So Tyrone's trying to avoid time penalties as well. I mean, no one likes to see him. But how about that for a catch? Bang. And Wakas. Yeah, points to the sky. Says that's where it came from. I don't know. Simran was pushing the envelope. Now we're getting a helmet getting put on. I got a feeling. And Trentino Aquilla, they could probably use the runs. Waiting for this. I'm sure this is over the time now. Just the laws of the space-time continuum have been bent again. So, I don't know about the birthday presents you've gotten, Dave, so far, but the batters have probably given a bit more leeway than normal. Well, this is going to be tight. He's forced to throw. In fact, he's not forced to throw in the end. Just concedes a single. I think Tyrone might have just had that day off, and he's getting into that relaxed Italian lifestyle where, like when they have a meal here, you're happy to stay for 2-3 hours, and there's no real rush. So maybe that's got something to do with it. Oh, geez, he plays all around this, but the keeper's missed as well. It's gone straight over middle stump. It's going to be 4 byes. So that's 3 batters now that have had unhit boundaries off their first ball. I know it's maybe a bit of a tough one for the keeper moving laterally, and Adil's normally a pretty solid gloveman, but he's just had a few that have gotten past him so far. Also dropped Money first ball with a bit of a tough one. A one-hander. A bit short, and Justpreet misses out. Raz has put together a pretty good spell. Obviously the 4 byes won't go against him, but 2 for 9 his figures. Yeah, Ken keeps it pretty full, and yeah, nice when a plan comes together. Trentino Aquilla, they're really flying the flag. It's the end of the 7th over, and the score is 82 for 5. And as far as this weekend, Italy and Spain going head to head. Now, I did hear actually that Regina Sudeze may be out of the Italy side, but yeah, good mixture of kind of young players and some experience in there. Spain, obviously, coming off a 5-0 win actually last time we saw them on the network. That was against Czechia in Barcelona. I think they'll have their hands full with this Italian side. They're a little bit ahead of where they are at the moment. It's still great for their development as they get ready for the start of the 8th over. And look who's coming back, Adil Mohammed with his 2 wickets. He's got his tail up. All right, full toss. This is up. It's in the air. It's going to carry, though. Maximo. Kumar's off the mark. Kumar, that's a way to get off the mark, isn't it? Just need a rally here, don't they, Punjab? In the air, is that going to carry? It does, but oh, he meets it at pace. And that's Lovepreet down there. I would love for that one to stick to the hands. He just didn't look kind of set when he hits it. He's still on the move, but it was always going to carry it to me if he just kind of stayed put. This is hit. They're going to run hard. Looking for 2, but turn it down in the end. But now they'll go for it. Well, ball didn't come back to the middle immediately, and that's a bit of a lazy one. Wonder what happened here with the throw. Got to admit, I was looking at the batters, and in the end, what does it hit? Oh, it hits the edge of the pitch. That's what happened. So it's like an underthrow. We actually saw a winning run last week come off the edge of the pitch like that. That's good awareness from the batters, though. They're certainly having to work a little bit harder for their runs. They were kind of out of the box early, weren't they? Punjab. 58 off 4 overs. So the first 4 overs, they got 58. These 4 overs at the moment, they've got 35. Taking regular wickets. This one won't carry it down to Lovepreet. But he will keep it to 1. So Punjab, with 2 overs remaining, they're 94 for 5. Dave apologised for not keeping the catch drop score. But listen, Dave, it's your birthday. And you can do whatever you want. You're here to enjoy the cricket. Don't feel obligated to do anything at all. That goes for any day. We want you to enjoy the cricket. That's why we do what we do. And we love it so much. And we love for you to share in the joy and the sense of community that the European Cricket Network brings so many people. And I get lots of messages every day from people that really enjoy what we're doing. So for that, I'm very, very proud. Well, here's the new pin code. It's pin code Kumar, unsighted for Albano this year. So Sadaqat Ali, 2712. Why don't we start with 0? This is 9th over. New enough if they're good enough here, Trentino Aquilla. Still going to have to bat well. Almost to Yorker, but it dug out and it could be gone. It is gone. So Kumar's the next to go. Nice catch by Tifraza, the captain, down the ground. It's almost to Yorker, wasn't it? But it was full enough that he kind of had to dig it out. Wasn't really in control of the shot. And so Jaspreet becomes a 6 wicket to fall. It's 94 for 6. Nice to see a bit more hustle. Looks like this is Captain Hardeep Singh coming on to the ground now. Yeah, Trentino Aquilla, we've seen them bat 4 times. They have scores of 106, 89, 63, and 135. That adds up to averaging 98 with the bat. But when they were held to 63, that was by Janjua Brescia. Oh, he tries to get inventive first up. I think this comes off the very end of the bat. I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look. Shapes to ramp. Yeah, it does. Comes right off the end of the bat. You can tell that even though Wakas is in the way of the camera. Hello to Helix as well. Hopefully you're well. A lot of people have jumped in to wish Dave a happy 70th birthday. I think a few people might have had it in their calendar for a while somehow. Good bounce here from Sadakat. 116 expected at the moment. Trentino Aquilla, if they want to qualify, these are the kind of games they need to win. They've got Punjab in a bit of a delicate spot. They won't have to deal with Rajmani. He's not in the side. No, he's a bit of a trickster with the ball. Goes at this. Probably 2 there if they hustle. They will. And they do hustle. That's good running. Good scramble. Sukhvinder's a bit of a weapon with his left arm paces in the second half of this game. So, okay, what they're going to get something here. Yeah, 110, 114, something like that. But Trentino Aquilla, they're going to have a real test against some of the bowling options. Edged and flies away for 4. It was like a genuine edge, wasn't it? But you can see how far these edges travel on ECN. And really, the fielder had no hope. Maybe if he was on that line, might have been able to jump at it. But it races for 4. It takes us to the end of the 9th over. The 100 comes up for Punjab, 101 for 6. With the last ball to come. See if they go back to Hasnain or they try another option. Looks like they will go back to Hasnain Raza. Might have been watching yesterday Trentino Aquilla and Cricket Stars replay of the match in 2023 that ended up with a crazy golden ball. 2 epic collapses. And the only golden ball still where all 20 wickets fell in the game. Last overtime. Starts with a pull, skied, but only get a single out to Sheikha Ways. There's another genuine edge this time. Fielder's back. They've had about enough of the edges flying for 4, so just concede a single. It's also a good chance for Punjab's bowling, I think. Obviously, they've had a pretty good run in the series so far. 4-0 record. Beating some good teams along the way. Not carrying this time out to Atif. Again, he'll be happy it's just the 1. They've beaten Milan United and Vicenza with bonus points, so 4-pointers there. But they've also had strong wins over Gina Brescia and Janjua Brescia. So, obviously, they've beaten some pretty good opposition. This is angled away. That should get to the boundary. It does. So, just scrambling for what they can get at the moment. Punjab, 108. Sukhvinder, handy little 16 from him. He plays this pretty well. He kind of gets it inside out. Might plug. Does. It's going to be 4. Kind of takes the fielder with it in the end. It's great effort. It's not easy surface, obviously, especially first up in the morning before it's dried out. But the result, 4 carreras. 112. That computer knows what it's talking about. It said 114 for a long time. Now it's saying 113. Last ball of the 10. Well, it's going to be a few more than that because that is real quick hands from Sukhvinder. He's going to get it out of the ground. Maximo. And Punjab are going to finish 118 for 6. So probably a fair bit less than they would have hoped for when they first embarked on their 10 overs. But they'll feel that's quite a defendable score. The last over ended up going for 17. But the last 3 balls went 4, 4, 6. And so it's a chaseable total, but I think also it's a defendable total. So we'll wait and see. As it was a bit of a blooper that started things off. They went for Janjua at the top of the order with Arvind Kumar. Punjab, they certainly a side that have had some success against some good opposition. That was a good bit of bowling that was able to get Kumar before he could do too much damage. Ali Sakib-Arshad makes a big difference for Trentino Aquilla coming in. Janjua, he got done by a good Yorker. He wasn't the only one because the last ball of the over would be pretty much an instant replay of the first. That was a good catch by Wakasaskar. Race for impact. That one was one that Lovepreet couldn't handle the impact. And yeah, despite the best efforts, that one wasn't able to be kept in the field. But all things considered, I think that Trentino Aquilla are pretty happy with where they're at in this game. But they need to bat well. 119 will be their target. 118 for 6 then for Punjab. They were really firing for them. Janjua with 28 off 17 at the top of the order. Made a bit of a start, but he got done by a good Yorker. 26 not out. Sukhvinder was pretty important in the last phase of that. Finished the game, finished the innings with 4-4-6. Arvind Kumar looked dangerous before he was caught out on 16. 18 extras, probably a few too many as well. I think they did let themselves down a bit in that department. Trentino Aquilla, but some good performers in there. Atif Raza, very good figures, 2 for 9. Adil Muhammad with those 2 wickets off the Yorkers as well, 2 for 23, bowled well. Singles for Ali Sakib-Arshad on his return to the team, and Sadakat Ali, the pink code, with 1 as well. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. 119 will be the target for Trentino Aquilla. Feels a bit like a must-win, doesn't it? With their chances running out to get the points to qualify. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Great to be back with you, and join us after the break for the exciting conclusion of match 45. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Day 10 action here in the European Cricket Series, Italy, Brescia. Right now, interesting contest. Punjab 118 for 6 after their 10 overs. Trentino Aquilla chasing 119 for victory. And what kind of feels like a must-win for Trentino Aquilla. I mean, bonus points on, I suppose, for both teams, depending on how things go. But no, I think that both teams would probably settle for the win, given the tournament situation. I guess we'll see how things develop there. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And looks like Lovepreet is out there to open for Trentino Aquilla. And looks like they might just misplaced the bowler's mark. You don't see that very often. It's going to be Singh to open for Punjab. Now, no Rajmani in the lineup certainly kind of affects their ability to bring him on and keep things quiet in the middle overs. Could have been a chalk shortage, perhaps. The chalk doesn't fare too well in the wet, but anyway. Basically a ball needed for Trentino Aquilla here. Hello to Martin Foster, who's just popped in as well. Hello to Kroom once again, and everyone in the chat. I know that you've enjoyed this game so far. Trentino Aquilla, I mean, the percentages say they're not expected to chase this. But you know, when your tournament's on the line, it's funny how you can find something. Also, I think Ali Saqib-Arshad brings another element to their batting. He's a very powerful striker of the ball. Okay, so now we are ready to go. And it'll be Lovepreet Singh to open up. He's going to open up pretty well. He's going to just bang it over mid-wicket into the ghost tent. Maximo. And suddenly that 119 is 113. Perfect seam position. Wasn't really the worst ball at all from Amninder Singh, but he stepped and he whacked it. Yeah, so Helix has been on holiday. So welcome back, Helix. Welcome home in more ways than one. What a start for Lovepreet, though. You'll want to make sure he's not a one-hit wonder, though. Comeback ball for Ami. Just misses the mark here. Remember, if you can get it on that line, then you won't get called for a wide. You shouldn't be called for a wide anyway. If the umpire's got doubt, they'll probably call it a wide anyway. But that line belongs to the bowler, but that line won't move outside the off stump. Just providing a bit more clarity on pretty important calls. Well bowled. So it wasn't as easy to get forward to. This is probably the biggest test for Punjab's bowling so far. You look at what they've done in the series. Okay, they beat Brescia, but they had 161 on the board when they did that. Okay, it wasn't easy, no doubt. They held Janjua to 112 and chased that down. Edged and gone, so he just loses his shape. It's a healthy edge, and it flies through to Arvind Kumar. So, well, a little bit like Jennifer Page. He is a one-hit wonder, isn't he? And it's just a little edge, just a little touch for Lovepreet. He's going to have to go, but he had the right idea. So the first wicket falls, and the score is 7 for 1. And there's Always hustling out to the middle, which is what you like to see. But yeah, you see, just trying to hit that punter to mid-on. It wasn't a really easy line to do that. Oh, well, that's the game. Sometimes you hit him, sometimes you don't. And Punjab pretty excited with the result. Hello to Holly Tomo as well. Good to see it's a bit of a family affair in the chat this morning, as this is Ashik Awais. Yeah, that's a good length again, that waist. Can't deal with it. Nice little bit of outswing once again. So Trentino Aquilla, they play this game here, but then they play in match 47, which is the third match of the day, against Friends 11. Two teams battling to qualify. Well, that's quite an amazing piece of swing bowling. I don't think this is a wide because it goes straight through his legs. But he's bowled 3 outswingers, and this one is a huge in-swinger. Oh, I mean, there's Test cricketers that can't do that. It had to be on purpose. He said he can't. It was a great take, by the way. That's the last thing you'd be expecting as a batter when you've seen everything go away from the end. You get a huge in-swinger. It wasn't little, it was massive. Very good swing bowling and good keeping. You might say, well, why is that not a wide? It missed leg stump, and it went between his legs. Oh, he almost gets a return catch. And batter takes off and is able to hustle back. So, all action all the time. This is the European Cricket Network, and after 1 over at 7 for 1, kind of reaction catch. A little bit of self-preservation in that as well. But highly entertaining stuff. And some genuine swing bowling there. Oh, I always love seeing this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at Golden Ball 0. The epicenter of the Golden Ball universe. Golden Ball 60 last night. It was an absolutely banging game, and it shows you that you never know what to expect. 5 over game. I did say a slightly higher probability of a Golden Ball in a shorter game. We had one a 6 over game once. But, yeah, never in a 5 over game. That's the first. It's actually the shortest game we've ever had a Golden Ball in. Friends 11 will get their chance to get back on the park. It's sometimes just what you need to do. They'll play in the next match against Punjab, and then they'll play against Trentino Aquilla in the third match, and that'll be their campaign. Right, in swinger, in the air, scooped up, really should be gone, and it is. So it's going to be a first baller, and Adil Ahmed is going to have to go. So Trentino Aquilla shooting themselves in the foot a bit early. They're 7 for 2. Adil watched the first over go past. Gurudip's come on, and that one did swing a bit. Tried to get up and under it, but yeah, just pretty much straight up in the air. Well taken by Aminder Singh. He's been busy early. Not the easiest catching conditions here, but yeah, they're the ones you should be taking. So Usman Arshad will be the number 4. They need someone to stand up here, don't they? A little bit surprised they haven't gone to Ali Saqib Arshad yet. He was listed to open. Hasn't come out in the top 4. Maybe they just like him out of the power play, for example. But Gurudip makes a good start. Now gets a crack at Arshad. Oh, gee, this ball's really swinging around. It's almost like they got the sticky tape on one side of it. That's another really big in-swinger. Look at that left to right curve, and actually does pretty well to keep it out. This is where maybe a tactic, if you're getting that, is to kind of get your pads outside the line and try and go with the move and try and whip it away. You shouldn't be LBW if it's swinging that much. Because otherwise you're kind of forced to just go uber defensive like that. Think of an overthrow. It's actually pretty good running from the non-striker. Oh, ace. Yes, I mean, you have to take some calculated risks at this stage. So, yeah, with that ball swinging a lot, maybe that's what I'd be going to. But you'd have to be brave to do that. It's just, this is actually one time it's actually harder to play it with a straight bat and get any power because the ball's darting in a long way. Now, otherwise, you've seen it from the other end. Let's see what he can do. He tries to take it on. This one probably doesn't go as much. None off 4. Hello to Mo Motors. Was asking for tickets for the England series. You won't need tickets. You can just come, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. It's all about bringing cricket to the community and bringing community cricket to the world as well. European Cricket Series. Yeah, that's the ideal. This one's a bit straighter. I didn't get one for it, but I think that's your shot. So all I will say, if you're seeing me on day one of the England series, I know we're calling it the meet and greet day, coming down and say hi. I am catching a 7 o'clock flight from Amsterdam. I think I get in at 7:15. I should be there by the time we get underway, but you'll have to excuse my eyes if they're a little bit bloodshot that morning. Another good in-swinger. Some really good bowling first up from Punjab, getting this ball to talk. And after 2 overs, it's 9 for 2. Yeah, Helix saying maybe a bit of humidity around there to help the swing. It could be once the cloud covers in. You can see teams battling for a spot in the top 4, and I think Friends 11 or Trentino Aquilla will work their way in today. And exactly who we get to see. Trentino Aquilla, if they could pull this off, they're in decent shape. Friends 11 and Trentino Aquilla will meet in match 47, by the way. Humidity 79%. That's quite humid. No one really understands why humidity makes the ball swing, or cloud cover makes the ball swing. It's one of the dark arts. Scientists are probably working on more important things, you'd hope. And one thing I will tell you, is this one I think goes over the line, is Ami's got it to swing both ways. Now, this one is clearly on the line to me, and so it would have been a wide in the old days. But now, yeah, I think it gets a bit of the line, so it's not a wide. I think we're going to see more calls like that. And a lot of people say, oh, you know, give something back to the bowlers. That's something the bowlers have got now. They've got a little bit more leeway there. That's just a little bit of an agricultural hack across the line there. And when you've seen a guy, I would be playing him like he's an outswing bowler and kind of looking for some telltale signs, maybe a slight change in action. He gets a bit more front on, then it might be the in-swinger. But you kind of got to set up for something, otherwise you're setting up for nothing. Easier said than done. This is probably why I didn't bat in the top 6 ever, because it's difficult. 1 off 7 for a ways. Now it goes for it, and it's going to be a genuine play. Might reach it. Oh, he almost does. That would have been a sensational catch. And well, it'll just kind of slip through the fingers in the end. Check this out on the replay. Janjua Singh. That would have been an amazing catch. In the end, they'll get 2. He's working really hard. Obviously, he's got a particular way he's holding the ball around that he knows it's swinging. It's not so much shiny side or not at this stage, because the ball's not that old. But there's just a certain side you'll be able to see from the writing which side you're using. So that's why you'll be saying, right, that's the side that's swinging at the moment. And you won't really know why. It'll just be experimentation from the balls you've bowled. But once you do get it swinging, then you kind of get into a bit of a groove that, at least for now, you can replicate that. He does have that big in-swing. I'll bet he's thinking of it here. I'm saying, all right, no waste. Enough's enough. Time to clean you up. There goes the outswinger again, but it's hit down the ground and caught. Simranjit Singh, no, he doesn't miss too many. This time it's not the full love heart, but it is a little bit of a thumbs up. And so it was a tough innings, wasn't it, for Aways? To be fair, he got some tough stuff, but he'll go for 3 off 10. Not able to hit a boundary, obviously. And that's 3 wickets down now, 11 for 3. And Simran, he's just one guy. He's not going to drop catches. Yeah, suddenly that 119 looking a long way off. Remember, they've got 11 runs. 6 of them came off the first ball. They've had 5 runs since. And well, the thing is, new batters that they're coming in there and having a tough time dealing with, and understandable. It's a really good power play for Punjab. It's 11 for 3 after 3, but Ami is going to finish with 2 for 9. And like I said, 6 of those runs in the power play came off the very first ball. The next 17 balls have only gone for 5. Yo-yo first innings as well, by the way, for Trentino Aquilla. So if you look at Friends 11 and Trentino Aquilla kind of battling it out, I think, for one spot in the finals, they've both got a crack at Punjab, then they play each other. So Punjab, you wouldn't expect that they'd beat based on current form, but it gives you kind of a free shot at it. And they were kind of in this game at halftime, Trentino Aquilla, but they've melted away pretty quickly. And now time for some spin with Janjua Singh bowling up over number 4. I think, no Rajmani gives him a chance to contribute with the ball. He's a really clever leg spinner. The bustles in, generally bowls stump to stump. You can see it's not easy to get away. And I think there's probably will skid on a little bit in these conditions. That's more of an outswing, an out drifter. And it actually belts the keeper. Arvind on the pad. Arvind probably could just try and stay down a little bit longer and keep those hands lower to the ground. He's a good keeper though. This one does have a little bit of length on it, and Arshad is going to put it away. Maximo! I'm not going to count Trentino Aquilla out yet. I mean, I've seen them kind of blow hot and cold with the bat. They've still got Ali Saqib Arshad in the hutch. He hasn't come out in the top 5. Just a fraction short, maybe a fraction, 2-leg stumpish from Janjua, and it disappears. Going to DC. Good to have you with us. But Terry's in there. Oh, that one's going to get through the field as well. And there's 4 more. So a change of pace, change of luck for Trentino. It wasn't the worst ball, really. Took his chances. Flayed it through the offside. Pitched up on the stumps, goes leg side this time, but straight to the fielder. So Arshad is going to have to go. It's 6 and 4, and he is no more as Janjua breaks through it. And all things considered, it's still a successful over for Janjua. He'll take 1 for 10. Not an easy shot to take on. And you probably try and hit that a bit straighter if you like, but kind of brings the bottom hand into play, tries to slog sweep it out of the ground. But Arshad is the next one to go. So 21 for 4 now after 4 overs. And a simple catch out there for Sukhvinder Singh, by the way. And here is Ali Saqib Arshad, who I had listed to open the batting, but he's batting 6. Okay, he's come into the series for the first time. I can see a world where he reels off a bunch of boundaries. Powerfully built. Generally has been one of their better performers in ECS cricket. Top score of 41 on out versus Venezia. That was back in Venice in 2021. And he's going to get some left arm express now. Sukhvinder Singh bowling over number 5. Oh, but pace in, pace out. A little bit of a nudge from Adil Muhammad, flies to the fence. Cuatro carreras and we're away. So just again offering length there, which allowed the batter to do something with it. Now he goes straight through the line, hanging in the air. They should be gone. And it's taken. Jaspreet Kumar takes it. Another boundary and out. Trentino Aquilla are losing wickets faster than they can handle at the moment. Yeah, don't mind the idea here. Change of angle, though, so he's fighting it slightly. Going inside out. Jaspreet had plenty of time to see it. Punjab, one thing about their cricket, they do the little things well. They're a good fielding side. They don't put too many down at all. So 25 for 5 now in the 5th over. Now you're seriously looking at, if you're Trentino Aquilla, can you keep this point? So they need 83 to do that, right? And because you're basically what looks like in a two-way battle with Friends 11, I think, for that remaining quarterfinal spot. You see Sukhwinder, he's spicy to deal with, isn't he? Captain out there now, Tifaraza. Guys out there having a bit of fun, which is also what you like to see. In the end, life's about enjoying yourself, having fun, getting the most out of your life. That's well played, though. Goes up and under. That's gone all the way. Maximo! Just getting a bit too straight that time. Kind of beat him before. Slid one into his pads, but this one was a little bit shorter. So I had a question from Jules, who's on the commentary with me for ECS England. It'll be Rico, but there will be a little bit of Charlie in there. In fact, I think Rico's got to go to Cyprus, so I think finals day I'm doing with Charlie completely. I think that Charlie's also doing another day with me, and probably a few special guests in there while we're in England as well. So, yeah, stay tuned. I'll probably have the odd half day off while I'm in England. Got a few options there. Don't get there very often. All right, well, there's a shot from Raza. He says, right, never mind this. This game's still alive as far as I'm concerned. Goes Maximo. Says Carreras. He's going with the angle compared to trying to go inside out. We saw earlier in the over. That caused Adil Muhammad's downfall. Hello to Danny Hudacek, who I think might have popped in and wished Dave a happy birthday. All right, this one in the air as well. I think he's got room to move here, and it's going to be another catch for Jaspreet. He's caught well, and I mentioned they're a good side, aren't they? They're not a side that put too many down. And when you kind of put that together with their bowling, they're creating chances and they're taking chances. And so for Trentino Aquilla, it's another wicket that they can't afford to lose. Atif does whack a couple of Maximos, but he goes for those 12. That's a 37 for 6 now. Having a look at some of the upcoming events. Probably needs a bit of a refresh, by the way. Get onto that when we can. But yeah, May Madness is what I'm calling it, because we've got indeed a cup starting tomorrow. That's in France, in Janjua, where we just were for an ECS not too long ago. And then we have Estonia coming up, which will be an ECS first time there since 2020. And then finishing in men's and women's ECIs. One that's not on there yet, but we'll have to put on there, is a Portugal Night Series, which is going to come in. It's actually starting in under a week's time. So then we've got Netherlands T20s. We've got T20s in Romania in the Continental Cup. And yeah, obviously England. Pretty excited for England, because that's another one we actually have meant to do quite a few times. The slider from Janjua, who's coming back to bowl their second over. So originally, England was on the calendar in 2020, but it was unfortunately due to mainly pandemic restrictions and also some Brexit-related stuff. This one slides through. Ali Sakib-Arshad. Not sure how much cricket Ali's had. I think that one might have got the keeper. He's trying to say I'm fine, trying to walk it off. Well, I mean, he's a lucky guy. If that's hit him where it hurts. Probably a bit more of a dead leg rather than anything else. Was the quicker one, but he's still a slow bowler. I like that from Arvin. He's just saying, look, it's fine. I got hit with the ball. It happens. Keep the spray at home. Let me get on with my job. Keepers, we're tough nuts, you know. Sometimes you need them. Now this is in the air, but it's going to slice away over the fielder. Not an easy stop. He goes the old rugby league style. Leaves it for his teammate. And ball whistles in, but they'll get two. So yeah, maybe it is a battle for a point now. Those 6 wickets down, not helping. This one is pitched up, and actually it's going to get through the field as well. I thought they had no chance off the bat because it seemed to be down towards the bottom. But he just threaded the needle perfectly between the two fielders. Timran, he doesn't dive there. I think that's more to do with the fact there was another fielder coming the other way. Didn't want to hurt himself. Out of 25 for a point. All right, bit of length on this, but it's up and it is out of here. Maximo! As the 50 comes up for Trentino Aquilla. 51 for 6 after 6. They're going to keep on swinging. And okay, 8 and over for a point. It's around 17 odd for an over for the win. It's not impossible, is it? But they need someone to get on a real heater. Anyway, hello to Steve McVeigh, who's tuning in from Portugal, I believe. Hopefully you're well. His 13 from Arshad is now the highest score in the innings. So he's one guy did say maybe they could rely on a few big hits on him to get them close. It's going to be Kamaljot Singh now, the left arm spinner, to bowl over number 7. Fraction short-ish, but he can't time it up. Always tough. It's a new bowler. All right, takes it on straight, can't really time it. And Simran, like a panther, jumps on that before you know it. Yeah, so the England series looks like it will happen now. Obviously, world's in a slightly different place. You won't believe this other thing. Hit on the foot, bit of fancy wicket keeping. Obviously, his leg's fine. And back in 2020, apart from those logistical issues, we found it hard to find clubs that wanted to play on ECN. As this is up in the air, but has it got the legs? It has. Maximo. Ali Sakib-Arshad flying the flag for Trentino Aquilla. Fetches this, hits with the angle, not a lot of turn really. Yeah, so we didn't get that far advanced, but you know, we put out there, a lot of clubs said, oh, well, what do you mean? 10 over cricket. It's funny how things have changed in about 4 years. That's going to be 6 more. I like that from Ali Sakib-Arshad. Maximo. Come on, Jot. This is where, you know, it would be great if you could actually turn one. That's one thing. It's not easy in these conditions, I think, to kind of establish that sideways movement to kind of discourage a shot like that. Takes it on again. Is he going to get lucky here? He will. It's put down by Jaspreet, who had to hustle in. He'll get a single, and that means Ali Sakib-Ashad will retain the strike, but he gets a life on 25, and it's the end of 7 overs. Trentino Aquilla are 65 for 6. This is what's coming up in the next game. So Friends 11 get a crack at Punjab, and both these teams are kind of heavily influenced by Kings 11 as well. So Friends 11 going with a 2-2 record. They were the ones that lost that golden ball last night. It was a bit of a crazy one. And I can tell you Punjab have won the toss, elected to bat. Looking up and down their lineup, looks reasonably similar. With Hardeep listed at the top. I guess we'll see who they send out there to open. 18 off 18 for a point. The rate for the game is 18 and over. So big over here, you never know. Screwdip comes back. He was swinging it a lot early, but I wonder if it will move that much now. We're a little bit later into the innings. Well, that's Noe first. It's actually a pretty good stop. This is a big no ball. I'm telling you this right now. That's way too high. Have a look at it. Yeah, that's over the waist. So, free hit coming up. Geez, it was a good stop from Arvind. Probably doesn't know exactly how he stopped it. Free hit time. Oh, he misses though. Big swing and a miss. You can see the frustration there from Saki. He kicks the dirt like a country music star. Dave saying next year, do we go straight to 5-over cricket? Well, we have actually had a fair bit of 5-over cricket. ECL 22, the championship week. We had 20 matches of 5-over cricket in 2 days to catch up the matches. I do think 10 just has just enough time for it to play out while still being really, really exciting all the way through. Hits this and hits it really well. Maximo! That's funny. The free hit he couldn't hit, but when his wicket was on the line, he absolutely nails this off the middle of the bat. Sakib-Ashad. It looks like they've got that point sewn up, so that's something. But having said that, if he was to get out now, then you've got 7 wickets down, you've got lower order batters coming out. Wild swings, Tom's a bit further away from him. Now he realises he should have stepped across. He kind of wants a wide here, but it's not even close. Kind of looks like, hey, is it a what? It ain't. Yeah, so the English series I think is going to be great. I think it's going to be a bit of a game changer. The thing is, all the English clubs that have been on it, and 3 of the clubs have been on ECM before, they say it's just like the most fun cricket they've ever played. Again, swings at this. He probably still has visions of winning the game here. Never mind the point. You should get the point anyway. Not really too much to lose to have a crack at the game here. Okay, yeah, I know they could still collapse, but well, you'd have to back that even if you were to get out here, if you're Ali Sakib-Ashad, that the other guys will drag you to the point. Yeah, and he's going to swing and swing hard, but this is in the air. Janjua is under it, and he'll take the catch once again. A catch created and taken by Punjab, who fielded really well. So it's a great cameo from Ali Sakib-Ashad. He gets him so far. But he's going to fall as the 7th wicket now. It's 72 for 7. But yeah, I suppose a decent start to the series for Ali Sakib-Ashad. He'll be hoping that they can stay in the game into the quarterfinals tomorrow. So Sadakat Ali gets a hit in at number 9. He's a guy we don't see him batting too often. He has 40 runs in 32 matches, so probably tells you all you need to know. That's well bowled. That's going to be the end of the over. So 2 for 9. Really good spell from Gurudeep. Got banged for 6 once that over. Had a no ball. Got away with that. And it's 72 for 7 after 8. Okay, now we do have a battle. 11 off 12 for the point. Which, again, they should do. This is where put the game away. Game's not happening. That point could be the difference between qualifying and not qualifying, depending on what happens. That blue line, that's what I'm concentrating on now from Trentino Aquilla. Probably what I'm saying to the batters, if I was coaching him here, is look, dot balls get us in trouble. Avoid dot balls. Look to run, look to get one a ball. Look, if something's in your zone that's it's like a Gundy ball or something, then sure. And make good contact. And with the pace of Sukhvinder, who's coming back on now, a lot of balls will fly for 4 if you're just pushing it. All right, well, that's a pretty good start because that's out of the ground. Well, never mind pushing for 1. Maximo. Oh, well. Makes it a lot easier. 5 off 11 now. Now clipped away, and that is going to be 4 as well. So now pretty much assured of it. So maybe they do believe. Raza faces up. So we're going to miss this time. So he can still take 3 for none. Sukhvinder. Still think these two. If I was him at this stage, I'd be going Yorkers or cutters. I wouldn't be trying to go the stock ball too often. Almost hits that Yorker, but flies away, and that means now that Trentino Aquilla have secured that point out of this game. So yeah, it could be a valuable point as well. At the moment they're 3 points behind Friends 11. Do feel like that probably will be the game that will determine it. Friends 11, obviously, they'll be on the park in the next game. Potentially 2 one-pointers for Friends 11. If they don't get blown away, could be enough for them to qualify. Obviously, Trentino Aquilla getting this point is pretty helpful. Now, unless we see something like last night, or something even more crazy than last night, I think we can say this game's been put to bed. Trentino Aquilla, 84 for 7 after 9. Warming up little by little at the moment. Got some twins at the top of the order. They both bowled really well. 2 for 9 for Hamdinda and Gurudeep. 2 wickets also for Sukhvinder. A bit more expensive though. Janjua, 1 for 24 with his spin. Didn't do a bad job. Kamaljot just bowled the 1 over so far. He's going to bowl the last. Yeah, the golden ball last night was crazy. 32 off last over. We're going to have a wicket to start things off. It's a pretty aggressive stumping from Arvind blows him away. Check it out here on the replay. Takes it. Adios stumps. And that will be the 8th wicket down now for Trentino Aquilla. Cameljot gets his first. And the score is 84 for 8. Ruckus gets a hit. I got to admit, I was a bit of a stump smasher from way back. Apart from anything, it's just if you've got fast hands, you're knocking the stumps over quickly. If you're doing it on instinct. See if Askar get a bit of personal glory here. Well, he's certainly overcommitted here. I think he's for home here, but I don't know. It's closer than you think. Does he get this bat down in time? Because there's a bit of a plonk. Hasnain kind of overcommits and then has to turn back. Oh, it's between frames. Probably just home. I mean, won't get a run anyway. It's a pretty tight one, but I don't know. Oh, he's giving him out. All right. So, yeah, looks definitely at the point that he touches the stumps. I think he's just out, but whether Bale's dislodged or not. Look, it's unfortunate for Hasnain Raza, but in the end doesn't affect things too much. But it does mean that Hassan Awan will get a hit, or potentially get a hit. It was a tight one, wasn't it? Yeah, you can see it back. Probably not quite down. Almost down, but not quite. So Hassan has never scored a run on ECN. Okay, it's only his 3rd match, but let's see if he gets a hit first. Askar. He won't get a run here. Askar does have 4 matches under his belt back in 2021. Right, in the air, well, 9 out. This could be the end of the game, and it will be. So one, we'll have to wait even longer for his first ECN run. But Trentino Aquilla going to be all out for 84, but that's a pretty significant total because, remember, 83 was the minimum to keep their point. So they have done that. So I suppose that mission is achieved, but yeah, I guess they'll be disappointed that they weren't able to chase that down. I just think they were kind of out-strangled by some good bowling, some good catching of Punjab. This is what's coming up. Punjab go back-to-back this morning. They're 5-0, and they're hoping to go a perfect 6 and lock up that top of the table against Friends 11, who are battling for survival in the competition. Punjab batting first after winning the toss in that one, and it'll start in about 25 minutes. Let's go and have a look at the highlights. And Lovepreet, we started with a bang, but then it was just a whimper for the rest of the power play, wasn't it? Only 5 runs for the rest of the power play. Just losing wickets along the way. Weren't able to do what they wanted. And I've got to say, Punjab, their catching's been a feature of their play. It's so important that you don't give opportunities. I can't really remember one going down in that innings. So for Trentino Aquilla, well, they can focus their energies on their final group match against Friends 11, which is in the 3rd match of the day. This was a tight one late in the piece. Hasnain over committed and couldn't quite get back. And the game wouldn't last too much longer as that finished things. And Trentino Aquilla were all out for 84. And Cameljot, well, he actually is going to finish with some decent figures. We'll see those in a second. Good teams don't give you too many for free, so just the 1 no ball, 1 wide in that innings. Ali Zakib Arshad, he fought the good fight, didn't he, for Trentino? He scored 32 off 15, but no one else could get out of the teens. As far as the bowling went, well, 4 twofers. You don't see that very often. 2 for 9 each for Aminda and Gurudeep. Kamaljot finishes with 2 for himself in the end. Finda had 2. Jorah also bowled pretty well, 1 for 24. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 20 minutes to take you into the next game. Punjab hoping to go a perfect 6-love in their group stage. But Friends 11, well, they're stung after that golden ball loss last night. They'll be keen to prove a point. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break. We'll be back shortly with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. It's day 10 here in the European Cricket Series, Italy, Brescia. And the North has delivered once again. And coming up, we have match number 46, second game of the day. Friends 11 and Punjab to battle it out a little bit earlier. Tyrone Peters, he had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Punjab to call. Heads is the call. It's a head.
You're going back first.
They're going to bat.
So that was the decision from Punjab to bat first. So it gives them the opportunity, you'd imagine, to bat the whole 10 overs. It means that Friends 11 will have to chase. And they had a crazy game last night, Friends 11, where they went down in a golden ball number 60. You wouldn't have thought it was possible, as they had 32 runs to defend in the last over. They weren't able to do that. It was forced to a golden ball, and ultimately it would get across the line with a scramble too. That was the Vicenza team that handed Friends 11 that loss. So they're 2-2 and have a battle on their hands to qualify. Punjab, though, they're actually 5-0, and this is their last game in the qualifying stage, so they could go a perfect 6-0 here. And a win would essentially lock up top spot, you'd imagine, although Janjua Brescia, interestingly enough, Janjua Brescia guaranteed 4 points in the fixture, which was meant to be played later in the day. So I suppose I wouldn't say it assures them of top spot a win, but it certainly puts him in the best possible position. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, back with you for day 10 and take you through the run home into quarterfinals tomorrow and then finals on Friday. Then also running into the ECIs on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, Janjua kind of guaranteed to win match 48. So then Janjua could actually take 4 points out of their Milan United game, which is the last game of the day as well. So it's a bit of a battle for top spot as well, kind of playing out, as well as a battle to qualify. Welcoming all of our viewers back on FanCode and our YouTube channel as we get ready for the start of the game. And as Kumar is just going to wrist this one over the leg side. Maximo says Carreras and we're away. Subject opening the bowling for Friends. There's more frenemies than friends there as Kumar starts us off with the Maximo. Hardeep Singh out there to open as well for Punjab. A little bit short, but he's so strong getting those hands through the ball, and that has gone for another 6. Maximo back to back. So yeah, you got to get it a bit fuller. You got to get it further to the left as well. Get it outside the off stump. He's getting some movement there, but it's kind of right in the wheelhouse of Kumar. Now it does go offside, but that's protected out there. Just a single. I suppose it's a good chance for Friends to kind of get back on the horse, so to speak. Obviously, Azam Khalil, the Swedish international, is a big pickup for them. That's a nice little drop kick shot as well, and Hardeep is going to get going with 6 as well. Maximo just not quite getting it right so far. I mean, it's not the worst ball. No, it's probably going to hit the stumps, but these guys are so good at flicking it away. So a very powerful start. Remember Punjab, we saw them batting first in the last game and didn't really set the world on fire, 118 for 6. Hardeep came out only briefly at number 8, giving a few more opportunities. And now another one is going to disappear. Well, it's like it's on loop at the moment. That's Maximo. A 4th one in the over. Well, it's 2 apiece to each of the openers. As this first over goes magical, 25 have come off it. Tough place to be. Again, we haven't quite seen him land a Yorker outside the off stump yet. One ball that wasn't so straight. Got knocked out to the sweeper for one. But this is another one that's going to angle in. That's probably going to run away as well. So it'll be 29 off the first over. And Friends 11, well, they're playing catch up from the get-go. I don't want to be that guy, but they've now conceded 61 off their last 2 overs in the tournament. With that over going for 32 last night. And that one going for 29. Of course, that over last night led to a golden ball. Hey, what about the squads for Italy versus Spain this weekend? This is the men's squads. A couple of names for Spain there. Omar Ali was the best young player in the ECS last year, being given a cap. Murad Ali of Royal Barcelona. Interested to see him as well in there. And Wasim Abbas, the old stager. He's 43 years of age, I'm pretty sure, making his first ever appearance for Spain. So what a chance for him to press his case. It just shows you age. It's only a number. I always think you pick your best team available. That's what they've tried to do. Obviously juggling a few commitments. Just coming off the back of a 2-0 T20 International Series win against Jersey. They've seen Spain got in the top 30 in world cricket. Anyway, it's another ball in the pads. Noman Ali's come on. He's going to go to the boundary. Punjab up and away. The thing is, Trentino Aquilla, okay, they did get their point in the last game. So they're currently 2 points behind Friends. So Friends would love to at least get a point out of this so that Trentino Aquilla, when they play them in the next game, would have to beat them with a bonus point to knock them out of the finals, essentially. So, okay, if they can't win this game, you need to be taking a point out of it. They haven't made a great start at all. Now he's going to go offside. That's the danger with these guys. They are actually two-way players. You see it right there. Maximo. Really good shot option. Arvind, it's been a revelation at the top of the order for Punjab in this series. Yeah, so Trentino Aquilla 6 points. Friends 11, 8 points. I'll explain that again in case you missed it the first time. Just a single down to long on. So with Friends 11 having a 2-point lead, if it's only a 2-point lead heading into when Friends 11 play Trentino Aquilla, well then Trentino Aquilla could beat Friends 11 and essentially catch him 3-1. Oh, gets a finger to that. No, man. Not really a genuine chance. He was falling away in his follow through. But if Friends 11 were to not get at least get their point out of this, let's say the 3 points, well, the only way then that Trentino Aquilla could get through is to pull a 4-pointer on them. In the air. Well, this should be out. Time to stop the bleeding, and it will be caught. Nicely done. Harmanjeet Singh takes the catch in the circle, and Kumar is going to have to go. Again, he tries that favourite little pickup shot, but this time doesn't quite get the contact point right. So credit to Noman Ali. Fights back well. And Punjab lose their first wicket. Is 41 for 1. Nice little start though for Arvind. I feel like at some point he's just going to click and keep clicking through the 10 overs. He's certainly a really good option up there. High score of 43 in the series. There's a guy we hadn't seen too much on the network before. Did play for Alberto last year. And look who's back. It's Rajamani Sandhu back in the lineup. Back three, and it's also a very clever bowler. Digs the first one out for a single. So that'll be the end of the over. It's 42 for 1 after 2. .90-10 at the moment probably sounds fair. Would have thought maybe it's a chance to bowl Azam Khalil just to try and change things up. Looking at the table, you see Friends 11 and Trentino Aquilla. For me, they're the two teams that will be able to, well, one of them is going to sneak into the 4, I'm pretty sure. And they'll play each other in the next game, 5 versus 6. As Vikas Kumar is going to bowl the next over. 508 behind the stumps for Friends. That's well bowled though. Again, full. Rajmani gives himself a bit of room. Probably wasn't the ideal footwork. He has to kind of hold his. I know he's so good over the offside, but he doesn't need to create it. He'll probably get a few balls out there anyway. Yeah, you see, that's a really good slow ball. Vikas can't believe it. Just tearing his eyebrows out. But Rajmani, it's not a habit he wants to get into, to be falling away all the time. Such a good player. Yeah, slightly better though. It's at the end of the bat and it's hanging a long time. Oh, he almost creates that catch. That's a very good effort. I think it's Hamajit as well. Gets a hand to it, I think, in the end. But I've got to say, 10 points for effort here. At the end of the bat, again, we're in the power play, so it's not a busy outfield, is it? Great effort. Rajmani, wow, he's hurt himself here. It's gone onto his leg. Geez, he's gone down quickly. That's just hit. Well, it's missed the pad. And it's hit right next to his knee. And he's basically collapsed. Let's have a look. See, that pad's bent. So, bang. It's a sensitive area. So obviously we'll take a moment for him to compose himself. Should just be like a bruise, you'd imagine. It hurts. No doubt about it. So that's not ideal. And you might have noticed that yesterday we played the first ever Golden Ball compilation. I think we got about 4 in before we were able to get that last match of the day underway. Rajmani probably just kind of done by the dull pain, but he'll be okay to continue, you'd imagine. But yeah, just a little kind of technical thing. I know it's early in the season for him, but yeah, I just like to see him kind of holding his weight and not losing it outside the leg stump. One thing about Rajmani, he's one guy that he can hit sixes over the offside. He can drive pretty well up and over the rope, but it's not something he needs to go looking for. Problem is that if you're backing away, you're kind of limiting your ability to get wides that are probably wide down the leg side. And also, you know, he is also a player that needs to be comfortable whipping away to the leg side when required. Okay, good news. He's fine. Vikas Kumar probably feels like a proper fast bowler now. Gets this down the ground, but gets cut off. You can see here, look, this is outside off, but see the little skip away and then further skip. So this is a ball, if he can just keep his weight there, he can drill it over the offside. This time he does get one that's in his body and he will get away for 4. So yeah, these are things that, you know, I start grading players that are the higher level players at a higher scale. And I do put Rajmani in that echelon. But it will take us to the end of the third over here. End of the power play. It scores 48 for 1. Started with a big 29, so Friends 11 have actually done pretty well to work their way into it. And I think we're going to see Azam Khalil coming on now in the fourth over. And I've got a few questions. Is there any relation between me and Rajmani? I wish, because he's a talented individual. No. I suppose everyone's related if you go back far enough, but not to my knowledge. Rajmani player first enjoyed watching in the Bologna tournament in 2021. I've been really impressed with his bowling and how he's developed that slower ball into such a weapon. But here's another player that I've got a lot of time for, Azam Khalil, on loan from Albi Zalmi to play for Friends 11 here. And first ball is up and it's out of here. Well, watch out. The chair was occupied, but then the chair was under attack. Maximo. And Azam's it's kind of a bit of a mystery spinner. Bowls a lot of balls that come out the front of his hand. Glad no one was hurt in that exchange. Right, now this one is holding up in the air. Should be caught. And it will be caught. So Jaipal takes the catch. It's a good comeback from Azam Khalil. It was a fraction shorter. It got a bit big on Hardeep, didn't it? But one captain catches the other. 6 and out to start the fourth over. And the score now is 40. And pardon me, it's 54 for 1. That previous 6 brought up the 50 for Punjab. Hardeep will go for 23 off 6 balls. So again, not wasting any time. Khalil, think about his club in Sweden, and it's certainly a growing enterprise, and there's a lot of women involved now, a lot of youngsters involved. He's stumped. He's run down the wicket and he's gone here, Rajmani. He's thrown it away. Got uber aggressive. Again, wasn't behind the line of that. And it's a regulation stumping from Farhan Javed. So Rajmani will be disappointed with his output in that innings. He looks a bit dejected as he walks off. And so Khalil, double strike here. Great comeback from the Swedish international. The score here is 55 for 3. So nice bit of glove work as well from Farhan Javed. But yeah, Rajmani, it's a bit of an off innings from him. Remember, he just came into the side this game. Now, it's the Enigma Monulal coming out at 5. Hello to Chiranjeevi, who's saying, how am I? Wondering if any players are missing for Team Punjab. Oh, no, look, that's pretty much the team we've seen so far from them. Obviously, Rajmani was missing this morning, but he's back in the lineup now. That's not really where Azam Khalil wanted it, though. And I think they're checking this one. Just got a little bit short and in towards the pad. And I think that's 4. What does it hit the rope? I think it hits the rope. I think it will be 6. Maximo. Good pick up by the umpires. Creating a bit of an explosion. So, well, we had 2 6s and 2 wickets in that over and a couple of singles as well. That's ECN cricket for you. But Khalil does get a couple of important strikes. 2 for 14 off that over. And the score is 62 for 3 after 4. So, I mean, if I look at their squad, I could probably pick out one or two that aren't able to play today. It's kind of normal to have to deal with logistical issues. One player that we haven't seen for Punjab so far, I haven't seen on the park at least, is Dipendra Shekhawat, former cricket star. Much money previously of cricket stars as well. But there, they've got a pretty good side on the park here. Jaipal, so going spin and spin. Now, a bit of hesitation. Oh, I think he's still gone. I thought it was the wrong end, but I'm sure that Manu's gone here. But yeah, just proper hesitation. Let's see, just very slow to get going. In it came, and it's good night, Charlene. So yeah, even though it might have been his arm that breaks the stumps, but he's got the ball in his hand. See here. So it's not an issue at all. So yeah, that's going to be a shame, but it will be gone. Manu tells his story walking, run out for two. And Punjab now, that's 63 for 4. This will bring Gurdeep Singh to the crease. Yeah, so let's see where did it all go wrong here. So he kind of calls, says yes. To be honest, Manu, he's not running, he's ball watching. That's Simran's call every day of the week. So he was too worried about where it went. Now, if you're non-striker, if the guy hits in front of the wicket and calls, you just got to put your head down and run. Don't overrule him. If you get run out after sprinting, then you can have words with him later. But that's what cost him those valuable meters. Running between the wickets so important. That was a bit of a fundamental error there from the Enigma. But hey, that's why it's called the Enigma. Jaipal creates a bit of chaos. Gurdeep comes in and will just work a single. Yeah, so I think running between the wickets is obviously something played indoor cricket at a high level. It's a crucial element of the game. You have to make your mind up in split second and have an understanding with your partner and have trust in your partner. That was an example that Manu didn't really trust Simran's call, and he was the one that ultimately paid the price. Now, this is the battle I've been waiting for. It's Jaipal versus Simranjit, former Kings 11 teammates. First time I've seen them pitted against each other in a European cricket series. Obviously a lot of love between these two. Right now, they're adversaries. And Simran, he doesn't want to get out to Jaipal. He's a guy he's played a lot of cricket with. I don't think we'll see Simran doing anything crazy here. Well, keeps it out. Good over from Jaipal. He only concedes 2, and after 5 overs, it's 64 for 4. So time for some in-game analysis. I've just been really impressed with the teams that have been able to hold their catches. This is something we've talked about earlier. Punjab are one team that seem to be creating and taking a lot of opportunities. And for me, the increased focus on fielding has been crucial in the last few years in European cricket. And okay, you're still going to get a variable standard, but I think teams are recognising how important it is, and they're working a lot harder on it. So, especially when teams are pretty even, fielding can make the difference. Azam gets thick edge just outside the grasp of Vikas Kumar. That'll run away for 4. That was the one that he tosses up a little bit more. See there, it kind of just floats out the front of the hand, and Vikas, almost looked like he needed a walking frame there, Vikas. Kind of launched one-handed it and missed it. 4 runs. Now this is Punch. Long chase for the fielder. We'll get there with the foot. Shafiq Mohammed. Good throw back as well, but they will get 2. Khalil. He's going to get cut away here. With his outfield, it's pretty quick. Even with that overnight rain, it's going to be 4 more. So I think the line's right here from Azam, but probably just giving the batter a little bit of length to work with and free his hands. Push and they'll get a single. Khalil 2 for 25. Just feel they're kind of 1 or 2 wickets away from perhaps breaking this wide open. Friends 11. Remember they had that awful start, went for 29 the first over. Gets a bit aggressive here, pushes it towards the stumps, but it goes down the leg side. Simran. Oh, we have seen playing cricket for Italy, and Khalil we've seen playing for Sweden before. Khalil, he's an unusual kind of spinner. I kind of call him an off spinner. I call him that because he's not really a leg spinner, but he's a spinner. Most of these balls kind of come out of the front of the hand. He's an off spinner that doesn't really bowl a lot of off spinners. This one, he trays onto the pads and he's going to disappear. So, Maximo. Nice shot there from Gurudip to finish the over. So, Khalil does get a couple of breakthroughs, although it was a bit expensive as well. It's 83 for 4 after 6. Hello to Julian Dawson. And also, I want to say a quick hello to Dave. Once again, happy birthday. I promise I'll wish you at least once a game. He turns 40 today. So now I think we're going to get the Jaipal versus Simranjit battle again in over number 7. Simran was dotted up 3 times by Jaipal. He's probably going to have to take a few more risks here, even though he probably doesn't want to. Oh, this goes through. I think this could be it could be buys or leg buys. Well, that was a strange signal. He kind of tapped his. Is it runs? Yeah. Well, it was either the laziest leg buy signal I've ever seen. But I'll wait and see. But I didn't see any batting it. Now, this is pitched up, and that's going to be 4. This one's definitely off the bat. Yeah, first one was given off the bat. And then next one is smacked just straight to the fielder there. Azam Khalil, we know he's a very good fielder. Now, this is a bit of width from Jaipal, and Simran is able to get going here in the 7th over. It's not a bad line he's bowling there, but maybe needs a bit more protection, or maybe throw another fielder over deep backward point, try and force Simran to do something different, maybe try and make him hit to square leg or to mid wicket. Still, I've done reasonably well to peg it back to a degree, friends 11. Well bowled. That's a good Yorker. Going back to Azam Khalil, I'll never forget the Albies Army run through ECL 22. They came from 4th in their group to win Group D, one of the most dramatic games we've ever seen. I remember all the kids in Sweden, part of the club, dancing on tables, watching it live, going absolutely crazy. They finished in the top 5 in Europe that year. Anyway, full toss, and it's adios pelota, Maximo. Well, had him kind of pegged back for a while, but that one wasn't where Jaipal wanted it, and it disappears. He knows it as well. It's a slight error. But being cashed in, as this over's gone for 18 now, off the back of a 19 run over last over as well. So Punjab CC back out of the box. get down the ground. Actually hit pretty well. Azam does well to keep it to 1, and that'll take us to the end of the 7th over. Interesting little battle within a battle there. That's 102 for 4 after 7. Right now we're in Brescia, but before long we'll be in Estonia. Rico was popping into the chat, wasn't he, earlier on? And he was saying, yeah, of course, looking forward to seeing everyone again soon. And that will be in Estonia on Monday morning. Our first trip there since 2020, when we only had a 2-day series then. England's on the cards as well. We're playing at Rains Park, the Wimbledon ground there. And I know that a lot of our super fans would love to get down and watch a little bit of that. I'm very, very keen to get over there. Cyprus will start June off and we'll finish it in Prague. And then Romania and Bulgaria through July. Plenty more locations coming. Of course, we'll be back in August in Italy when we have our Rome European Cricket Series. Right now, it's 8th overtime, and Noman Ali is going to bowl it. Tempted Yorker first up, turns out to a low full toss, and just a single. There's Harmanjeet, who I think has been pretty courageous in the field so far. Bit of sunshine and blue skies, which is what we want here. That's what we got told would happen. Currently up to 18 degrees, heading for 22 maximum. Wild swing this time from Gurdeep. You know, he's a good hitter. Gets a bit of a chat. Gets a bit of a lecture from Simran saying, hey, hold your shape. That's probably what I'd be saying there. And actually watch the ball that's bowled to you. Hello to Mr. J. Grant. Good to have you back with us as well, watching from Scotland, I imagine. This time it goes slightly inside out, but he'll find the fielder. Balwinder Singh out there. So they've got Fahad Javed in. We saw Balwinder doing a little bit of keeping for friends on the weekend, but Javed available. Already has a stumping in this innings. Yeah, it's a pretty good Yorker. Can't do much more than knock that down the ground. Azam Khalil cleans up. It'll be a bit of a key with the bat. Punjab certainly bolstered with their bowling with the return of Rajmani, who's batting 3 and bowling 2 overs for them. Again, he's just trying to nail Yorkers here. No Manali. He hasn't quite got one perfect, but he's been close to the mark. Last ball, the 8th over. This has been a good over. No boundaries. As this is in the air and just over Khalil. So chinks them right at the right moment. Only 4 singles in 5 balls. That last one, it was low on the bat. A lot of bottom hand coming in. Khalil, to be honest, he did everything right. He had no more room to move. You see it here. Maybe you'll see it. But just crept over the top. It wasn't to be, but still a good over from Noman, who'll concede 10. But I wished that had been in the wingspan of Azam Khalil. Right now, 112 for 4 after 8. And you can see after a very, very strong start, things being brought back down to normality a little bit. Still on 140 pace. Vikas Kumar is going to come back to bowl over number 9. He bowled pretty good over earlier. Only went for 6. Had 4 dot balls in there. So yeah, you just feel kind of, it gets kind of 130s or bigger, suddenly getting, yeah, a little bit tough for Friends 11. Got some good players in there, no doubt. Now this is up in the air. Fielder comes around, but he has to watch it. Maximo! That's just giving some sort of length to the batter. You don't have to give him much in ECN cricket. Gives him something that he can swing at and get under. Gurudeep takes it deep for 6. This is a tight call. He says, no, it's fine. This is the thing. Does this ball get any of the line? That's the question you're asking. Is it completely outside or is it getting some of the line? And I think it's probably a wide. But look, umpire's got a slightly different angle that we do. Anyway, this is short and knocked away just for one. But, I mean, that's the whole idea of this, this updated condition, to give the bowls a bit more leeway. Probably got a bit too much then, but hey, bowlers need some love too sometimes. Now, straight up in the air. Hanging. Can anyone reach it? Azam, he's taken off like the clappers, but he's not going to be able to make the ground. Really didn't go too far at all. Maybe even Kumar, if he'd spotted it quicker, he might have been able to make the play. Doubt it, though. Just a single, though. Now, big swing and a miss. So, Vikas Kumar's been really good here. Bright sunshine now, bathing this ground. Really good spell from Vikas. He'll finish none for 14. Deserved a wicket really, but he'll be happy with that performance. 120 for 4 after 9, as we'll head into the final over. Now, Sabjit went the journey early on, and he might be coming back for over 10, but remember, he went for 29. I suppose Arvind Kumar and Hardeep, they're long gone, so he's got different batters to bowl at, but they're still genuine batters. We've got Simran there, who's 36 off 17. He'll be facing up. You've got Gurudip, 27 off 14 at the other end. Tenth overtime. Let's roll. It starts with a blast into the air. That's going to be right back and out of here. Maximo. Again, Simran just getting that length to play with. And if you remember back to the first over, this is where a lot of balls disappeared. And a Roxon has that little bit of in shape. And if you give them that length to be able to whip to the leg side with these boundaries, you don't need to get too much of it to get it over for 6. Now we're going to get another one. This is right back to the line, and that's going to be 6 as well. It will be caught, but Jaipal, that's well over the boundary. Maximo, 6 carreras. Now he gets some length to work with again. He's going to make it 3 on the spin, and that's going to be 50 for Simranjit Singh. Maximo. So a good half century from Simran, 54 off 20, and he comes good at the right time as well. And suddenly that kind of keeping it to 130 is just a pipe dream. And that's disappeared because they're 138. There's still 3 to go. At the moment, he's on the perfect over. And make that 4 out of 4. Steps across and tattoos that one. Maximo. And it brings up the bowler's 50 now. So change of batters against Sabjit, but no change in result, unfortunately. He's going the journey here. 6, 6, 6, 6. And yeah, as mentioned by John Gray, they'll be hoping they don't have the 10th over blues. Well, guess what? They are. They conceded 32 to go to a golden ball last night. Right now they've gone 24 off 4. Change of angle, I like that. At least he's trying something. But Simran, he's in the zone right now. He's going to get this one down the ground. Doesn't really want to run. Runs with a heavy heart. But I suppose he had a change of angle, just doing the trick. So Gurudip will get one more. Simran's still annoyed. He didn't nail that one out of the ground as well. So last ball time, 145. Maximo would bring up the 150. That's full toss and going, and caught. Nice work by Jaipal. That's, yeah, I think this is going to be gone. Now, how's the height? No problem. So nice bit of fielding from Jaipal. Caught one off the field and caught one on. And you see a lot of mutual respect between these two teams as well. And Simran would have been very keen to make some runs in that game. And he was kind of quietened for a little bit, but in the end he breaks out of the box and he's going to finish with 61 off 22 rocks. And Punjab in a healthy position in match 46. They'll finish 145 for 5. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights from the first 10 overs. And it started with a few big bangs, didn't it? With Arvind Kumar and Hardeep each taking Subjit out of the ground twice in the first over. So that was a large one. It was 29 off the first, and from there, kind of always playing catch up though. I did like the double strike from Azam Khalil. Then Jaipal with his spin was able to keep things reasonably quiet. There was a bit of hesitation. Monu had trust issues and then he had issues. He had to go after being run out and mix up with Simranjit Singh. But there was a lot of good hitting, wasn't there? And even though they had lost some wickets, this Simranjit Singh partnership along with Gurdeep Singh, they were able to move the score along. In the end, they put on 82 in their partnership. That's the way it ended off the very last ball, but Simran, he brought up his 50, and Gurdeep, he went off the very last ball of the innings for 27, but he was also a good ally for Simranjit Singh, the Punjab number 4. So looking at the scorecard, you can see there Simran 61 off 22 balls with 7 sixes and 3 fours, including 4 on the spin in the last over. 24 for Kumar and 23 for Hardeep opening up, and then that 27 from Gurdeep Singh. Just no love for Rajmani. Didn't quite look himself in his 7th before he got stumped, and Monu Lal, the Enigma, run out for 2. Just the one extra, so we'll say that. They didn't give really anything away for Free Friends 11. We'll get their bowling. Azam Khalil with 2 wickets for 33. Wickets also for Sabjit and Noman Ali, but you can see there something was very expensive. Vikas Kumar, I think for me, probably is the best of the bowlers despite not taking a wicket. He took none for 14. And Jaipal also kept things reasonably quiet, especially this first over, taking none for 21. We had some interesting kind of battles between former teammates, didn't we, in that innings. So we'll take a break and back in just a few minutes, and we'll see if Friends 11 can chase down this 146. The minimum, they'd be wanting to take a point out of this as well. So plenty to play for as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the group matches here in Group B. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back shortly in Brescia with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the second half of this game. Pretty interesting one as well between Friends 11 and Punjab. Now, Friends 11 are coming out to chase, and they're chasing a fair few. 146 is to win the game. I suppose the way things are, they're pretty precariously placed as far as qualification goes. And if Friends 11 can at least pass that 101, so they need 102, then they get to hold on to their point. Not so sure about the 7 overs chase, which would be a dream. But you never know, you're luck in the big city. I just think Friends 11, they'd love to be able to pull off a big chase here. Really would kickstart things, especially after the disappointment of what happened last night. So, interesting to see how Punjab kind of manage their bowlers here. Got a few options. Obviously, Rajmani's back in the lineup as well. Here we go then. And it's going to start with 6 of the best. And Kumar, he is a guy that we have seen do some pretty sensational things with the bat. And they're no strangers to a big chase, some of these guys. I remember Vikas Kumar, probably the first ever big chase that I saw live was when they were able to chase down a score. It was only the 130s against Prato, but I think they scored something like 68 off the last 3 overs in that when he was playing for Kings 11. At the Pianoro ground. And Ninda goes the journey first up. Next one is hit, and it's going to beat the fielder. It's going to go all the way. Maximo. It's probably catchable height. You know, they had the long on back, but it was just straight enough to avoid him. See, there he is, coming around to his left. They do not count Friends 11 out of this, especially if they're top order clicks. And I like the fact they've gone for Azam Khalil at the top as well. He's in there to score runs for them, so they throw him to the top, see how you go. He's a guy we've seen doing some very, very good things. Batting kind of normally in the 3 position, sometimes the 4, but he's very, very capable of opening. And for his club, Albus Army, he will often open. Now, this one will be a wide, so how quickly things can change. I mean, it really was getting the ball to swing under the clouds this morning. This time he's getting a bit of shape. But yeah, top order holds the key for Friends. That's a pretty good strike as well. Out of here, Maximo. It's well held off the field. That's Sanjot, the 12th for Punjab, saying, if you need me, I can catch. But it will be another Maximo. So 19 off the first half of an over. What a great start for Friends. Yeah, you know, just leave this one alone. So the first one goes magical already. Vikas has a high score of 72 not out against Prato. That was a memorable game when they were able to overhaul them in the 2021 series. A bit surprising maybe. He has just 3 50s in 44 matches since he does bat at the top. He averages over 20 on the network with a decent strike rate. But he just can hit it so hard when he puts his mind to it. And sometimes guys like Vikas, the challenge brings out the best in them. And this is kind of a nice, good length, good line ball. He doesn't care, and he puts it over square leg for 6. And his hand-eye coordination is very, very good, Vikas Kumar. 26 in his first over. And they're going more than 6 a ball at the moment. We've had 4 sixes and 2 wides. I'm not even going to jinx him by talking about how many sixes we've had off how many balls in the over, like a jinx sim run. But Ninder, how quickly things can change. Can change back though. Punjab are a good fielding side. Don't let too many catches drop. This in the end, just going to get over. That will be cleaned up by Janjua. Interesting field they set there with the mid-off up and then kind of lurking deep extra cover. Azam Khalil will get the strike. He's a cool head. And he's a guy that does like to hit through the offside. Occasionally give him room to do that. Make that shot easier. Last ball the over. He gets a bit of an outswing. He'll just push it. He'll get one. So it won't go supersonic. We're not far off. 28 come off the first over. And it is 28 without loss. Well, if you were paying attention, first over of the game went for 29. So I suppose they're losing. But 28 for one is a pretty decent start, especially when you probably leaked a few more than you wished in the first half. Well, we're just the one single match since the Golden Ball, and that the reason for that is the Hat Friends 11 played a Golden Ball against Vicenza last night. It was a very dramatic last over. And, well, I noticed Jasvinder, he's not in the lineup this morning. Probably just needing some personal time to deal with getting hit for 32 off the last over. And then there's no Manali that bowled the Golden Ball. It wasn't a bad one, but it was knocked into a bit of a gap in the outfield. And Mithu Gill was able to come back for two. It equaled the most offer last over to essentially win the game, although technically it was to tie the game. 32 by Charles Packard for Calpe Giants against Oslo CK in the ECL. He hit 32 out of nowhere. So here is over number two. Bit of a loose shot first up from Azam Khalil. Hardeep Singh, the captain, is the bowler for Punjab. Corey in that Calpe Giants game saying he would throw the chairs out of the commentary box if Packard would continue to hit boundaries. There was a kind of little misfield in there that allowed a four, that kept them in it. They needed to hit 666, and they did. That's a cracking shot. And like I said, Azam, if you give him width outside the off stump, he'll snap the wrist through. And he does like to kind of shuffle down the wicket as well. Bit of a habit he's got, and that time it works well for him. Maximal. Says Mas. Mithu Gill was a bit different in that he needed, in the end, it was 22 off the last four to tie. So he went 6-6-6-4. Was able to hit the two to win the 5-over match last night. But yeah, little things making a big difference. So Friends got to try and get in the hard way. It'll work for one this time from Azam Khalil. And that put actually Vicenza in a really good position to push for at least a top three finish. And you might say, what's the difference between third and fourth? Well, if you finish third, you've got to take the second team on from the other group. But if you finish fourth, you have to take on the top team. Proper shot, this one from Kumar. He just puts that front foot down the pitch and slams it. Textbook straight drive, really. Slightly to off. All the way along the carpet. And Kumar, 29 off 6. He's come out of the blocks hot. Hello to Jeffrey Mops. Good to have you with us. And hello to John Gray. Anyone I've missed? Hopefully you're enjoying your day so far. Hello to Paul as well. This one just kind of floats a little bit outside the tram line. And suddenly they've got that rate down to somewhere in the 12s. I still think there's the ability for Punjab to come back, take a few wickets, get into that middle order. Dominic side, has he been strangled here, or is it off the leg, or is it off nothing? It's not being called a wide, but it tells me the umpire thinks it hits something, but let's have a look. Yeah. just flicking the thigh pad or the thigh on the way through. Keeper, well, he went the sprint appeal, Arvind Kumar, hoping the extra speed would confuse the umpire, but I think he gets that spot on. Top ball is handy. Now he's going to glance. He's going to pick this one up and send it over the ropes. Maximo will swing down the leg side for a wide. Now Kumar says, well, why take the wide when I can have 6? So he'll move to 35 off just 8 balls. And what an opening for Friends 11. They're 46 without loss after 2. Do not underestimate this team. Now a bit of a conference about who might bowl. Yeah, so having a look at this, I mean, we know Janjua are going to get 4 points automatically out of their match later on today, match number 48. So, you know, Vicenza are going to drop out of that top 2. But can Friends 11 play their way in? Now, here's the thing. If they could get a win here, then they've pretty much sunk Trentino Aquilla, because that's their last game for both those two teams, Friends 11 versus Trentino Aquilla. So Friends 11, if they could win here and get up to 11 points, well then they could beat Trentino Aquilla and potentially get up to as much as something like 15. And they could actually still overtake Vicenza. That would be the ultimate revenge after that golden ball last night. Vicenza beating them in the golden ball number 60. Gurdeep Singh to bowl over number 3. So yeah, this game's changed a lot. Remember 29 off the first over. We were kind of thinking, well, how much are Punjab going to win by? But things can change very quickly now. Nice little late cut intelligent shot from Azam Khalil. Nobody down at deep third. Gurdeep gives him some length to work with. And this is one time that in movement actually kind of suits the batter, because he just wants the ball swinging onto his bat. And that's what he does. He just releases the wrists at the right spot. Hello to Danny. And Danny's in the chat. Thanks again so much for your quiz master work last night, and also obviously for being the comms the last 3 days and carrying the last 2 by yourself. But I've got a question for you. How's your trip back to Prague? Did you survive? On the walk here, punches this through the offside. That's 4 more. So Khalil getting in on the action. 2 balls, 2 boundaries as the 50s come up in this over as well. And the 50 partnership between these two. Friends 11 have got such a good foundation for this chase now. Yeah, so Danny had to leave the hotel. You have to remind me in the chat what time it was. I think it might have been like 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that. I know he's got to get back. He's quizzing tonight in Prague. I know he's keeping an eye on this. So Khalil, 16 to his name. And he's on the walk, and he tries to clip, but he might have found the fielder here. He's gone. That's just one time that he kind of walks himself into trouble. He's got that wry smile. The ball followed him. It wasn't really a comfortable length to pick that shot up. So it is a good start, but it's only a start for Friends 11. Azam Khalil was productive while he was there, but he holds out for 16 off 7. And Friends 11 lose their first wicket. It's 54 for 1. This will bring Sarabjit out to the middle. Again, just kind of hit him high in the bat, I think, in the end. Sukhvinder Singh took a fairly simple catch. So he did play some good shots while he was out there, but time to hand it off. And I suppose there are some questions about the depth as far as the batting goes for Friends 11. I'll be hoping to answer those questions right here. And let's see if that spooks Vikas Kumar, who's still on a heater at the other end. 35 off 8. Now joined by Subject, who's probably got a bit of a point to prove. He was taken down for over 50 off his 2 overs when he bowled. So I'm curious to see if they go to Jorawar and the spin in the next over or not. Maybe someone like Kamaljot. Or they go straight to someone like Rajmani. They've got options. Wild swing first up outside the off stump. Keep an eye on that run rate required. It's been in the 12s for a little bit now. Friends 11 still favoured, only just to get over the line here. But now it's back, what are we, 51-49 after that delivery. Similar kind of ball, similar kind of shot, same result. 2-dot balls to start. Subject off. And Danny said he's almost going to pick up his dogs. He absolutely loves his dogs. Oki, the commentary dog, as she was christened in 2020. And also Talia. I don't know, we're getting sat. How did that go? Julian, sorry to hear. His son's picked up a bit of a back injury. It's going to keep him out of the season opener. The perils of the bowler. They kind of worked him out here, haven't they? Subject doesn't deal with any of those 3 deliveries. And so half an over just melts away as Punjab comes storming back into the contest thanks to the work of Gurdeep Singh. 54 for 1 after 3. I'm sure at the start if you offered Friends 11 54 for 1 off 3, they'd be very happy with that start. Now, I thought we might go to spin. My spider senses have been working, and they do go to Kamaljot here in over number 4. Maybe they're thinking, okay, we like this matchup. Very experienced campaigner, Kamaljot. Came in last year to Kings 11 as a kind of genuine all-rounder. I think in this team, his job is just to bowl 2 overs of left-arm spin. And okay, bat if necessary, but don't worry about that too much. We'll get the runs. You just need to defend them. All right, here we go. Over number 4, change of pace. That first one sinks down the leg side, pretty well blocked. And that's the role of the keeper. Sometimes you've got to put your body on the line. You can't see this at all because it's right behind the batter, so puts himself in harm's way. Good stop there from Arvind Kumar. Fraction short. Vikas will turn on it. Well fielded down there. It can be a tricky field. Just puts his body on the line. The keepers are doing it. Fielders are doing it. Still just waiting to get going now. Subject, remember, he swung and missed at the first 3 balls he faced in the last over. Can he get going? Well, he will. There's more of an edge than anything else, but he'll run away for 4. Just what the doctor ordered. Harder plays for this a bit. He's cramped for room. Don't think he was probably meant to get it that fine, but it works. Run rate required. Had crept into the 13s, but only for a ball. Brings it back with that boundary. Now, that's what he can do. He's able to swing at this. Going, and gone. Maximo. Well, nice catch. Might have been Balwinder that takes it in the cheap seats. Samarjit Singh. That's how you make up for 3-dot balls. To start your innings, he's on 4 and 6. You know he wants more, and he tries to launch this one over the leg side, misses out. Exciting stuff. Friends 11, they lost the lead. Now they got the lead back, 52%. And if this ball's on the stumps, is knocking them out. Now they're going to make a very late decision to take a bite. It's Vikas Kumar back on strike. Hasn't had a lot of the strike of late. But Vikas does get it back, and you hate to get on the keeper's back, but he did allow that bite. It was kind of regulation take. Changes the strike. Vikas pounds him over the leg side. Maximo. Seis carreras. That over had a little bit of everything in the end. 19 in total come off it. And Friends 11 regain the initiative. 73 for 1 off 4. Well, I think Gurdeep was able to bring you back once. I think you'd be going straight back to him here. But I think instead they might be going for Sukhvinder Singh. Interesting. It's always a bit of a juggle with your resources in this format of the game. And is that Rajmani Singh, actually? Pardon me. Rajmani Singh's coming into bowl. Once I looked up at the screen. Yeah, Rajmani, we haven't seen him bowling yet today because he didn't play in the first game. Got a killer slower ball. He's going to go around the wicket. Interesting tactics. And he's bowling the subject. First one is more of a leading edge than anything. He's going to test out the fielder. Now we've got a good battle coming up with Rajmani taking on Vikas, who's on 42 of just 10 balls. There's the grunt, which signals the slower ball. Don't know how far he'd get at the World Series of Poker. Yeah, that's a big tell from Rajmani, but it goes down the leg side, not handled by the keeper, and 2 free runs. Does get Kumar away from the spotlight, brings Sajit back. .70 off 35. They've got it down to exactly 2 a ball. Now he tries to cramp him for room, but he gets his hands through it. But he's going to hit it straight to the fielder, down on the boundary. So Subject's going to have to go. Did kind of free the arms a little bit, but wasn't able to clear the outfielder. And he just had the chance to look over and see the rope. And so, look, I suppose he gets something out of his innings in the end. But it'll be 11 and gone for Subjit. Rajmani picks up his first wicket of the day. And the score is 76 for 2. Jasprit Kumar's been good in the field today, taking some very good catches. He makes no mistake there. See their friends. I don't know, they've still got some work to do if they're going to make their way into the quarterfinals tomorrow. There's a slow ball first up, not afraid to bowl at any time. Doing the keeping for friends in this game. We've seen him play for a number of teams here in Italy. That slow ball again, this time he kind of goes with it, opens the face, runs away, and 4. So Javed, clever batting. I think he picks that, he kind of waits on it. Just basically tries to hold his shape. It works for him. Time rolls another slow ball, so he's just not afraid to go back to it. Rajmani to Javed. Back and very good fielding, very athletic stuff from Sandhu in his follow through. And that'll take us to the end of the 5th over. So they've got 80 in the first. They need 66 in the second half if they're going to pull off an improbable chase here, friends 11, against the unbeaten Punjab. Right now, the score is 80 for 2. And this is the business end. And analysis this time is probably more to do with pressure and the pressure that you feel in close games, especially when you get into the business end of tournaments. We saw that in the ECL time and time again. Being able to execute your skills under pressure, being able to keep a clear mind under pressure. This is where, if you are able to train and think through these scenarios and talk about these things as a team, think yourself about how you might handle certain situations, and that probably comes to the fore at those moments. So Friends 11, they're under pressure here. They're going to have to face some very good bowling. But they do have Kumar still there. 42 off 10. He's only faced 10 balls out of the first 30. And he has been brilliant. And he's going to crack this one over cover for 4. So what I like about this from Vikas, we have seen him go leg side a few times. But he sees this ball. He knows that's not one to hit in the leg side. Has to make a decision really quickly. And he drives that in an orthodox fashion. Elevates it up over cover for 4. Good batting, moves to 46. Vikas answering the call at the moment. Now he gets one that is close to him, and he's going to hit this for 4 as well. That's his 50. 50 off just 12 balls, and what a great time for Vikas Kumar to step up. Hard to believe it's only his 4th 50 on ECN, but he's such a kind of clutch player, isn't he, Vikas Kumar? And he really eats up this situation. He loves it. $50-50 game right now, 50 to Kumar. This is worked away, just a single. Now Javade's got his part to play as well here. Tense contest. That's in the air, but he's going to get a bit lucky. Falls into open space. Simran's a very good fielder and covers the ground quickly, but even he wasn't going to be able to get to that. Now, I'm not saying we're there, but I can't remember a team that have ever played back-to-back golden balls in their fixtures. Friends 11 had one last night. I know it's early to call it, but that win predictor is concerningly around the 50-50 all the time, isn't it? Kumar. So hot right now, taking on Sukhvinder and his left arm pace. He'll take it on pretty well. In fact, gets it past the fielder. Some good cover there from the outfielder, though. Some Ninda that cleans up and rockets the throw back. So it's good defensive pressure from Punjab. Who are you liking in this game? I can't call it at the moment. Last ball of the 6th over. He goes after it in the air, though, holding up. This really should be taken, and it's gone. And once again, we see the high ball go up and get swallowed by the Punjab fielders. This time it's something to sing out there. That takes it. Just loses his left shoulder a little bit in that. So loses his shape, and it kind of skews up. So Sukhvinder has something to show for his over. Javade not able to move the needle too much. He goes for 5. And after 6 overs, Friends 11 are 91 for 3. Jaipal Singh, the captain, comes out. And actually, I remember Jaipal for Kings 11 back in 2021. They had a really tense time. And I mean really tense. But Jaipal came out basically needing a boundary. I remember it really well. And he would only face 1 ball in the game. And it doesn't really get more pressure than that. It was to stay in the tournament. And he absolutely nailed it as he gets Baraka Prato in the semi-final. He needed 4 to win, and he hit it for 6. So again, these two players are pretty experienced in this situation. Vikas Kumar, funnily enough, he scored 54 in that game. And Simran scored a 50 in that game, but playing for Kings 11. Both those two have scored 50s in this game. Rajmani comes back to bowl. This is in the air. It's a huge moment in the game. Can anyone reach it? No. Vikas doesn't get too much of that at all. The covers were all back on the boundary. There was no one in the circle. That's why nobody could reach this. Yeah, it was a cracking game against Baraka Prato. back on the 27th of March, 2021. There's that slower ball. You see, Jaipal doesn't pick it at all. Doesn't really get in line. He's a very, very clever operator. Let's have a look at his hand here. So just have a look how this is his variation. It comes right over the top. So see how you can see the ball all the way up? And once again, so he's actually a back of the hand slower ball, but because he's so whippy with his arm action, they're not that easy to pick. So Jaipal's got to at least just get out of the way here and at least give Vikas Kumar some more balls in the over to attack. Thing is now we've gone 1 dot in the over. In fact, we haven't had a boundary in the last 7 balls. Punjab winning this crucial phase. Now it's going to be a no ball. It might be a no ball actually for the foot because it was called by the bowlers and umpire unless, let's have a look. Yeah, I think it might have been. It's a no ball front foot. And obviously it's going to be a no ball for height as well, which carries a warning. But anyway, what it does do, it does get Vikas Kumar back on strike. Now I think, you know what, if I had to put my house on this one, I think this is a slower ball. And I think you can be brave and you can actually put all your eggs in one basket here on the free hit because you can't get out. No, I'm wrong, but it's a Yorker. Must have heard me. But Vikas can only get it away for 1. Now, if you're Jaipal here, I feel you need to make a decision. Do you think it's a slow ball or not? Because he's seen it a couple of times, hasn't picked it, missed it by a lot. But he's trying to get something out of these 2 balls. There's still no boundaries in this over. That one is the on-pace one. They can only get it for a single. I suppose the other thing is they look assured to at least get their point here, which kind of makes their qualification prospects a little bit healthier. Friends 11. We saw Trentino Aquilla keep their point against Punjab first up this morning. Of course, Friends 11 taking on Trentino Aquilla in a crucial game coming up. There's that slow ball. He's so good at it. And he'll have to hustle here, but he's going to get in. But once again, you can see the skills of Rajmani Sandhu at play. Right off the end of the bat. Jaipal legs it out. And takes us to the end of the 7th over. 97 for 3. Let's see what's coming up. We got teams for that next one. Match number 47. Trentino Aquilla taking on Friends 11. And Trentino Aquilla, to have any chance, they're going to have a big performance in this one. But they do have Ali Saqib Arshad in there. Listed at the top, though. We saw him bat 6 earlier on. Atif, pretty important for them as well. The Friends 11 won the toss. That elected to bat first. And so imagine Vikas Kumar, you can lock him up at the top of the order. I wonder who he'll bat with. I imagine it'll be the same combination that put on 50 plus in this game. So stay tuned. That's coming up in around about 35 minutes. At first, we got to finish here, and this is Gurudip, who bowled a really good first over. I was a bit surprised they didn't bring him back straight away, but they've kept him up their sleeve. So 49 required off the last 3 overs. Vikas trying to turn the clock back, but he's just lost his mojo a little bit with these changes of pace and these variations that he's had to deal with. This is where Jaipal needs to find something. Hello to Beeple. Nice to have you with us in the chat. Helix, give me some good advice. Helix, you're right. Vinny, never try to pick what a bowler's going to do because they don't know either. Thank you, Helix. Finally, some sense. You've got to run. Got to hit and run. Can't afford dot balls here. At least give Vikas a chance. You need that big over now. Watch that rate creep out. Hello to Trip. Probably a bit early for Trip in the chat, actually, but hello to you. Hello to Kitty as well. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Jason, who's saying happy birthday, Dave. Join the queue. Everyone's wishing Dave a happy 70th birthday today. One of our biggest ECN super fans. There we go. Well, that's one that's short. That'll beat the fielder just. Jesus, good effort down there from Sukhvinder to his non-preferred side. This one's a bit more in Vikas's zone, isn't it? Can turn on it, very quick hands. I thought the ball was going to win easily, but Sukhvinder made it a contest. Couldn't quite pull it back in. Good effort. Kumar to 60. Can he pull them across the line? Well, he's going to get lucky here. Goes for the ice hockey split stop the keeper, but he can only get a boot on it. That goes for 4. And Kumar brought more good luck than good management there. Because Kumar is creeping up towards his highest score in ECN. That was 72 not out versus Baraka Prato in a monumental chase for Kings 11. It's actually the first time we ever saw them on the network, I think. Definitely was in 2021 in Bologna, the first match of that series. And he's going to get lucky again here. Fielder knocks it down partially, but that's going to be 4 more. So Friends 11 hanging in there at the moment. What a great game this is. Other thing is, you know, with the clock, they're tight. They should be okay for time. Still kind of 4.5 minutes to bowl, 7 balls. But yeah, that chase, it was only 131 targets, which doesn't look a lot by these days standards. But I just remember after 7 overs, they were nowhere in that chase. Back on the 22nd of March, 2021. Swing and a miss, and Gurudeep gets the right of reply. And a good over there, but I suppose they need more than that at this stage, as Gurudeep will go for 14 in the 8th, and it's 111 for 3 after 8. 35 required off the last 2 overs. So, going back to that game, they were chasing 131 for victory, but Kings 11 in that game, they were 65 after 7, but then overs of 23, 20 and 26 finished things off. 69 in the last 17 balls of that game, and Vikas Kumar was central to that. Just went absolutely off. Rajmani's going off, and yeah, there must be something slightly wrong with him. A substitute is going to go on. Obviously bowled his 2 overs out. It's looked a little bit off with the bat as well in the first half of this game. Sukhvinder, pretty handy guy to bowl. The 9th over. Jaipal needs to find a way. 12 balls left in this contest. And he's going to get lucky first up. That says it could, almost flies all the way. It has. Maximo! Now, pace in, pace out. He reaches. It's almost right off the end of the bat. But, yeah, it comfortably goes for 6. Probably not the worst ball. Maybe he didn't have the field quite right for it. Maybe you can have another fielder down there. Maybe operate with 2 third fielders, considering Jaipal hasn't really fired a shot yet. Now he goes over the leg side, and it's out of here. Maximo! Well, this time the captain takes it on and wins. Back-to-back 6s. Jaipal springs to life at the right moment. It all happens in the 9th, as they say in the classics. Gets it down to 23 off 10. Just like that, Friends are ahead again. No, I think there's still a late twist. Sukhvinder goes full, beats him at quarter wide. 22 off 10 now. Yeah, I think it's a decent call. Sukhvinder What is he going to try here? He could try the short ball, but that's risky. Jaipal, he's experienced. He's experienced the pressure before. It's a wild swing, though. Don't risk a bye, even with the keeper fumble. Sandrop, the 12th fielder, goes onto the field for Rajmani. Now, we already saw him take a catch, but off the field earlier on. 22 off 9. It's out of the ground as well. Oh, well, take cover. Maximo. Oh, 3 out of 4 is not bad. He just pins the ears back, loads up, and sends it. $16 off 8. What a time for Jaipal to get hot. Can he keep it going? $43 of age. 44 actually. Had a birthday since I last saw him. Misses at that. You've got Vikas Kumar at the other end. He's 46 years of age, so you've got two really experienced heads out there. But 16 off 7. Well, clock looks like it's expired here, by the way. Oh, I wonder if we're in. All right, goes for this. High in the air, sailing, and out of here. Maximo. What an over for Friends 11. And now keep your eye on the umpire, because I don't know if they've made the time here or not, because I saw a bunch of zeros before that last ball was bowled. Oh, well, if we do have a golden ball, it'll be back-to-back golden balls for Friends. So obviously the last time we had one was last night. But I'm not sure if there's going to be penalties or not. I mean, there was that substitution which took a bit of time. Not sure if they added time on for that or not. But normally you can trust the clock. So I think they're just deciding where they get away with it or not. But you know how it works on ECN. Normally it's pretty strict. I think in the end they've said it's all right. And to be honest, that's probably fair, because we did see in the first innings a couple of batters slightly sluggish. But anyway, I'm glad it won't come into it. It'll make it 10 off 6. Last overtime. No ball called. And it's gone for 4. And a free hit to come. Well, there's half of them. Well, come on, John, he oversteps. And what a time to do it. Let's have a look at the feet here. Okay, it doesn't matter the sideline, it just matters with the front line. And yeah, he's got nothing behind the line. Oh, wow. What a chase from Friends. It's theirs to lose now. They've got a free shot at winning the game right here. A 4 will tie it. A 5 will win it. Kumar will get something, probably 2, maybe more. It's still rolling. That'll tie the game. Friends 11, what a chase. And Trentino Aquilla, well, they're close by, but they're heartbroken right now because they're seeing their qualification chances disappear. So any score wins it now. You might as well bring the field up, but maybe they've got an air of resignation in the air. Bring up a slip. Kumar now has his highest score on ECN. And that'll do it. It'll be a boundary to finish. Vikas Kumar has won the game for Friends 11, and it's an epic chase that seals their spot, you'd imagine, on quarterfinals day. And there's a bit of feeling in that game as well, no doubt about it. There's some players that know each other very, very well. And for Jaipal, he's ecstatic. Obviously, he set things up with a big 9th. He sent 4 balls out of the ground. And then The 10th over doesn't go the distance. Your final score in match 46 is Friends 11, 149 off 9.2, defeating Punjab 145. A sensational run chase by Friends to get them across the line. Coming up, we'll see them again taking on Trentino Aquilla, who now are just going to be playing for pride in match 47. That's coming up in around about 25 minutes. Join us for that one here on ECN. And Friends 11, I think you're going to lock in Vikas Kumar at the top and Khalil as well. Batting first after winning the toss. Well, shake, rattle and roll. Let's have a look at these highlights. And it started with a bang, didn't it, with 28 off the first over, which really got things moving. It got Vikas into gear. And along with Azam Khalil, he would put on 54 for the first wicket in just 2.5 overs. Punjab just a little bit off in their execution. Okay, they still caught well. Sabjit had 3 dot balls to start. He did come to life momentarily before he had to go, but really Vikas, all plaudits have to go for him in this innings. He was kind of off strike for a fair bit of the first half. He only faced 10 balls in the first 30. But Jaipal came out. He exploded in the ninth with 4 big sixes. And then it was up to Vikas to finish things off and assisted with that no ball from Kamal just overstepped. Then back-to-back boundaries after that sealed the deal. Kumar with 80, his first ever 80 on the network, coming off 25 balls. And Jaipal with 27 was a really good kind of springboard for them in the second last over. Azam Khalil started brightly with 16, 7, and then also 11 for Sabjit in there. Rajmani bowled a good spell, 1 for 13, but left the field due to an injury late in the piece. Sukhvinder 1 for 36, but he was pretty expensive, and Gurdeep 1 for 22. Just didn't have the answers when it came down to the crunch. And Friends 11 pull off the best win of their ECN career so far. So we'll take a break. We'll see the Friends again in around about 25 minutes. They'll be taking on Trentino Aquilla in match 47. Well, we can put the golden ball away for now, but you never know. It might be back before the end of the day. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break. See you shortly for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as day 10's been pretty entertaining so far in this European Cricket Series. We're in Italy. Brescia is the scene, and have a look at that scene. It's a wonderful facility that we're bringing you the action from today. And more matches to come, including the next one, which is match number 47. Trentino Aquilla taking on Friends 11. Let's see what happened at the toss. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters was with the two captains.
Friends 11 to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's a head, big man.
Bet first.
I'm going to bat first.
Jaipal Singh deciding, yep, let's have a hit. And probably works out well. They're actually hitting this game with a bit of momentum as well after a dramatic chase. 146 they chased against the previously undefeated Punjab in the last game. And essentially what's this done, it's made this game a bit more of a training match than anything else, especially for Trentino Aquilla playing for pride. As you can see now that Friends 11 pretty heavily favoured in the percentages, 89 to 11. So, yeah, we'll come to the table in a moment, but it has made it pretty kind of cut and dry that Trentino Aquilla won't be featuring. They're on 6 points, and at the moment, Friends 11, they've moved up into 4th place with 11, still with a game to go. So they have essentially assured themselves of a place in quarterfinals day. So I think now we're pretty much settled knowing what the 4 looks like. So Punjab, they're top of the table right now. And as it is, Vicenza are 14 points, but Janjua Brescia will overtake them next game. So if you would include that result, then kind of Janjua Brescia a second. So Janjua Brescia actually now have an opportunity, if they can get past Milan United in the last game, that they'll actually finish top of the table. So, but they're the 4 teams: Punjab, Vicenza, Janjua Brescia, and Friends 11 that will be playing in the quarterfinals tomorrow against those teams from the Group A, of course, that took place over the first 6 days or so of competition. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you once again for ECN and taking you through today. Of course, quarterfinals tomorrow, finals on Friday, and the internationals on the weekend. Right now, it's time for the start of match 47. Trentino Aquilla through Ali Saqib Ashad. Comes in, and Vikas Kumar. He was the hero in the last game. 80 not out. Essentially gets to keep batting, so I think it kind of does work out. When you're hot, you're hot. Azam Khalil at the other end. He was a good ally in an opening partnership of 54, which set up that successful chase. So another good delivery first up. It's funny how different opposition, different bowler. Suddenly Vikas looks a little bit susceptible, and he started with a bang in that first over of the last game when he scored 28 off it. Had a question about the French team to play tomorrow, so I'll come to that in a second. But remember, you can always go to EuropeanCricket.com and click on the series and squads, check out those squads. A little bit short. Well, third time lucky for Vikas. This is put away. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! There's your first runs of match 47. Trentino Aquilla, okay, we know now they won't be going further in the tournament, but still they'd want to finish with a win. They'd want to finish with a good performance. Yeah, so the French squad, they've got a 16-man squad, and the question was about Hamza Niaz, and yeah, he's been listed in the squad. Hamza Niaz. Off draw, of course. Good to see him in there. I think he should be in there as well. One of the classier players going around in France. Now this is hit top of the bounce, punch through the offside, and Kumar had a bit of a hairy first couple of balls, but he's back. That's 90 runs in the morning. I suppose we're into the afternoon, but you get my drift. Yeah, so just looking at that squad, Gus McKeon is listed to be in there. I believe he might be leading the side as well. I suppose we'll find out. This is 4 down the ground. It's more of an orthodox drive this time. Beautiful off drive from Vikas. He's in some form today, isn't he? Keeps a little bit low, and Vikas will just work away for a single, but he will retain the strike. Probably not a bad thing. He's just controlling things at the moment. In fact, is that the end of the over? Yes, it is. So it'll be 15 without loss after 1. Looking at the details in this tournament, obviously. Great to get up into the north of Italy where there's a lot of good cricket going on. And like I said, it will continue into the weekend with those men's and women's internationals. It's going to be a wonderful exhibition of men's and women's cricket. And I do think that Italy versus Spain in the men's, pretty tough to call that one. The women's, I do think Italy is a little bit ahead of where Spain are at this stage. And it may be to do with it's more to do with the depth in the squads. So I do think Spain have got a definite match winner in Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. But it's going to be a pretty exciting weekend, that's for sure. Up and over the top, and Kumar out of the box. Maximo. Well, that's his 100 for the day. He scored 80 in the last game. He gets 21. Funny how cricket works. He has pretty much scored 100 without leaving the field. As in, not leaving the field by himself. And he's got all 21 runs in the Friends 11 total so far. Now, this is going to test the fielder, and he's not going to get there either. So, after missing the first 2 balls, he hasn't missed a lot since, has he? Effort ball there from Raza, gets through. It's not quite set this time. Welcome back to everyone. And I think I've said it already, but I said I'll say it once per game. To Dave B, happy birthday. Happy 70th birthday. You have to be a pretty big wheel to get an every game happy birthday. Anyway, this is lifted up over the top. Nobody back here. And that's going to fly out of the ground. Maximo. Just gives him a little bit of width to play with. And out of here. 31 out of 31. I like those numbers. Really brightening up now. 20 degrees and plenty of blue sky. Pad. Umpire theatrically illustrates that fact, but it'll be the end of the over. It means Khalil will finally get to face at the end of 2. 31 without loss. What a start this is. Looks like Ali Sakib Arshad will be continuing, searching with his breakthrough. Trentino Aquilla, you can see now they're out of the picture. So friends, the real question is, how high can they climb? Can they pull off a 4-pointer here? If they do that, they go past Vicenza. Probably any win would see them past Vicenza, because they should overtake them on net run rate anyway. But yeah, still a few scenarios that can play out here on day 10. Little dab cut here from Khalil. Khalil's a really smart cricketer. So he knows at the moment, for example, that Kumar, he's on fire. So Khalil probably would like to play all sorts of shots himself, but he thinks, you know what? One over there on the power play. He's hot. He's in. Let me just get out of the way. Let me get one. Let me get Vikas back on strike and see if we can do something with this. And this is something you see in ECN cricket more than other formats of cricket, that you get runs of boundaries. Yeah, and it's going to work. It was a bit of a tough one down there, because it was hit really hard at Adil Ahmed, and he didn't quite know what it was going to do when it bounced. This is going to disappear for 4 as well. So, again, let's think about Azam Khalil kind of setting this up for Kumar. So we're talking about batting in partnerships. It's smart to not waste any balls. Okay, not go for anything too glorious personally, but to kind of have that unselfishness to get the hot guy back on strike. Now he's going to on-drive this down the ground. Geez, this is some good batting at the moment from Kumar. He's just in sparkling form here. One more difficult shots to play. Hit down the ground. That's like a bullet, and that's going to be 4 as well. Geez, he's moving quickly. And the difference is he didn't have a lot of the strike in the first half of the innings last time. He only faced 10 out of the first 30 balls, but different story this time around. Looking very dangerous. I'll remind you, we're not even out of the power play yet, and Kumar's already 47. Hit and run here. Some hesitation. Don't know why. It's always a single there. And also, it gives Kumar the strikes. He's controlling this innings single-handedly at the moment. 49 without loss after 3. Yeah, what a fantastic start. This is... So Kumar is going to face up. He's on 48. He's going to watch a wide pass by. Brings up the 50 partnership as well. This is the captain, Atif Raza, coming on now. Oh, it's pretty close, you know. I reckon that's actually really close. Umpire, to be honest, I don't think he was really convinced by the appeal. It was a cutter, so maybe it was bouncing. Let's have a look at it. I don't think it was a big cutter, maybe slightly. I thought it hit him in line. Maybe it's really close. My only feeling is it hit him high and it kind of bounced up from above the knee. So that normally tells you it might be going over. I think it's a good decision. And anyway, now we'll bring up his 50 and he'll do it with a Maximo. Back-to-back 50s for Vikas Kumar on day 10. And he has been in some kind of form. And you see there appreciation from Khalil as well. I know Khalil's only faced the one ball, but I think he had a crucial role in just getting that single and saying, right, you're on fire, it's all you. Now a little dab and run. So time for Vikas to pay it forward, and we'll get to see Khalil have a hit here. Khalil doesn't have to do too much here. Happy to watch it pass by harmlessly for a wide. Trentino Aquilla, I mean, they'll be wanting to play well. It's going to be the last game in the series, so you always want to finish well. But it is hard to find that dig deep kind of factor when you know that your tournament's going to be done. As Khalil drags this down the ground for a single. Now, it's a really good shot up and over the top. Maximo. Wasn't a mile away from the fielder down there, Hussein Raza. In fact, he might have even got a fingertip on it. But to be honest, I just saw no way he was going to reel it in. He had no real estate to work with. And adios, pelota. Flicked away. So his partnership up and ticking at the moment. Well, Dave getting a bit carried away with the birthday stuff. Said his phone's down to 9%. We'll hope you can find a charger soon, Dave. It's the end of the fourth over here. It's 66 without loss. Now I think they're going to go a bit of a change of pace, and it's going to be Wakasaska coming on to bowl. They're just searching for the answer. I think maybe that spin is it, and Wakas. Well, he might do the trick. This is hang up in the air. He's got to find it first, and he can't. Sun's a bit of a factor there. And Wakas has played 5 games, but he's never bowled before in ECN cricket. I suppose, you know, given the game situation for Trentino Aquilla, it's a good chance for them to try out a couple of other options, see if they can make something happen. Anyway, this is up, and that's out of the ground as well. Khalil will get into the action. Maximo. And I know that all of his club mates down at Albies Almy, they'll be cheering him on, so a special hello from me. Hopefully we see you guys soon. Also to Marshall, who I know scored his first 100 for the club just in the last week or so. Marshall, congratulations. Hope it's the first of many. Drills this one along the ground just for a single. Yes, a lot of great cricket happens up in Sweden. Unfortunately, it's not the calendar this year. I know I've been there many times in the past. It's a very tough calendar because of the demand for ECN cricket and the limit on the amount of places we can kind of get to in a season. This time, Vikas will pick out the fielder for a single. Cut away, but misfielded, and that could be a costly one because that will get to the boundary. Khalil gets a bit of luck. You make your own luck, as they say in the classics. Really, it can be a bit of a tricky field, but that one hurts. Hit hard, fielder. He's going to take it. Oh, that one was nasty, though. He's going to catch it, but it came off the thumb. It's gone up into what looks like kind of the rib cage and up. I thought might have even got a little bit of the face, maybe a bit of the whiskers of Ali Saqib Bashad. But I felt this one. It was right in front of me. This could be the old collarbone job, but he might have several injuries, but he will have a catch. He's gone fingers to, maybe the collarbone, then up, and he's caught it. But you can see that there's some commotion around him. Azam's also checking if he's all right. I mean, it's a tough game with cricket, and Ali's a guy who's just come in today. It's the last thing you want. So Azam's going to go for 9. Maybe a bit unlucky, seeing he did hit it really hard, but the fielder is able to do the job. And it's also the end of the over. So it's 79 for 1 after 5. Yeah, speaking of all the places we'll be this year, obviously, Sweden's a place we like to get to again. Certain places like Sweden, like Germany, we have had a lot of European cricket series in the past, so I suppose it kind of squares it up a little bit. We're getting to the stage now that sometimes we have to work off a 2 or 3 year schedule. Done pretty well. I mean, early word is I think that's a fairly serious finger injury for Ali Saqib Bashad. So, yeah, certainly wishing him all the best. You hate to see it. At least he did take the catch. Cold comfort. Yes. We'll continue with the game. Vikas facing up now. He's got an injury. I wonder if this just kind of bounced off his pad and up into his funny bone here. Let's have a look. What was this do? Yeah, it gets a bit of everything. Now he's going to jump into this, and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximo Kumar is on some kind of heater. He's 70. He scored 150 runs in the day. Called wide this time. And, yeah, sometimes you get reminded how hard this cricket ball is. It's hard. Low full toss down the ground. Kumar's been joined there by Sarabjit Singh, who played a couple of nice shots. Kind of swung and missed in the first 3 that he faced. Ali Saqib Bashad would have been brought in with high hopes to send Trentino Aquilla up into the finals, but now we know that's not going to be possible. Plus, he's got slightly different looking hands. Goes after this thick edge, and Sarabjit will get off the mark immediately this time. 4 runs. This ground can be a bit tricky, especially with the overnight rain, and Well, we're going to keep an eye on this car. Now that's the hill that I conquered the other day. If you were with us last week, when it was the kind of storm of the century, I managed to get up there. I had to kick a few guys out of the car to get the weight down. But at the moment, that's going the wrong way at the moment. Let's keep an eye on that. That's the developing story. I'm glad it's last ball over, so we can really track it. Hit straight. That's absolutely tattooed. Great effort from the fielder, but that's going to be 4. So 95 for 1. Subject goes bang, bang. Now, that's one of the drawbacks of this facility. And now it looks like the car's giving up, and we're going to see it try and get up the other hill. All right, so this is where we're at. Come on, move, because otherwise they're going to interrupt the game. That's kind of deep square leg. Now, there's the scorecard, 71 for Vikas Kumar. His highest score of 80 on the network was in the previous game. Now, look, I think it is a slightly easier run up the other ramp. I have to get... What do you think? I've got Russ near me. What do you think, Russ? Do you think it's an easy ascent? We'll find out this over. Here's Adil Muhammad. Started well last time. Likes to bowl full. Anyway, this is in the air, and I'm glad that car hasn't gone past just yet, because that's going to be 4. So Kumar to 75. And look, here comes the car as well. This is the moment of truth as well, because there's the other ramp out here. Now, this is the one that I chose not to take the other day. Oh, it's in the air. And it should be caught, and it is caught. Well, there you go. Well, it's a good result all around, because Adil will take the catch. The car's made it out of the facility, choosing the number 1 ramp. And unfortunately for Vikas Kumar, it's going to be the off ramp. And there we go. The car's out here. That's great camera work from Spring Media. But what an innings from Kumar. He's backed up his 80 with 75 off 29 balls, and he's put them in such a great position. So, okay, just one miss hit there, but he's put friends essentially in the quarterfinals and potentially hitting the ground running when we get to quarterfinals Thursday tomorrow. But he is gone, and he's the second wicket to 4, 99 for 2. It'll bring Farhan Javed to the crease at number 4. In swinger this time is hit into the gap. That's going to be 4. Great start for Javed. Well, I saw Helix saying sensible batting for a ton, I think. Well, take your sensible batting and put it where the sun don't shine. This is ECN. You don't see guys pushing towards 100 here. You're trying to get there quickly and probably get more. Good start for Javed. Now, muscled off the back foot. Oh, that's an excellent catch. That's Hasnain Raza that takes it going to his left, and so it'll be 4 and out for Javed. And once again, this is Adil Muhammad, who comes up with 2 wickets in his first over. Well, after seeing Ali Saqib Arshad's fingers rearranged, that's got to play on your mind a little bit, but Hasnain did a very good job. It wasn't a bad shot. I think sometimes you hit a good shot and take your chances, and that's kind of what Javed does there. So he'll go at 103 for 3. Jaipal will come to the crease at number 5, the skipper. His 4-6 is really important in that last game, getting friends across the line in the end. Good news is that Ali Saqib Arshad is actually back on the field. So the 12th fielder gets to go back to the bench. Jaipal gets a slow ball first up and misses. But I don't know. If it's just about him batting, then he can still bat. He's bowled his 2 overs because it's an external injury. So I don't know. Seems like a sucker for punishment for me. Jaipal will get off the mark with a little push here. Oh, edge of the pitch, chance of an overthrow. They decide that one is enough as we get to the end of the 7th over, and the score is 104 for 3. Friends 11 heavily favoured. This looked like it could be the game that decides who qualifies, but now essentially that decision has been made. Hey, who's looking forward to these ECIs this weekend? We've got men's and women's, best of 5 in each. They'll alternate. And for the women, obviously, Italy had a really good ECCW campaign, I thought. In fact, we will bring you one of their games as a replacement for the 4th game today that won't take place. So stay tuned. You might be able to get a glimpse at some of the players that you'll see this weekend. Italy versus Spain. 5 matches for men, 5 matches for women. Anyway, this is going to be up, and just a single. I think that Subject is feeling that he's going to be the man to give them their final fling here. That's hit, and it's hit pretty well. Maximo! That's exactly why Subject wanted the strike. He's been particularly good against spin today. And occasionally, he's been out-muscled by the paces, especially outside the off-stump, but he's got a good clean swing of the bat, doesn't he? Nice little adjustment from the bowler, but doesn't matter. That's going to be hit off the back foot, and that's going to be 4. And again, clean fielding by the 12th fielder, Awan, who hasn't been trusted to field. They'd rather field with someone that has his finger hanging off. But he's been pretty clean. But like I said, these European cricketers, they're a tough breed. This guy's been okay here, I think. Not an easy proposition. There's so many runs scored by Vikas as a proportion that they're not really out of the game yet. Trentino Aquilla, if they can find some runs from somewhere. There's that quicker one. That'll just be a single. He's got a little bit of a giveaway with that quicker ball, the way he kind of loads up in his delivery stride. Yeah, well bowled. That was the kind of push through delivery again. So 1 for 28. And Friends 11, 119 for 3 after 8 overs. Yeah, Helix just recognising that he jinxed Vikas Kumar, and it wasn't me. I didn't say anything. He was a lot of runs in the power play by himself. I think we've seen it occasionally. I think the most runs we've seen from individual in the power play might have been Isan. Might have scored 60 odd. Probably was actually. Anyway, here's the pin code. Sadakat Ali. And he's going to get worked for 4 first up. So that's a really nice shot from Jaipal. Kind of throws his hands at that. Yeah, so the most runs in a 3-over power play by an individual is Mohamed Isan. He scored 64 off 13. He was back in match 34, ECS Spain last year. Goes for this, doesn't really get it though. Fielder takes the catch. And Jaipal going for glory. And Sadakat Ali will have his wicket. And Friends 11 lose their skipper. With 10 balls remaining, they're 123 for 4. So you might say, okay, well, if Isan was 64 in the power play, what did he end up on? Well, actually, the power play was all they had because they chased down the target in 3 overs. So who knows where he might have ended up. New batter coming out there is Harmanjit Singh. Sadakat loses his run completely there. Now it delivers it wide, so I have to bowl that one again. So I've got a question for the chat. This is actually for you, Dave. On your 70th birthday, what's your dream gift? You know, it doesn't have to be possible, or it doesn't have to be impossible. It's in the air, but that's going to go in the same direction. This should be caught as well. It is. And well held down there. It wasn't necessarily an easy one at all. May have just gone the distance. Bit of a teaser. But, yeah, nicely taken. And so, Ren's 11 going to lose another one. Harmanjeet only faces one legal delivery, so he'll go for a golden. Adil Ahmed takes the catch down there. A couple of good catches from him in the over. 124 for 5. They're losing a little bit of steam here. But still got some wickets in hand. Balwinder gets a hit, and he hits it reasonably down the ground. Just a single though. Yeah, so in case you missed it, yeah, we won't have the 4th game taking place as we originally planned, obviously. But we will be back with the 5th game. So the 5th game stays at the original start time. That's pretty well placed, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Sabjit continues to do good things when he's on strike. Backs away slightly. Not an easy shot because your weight's kind of going away from the ball. But he still gets enough. Again, Sadakat. That's 2 wickets, but just give Sabjit enough length to work with there. Oh, well. Nicely bowled. Gets that one to jump a bit, and that'll be the end of the 9th over. 131 for 5. Yeah, so instead of that 4th match live, we'll be showing one of the ECCW matches last year featuring the Italian women's team, and that's an absolute cracker of a game. So you can still you watch. I know it's not live. You might not know what happens. That's fine. You can still interact. Probably not with me because my commentary will be in the past, but yeah, you can interact with each other. Or you might want to take a little break before we come back for the last game of the day. Totally up to you. All right, here's Hasnain, over number 10. And first one, 2's the call. I don't think you should really be going for it at this stage when the single will bring Sabjit back on strike. Helix saying there's been some good catching by Trentino Aquilla. Well, my favourite catches have been the ones that haven't broken anyone's fingers, but still, they have held them. Giving themselves a fighting chance. Swing and a miss, maybe steps away slightly there. So it really looks like Trentino Aquilla might need to pull off the same kind of a chase that we just saw Friends 11 pulling off. Yeah, that's a good ball. You can see, look at the feet there. Made that hard to reach. Goes short. This time it will be called a wide. Bowled him. Really good Yorker. And so Sabjit's contribution comes to an end. But yeah, I think some of the bowlers need to look up and take notice. And actually there have been a couple of the Trentino Aquilla bowlers that have done this well. So Adil Muhammad snuck through a couple of Yorkers earlier. This is full. It's Yorker length. It's crashing into the off stump. So Sabjit's going to go for 27. Friends 11. Oh. just like some of the laws in the United States of America, they're stuck in the 30s at the moment. Perfect Yorker, bounces between the feet. Nice innings though. He's able to hit 3 6s and 2 4s. Well, Dave has come up with his dream birthday present, even though it might be impossible. Oh, well, this is a touching response, Dave. I'm trying to get a run here. You know, they might get away with it. Oh, great little back flick there. So it's going to be a productive golden duck for Shafiq Mohammed. But it forces Raza to get a little bit improvisational. But really, what's this about? It's about trying to get Balwinder back on strike, who's a more recognised batter. But yeah, nice little back flick into the middle stump. So it'll be a golden Derek. But I think that's one that he can be proud of, because at least he has changed the strike, means the new batter won't have to face. It'll be Noman Ali coming out to bat. 2 to come. It's 133 for 7. So Dave said his dream birthday present would be transport to and lodgings for all the ECIs, ECLs and ECCs while I am alive. Well, I hope there's certainly many of them, Dave. What do they say? Buy a lottery ticket. No, Dave, great that you have that level of support for ECN. Anyway, 2 to come. Balwinder misses one. He might as well go at this stage. Yeah, we're going to go the long way, and one might create 2 here. Oh, it's funny there, because no one, he ran through and wasn't looking for an overthrow. It's a bit of a sin, to be honest. Okay, look at Noman. He runs through and thinks, okay, my job's done. But if he turned around, there was definitely a second on there. So 134, Noman. He'll get one shot to cover himself in glory. Last ball, misses. And nothing further. So what a great last over from Husnain Raza. There's only 3 runs of it. One's a bye, one's wide. There's only 1 off the stick in the last over. Friends 11 kind of lose their way, but they still got a decent score on the board, mainly thanks to Vikas Kumar. They've got 134 for 7. Vikas kind of got beaten by the first 2 balls in the innings, but then he fought back pretty quickly, and he was back in the kind of form that saw him carry Friends to victory against the previously undefeated Punjab in the last game. He scored 80 then, he scores 75 in this one. Hitting really nice shots either side of the wicket. That was a bit of a finger buster for Ali Saqib Arshad, but we did see him return, which is promising. And I'm sure he'll get a hit in the second half of this innings. There's some good catching as well from Husnain Raza there. I thought that he did what he could do. He'd come back to bowl really good last over as well. Jaipal was swinging for the fences, but Sadakat Ali bowled a pretty good 9th over. 2 wickets, 12 runs conceded. Both caught in similar fashion. And then Husnain came on and he rattled the stumps of Subject, which just kind of quietened everything. So they go from 131 after 9. They only get 134 off the 10, and it just leaves the door ajar a little bit, doesn't it, for Trentino Aquilla to come on through with a good batting performance. 75 at the top for Vikas Kumar, having a fantastic day. 155 runs in the day for him. Khalil, 13 of 6, was a pretty good partner for Kumar today while he was there. Subject with 27, the other player to reach double figures. And I will say the players have been pretty good on the extras today. Just a 6 in that innings. Final score being 134 for 2. They're just kind of losing their way a little bit in the second half. Adil Mohammed with 2 for 9. He was a bit of a star. I was a little bit surprised they didn't bring him back. But Sadakat bowled his over, 2 for 12. I can also understand, see, like the last game, they want to make sure they give guys overs that want overs. Husnain Raza and Marcus Askat with wickets as well. Yes, it was an interesting innings, wasn't it? There was 79 in the first half and just 55 in the second, as the deceleration was on for Friends. But they do have the score on the board, and they'll want to make sure they get this win to push up as high as possible. Of course, the higher they can finish, the easier their draw will be in the quarterfinals tomorrow. For Trentino Aquilla, well, they get the chance to finish their tournament with a win, and every team loves to do that. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back shortly with the conclusion of match 47. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we get ready for the second half of this match, match number 47 between Friends 11 and Trentino Aquilla. Now, in the first half, we saw Friends 11 score 134 for 7 off their 10 overs, makes the target 135 for Trentino Aquilla, hoping to go out with a bang and with a win in their European Cricket Series. We now know they won't quite be able to crack into the top 4 and a place in the quarter-finals, which begin tomorrow. So yeah, 135 is the target for the game. Obviously, Friends 11 would probably think that they're at some kind of chance for a 4-pointer here, with the target for the bowling side is to restrict to 93 or less, and they'll feel they're a fair chance of doing that if they can execute their skills. Trentino Aquilla, though, they'll just be hoping that they can give this a good shake. And this kind of has shoe on the other foot vibes. Friends 11 had to kind of upset in a decent-sized chase against Punjab. That's exactly what they did. That's why they've kind of killed this contest. And so look, it's going to be Lovepreet Singh out there with Atif Raza, the skipper. Let's go. 135 to win. Starts by flicking one away. Goes under the fielder for 4. Well, probably wasn't quite what Kuldeep Marok was expecting in the first ball, as it disappeared away for 4. Noman Ali opening the bowling for Friends 11. Again, a lot of these Friends 11 players, they have a history with Kings 11. Some other clubs previously as well represented in this new club. And he throws the hands at this and he's getting it through the offside. 4 runs. Just a bit of width offered from the bowler. And a welcome boundary for Trentino Aquilla. Lovepreet, 2 balls, 2 boundaries then. Fraction short. And we're going to mix up here. Keeper's ends on any sort of a throw. Oh, he turns around just in time. It wasn't really that quick to get to the ball either. See there, we got the cold shoulder, didn't he? From his captain, Atif Raza. Just down the ground for a single this time. Big swing and a miss this time. So, Noman Ali, pretty consistent performer with the ball in ECS cricket. Big swing and a miss here. So, Raza can't get the result that he was looking for. End of the over. It's 9 without loss after 1. Just 2 matches since the last golden ball. And Friends 11, they know that one pretty well. They were on the wrong side of it. Credit to them, though. They came back and they did something that no one else has been able to do, and that's beat Punjab in their very next performance. It was a gutsy chase, and it's lifted them up into the top 4, which is where they're going to stay. When will the next golden ball be? Time to start another decade of golden balls, hey? That's golden ball 60. So we know we can do up to volume 6 of the golden ball compilations. All right, here we go. New over, new possibilities. And Lovepreet pumps this one out of the ground. Maximo. That's exactly what he did earlier to start his innings. Unfortunately, he couldn't do a whole lot after that. Good shot, though. Short, and he jumps all over it. Straight to the fielder, though. Harmanjeet doing a good job. Raza. Can't hit this one, but doesn't need to. It'll be called a wide. Nah, the swing and a miss. Tail of two power plays really at the moment. We saw Vikas kind of dominating. And dominating the strike as well, facing 17 out of the 18 balls in the first 3 overs last time. But again, what you're seeing here from Sajid being pretty disciplined, keeping that ball outside the off stump. You see that Raza's keen to go leg side. And you saw Sajid run into a few problems earlier on when he was probably hooping the ball more than now. It was just kind of hooping nicely into the hitting zone of the batters. Ended up going for over 50 in that first game. Anyway, had the last laugh as his team won the game. This one surprised him for bounce a little bit. Trentino Aquilla not setting a frightening pace in this power play, that's for sure. And he's bowled him, so Sajid is going to rattle the stumps as Lovepreet backs away and shows the furniture. And good sportsmanship as well. Sajid gets the better of that battle. Made it hard to reach. May have got a little feather edge, underneath edge on it, but ends up crashing into the stumps. And so the second over will finish with a wicket. Trentino Aquilla lose Lovepreet for 16. The score is 18 for 1. Say also that there's a lot to like about this Trentino Aquilla side. I know haven't had things really go their way this time, but I like the way they go about their cricket. We've seen them now a few times in European Cricket Series. Friends 11 with a win here, with a big win here, they could overhaul Vicenza, and then it'll really be up to Brescia and Janjua Brescia, I should say, to have the right of reply there. Because if Friends 11 could get up to, what would it be? It would be 15 points. Then you do really force Janjua Brescia to win. Even if they get up to 14, they force Janjua Brescia to win to lift themselves up into the top position. Anyway, Vikas gets a bowl. He's having a pretty good day. I mentioned earlier it looked like he needed a walking frame. Well, he let his bat do the talking and the walking for him, really. Today, 155 runs in the day for Vikas Kumar. This time it's in the air and it's holding up. Fielder is going to take the catch. And Harmanjeet has been good today, I think. He's shown he's willing to put his body on the line. That time he judges it perfectly. And so Raza is going to have to go. It's not a happy end to his campaign. The skipper out for 1 off 6. And Vikas can do no wrong today. This time he does it with the ball. And Trentino Aquilla, 18 for 2. I don't know. I haven't seen new batter pop out yet. He's going to get off to a run. This is Ali Saki Barshad who's going to come out. You get 60 seconds plus 10 seconds for every finger that you've broken. Maybe. Oh, poor Saki. He's come in today. He's a really good player, honestly. He's one of my favourites to watch in this part of the world. But he took a nasty blow taking a catch, and so he stayed in the lineup. He wants to bat, and he wants to see what he can do, but he's got to be in some sort of pain. All right, well, he's in the air straight away, and this is going to fly. Well, Ali Saki Barshad, he'll want a few highlights here, and maybe he can take his team to an unlikely victory, because it's been a tough old day for him so far. That's a good start. 6 runs, Maximo to Saki. Down the leg side. Umpire call this wide, so it'll be a wide plus the one that they run as well. All right, aways. We'll get a crack at the action. Batting 3. He got tempted into that, kind of beaten by the flight more than anything. Kumar with the change-up. This is a straight pull, won't quite carry down to Noman. This is where we might see kind of double spin attack of Azam Khalil and Jaipal through the middle overs. There's that change up again. This time it won't quite carry. Go the long throw, but always getting through for the single there. That's the end of the power play. Kumar with a pretty decent over, 1 for 10 for him. And it's 28 for 2 after 3. Had a question from Novita. Who do I think is the most likely candidate to win the tournament? Good question. I'd say, oh look, what I think doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, Fresh Tropical, they've won every ECS that they've played in this part of the world. They've won the last 3 in Milan. Last year was kind of combined Milan and Brescia in Milan. It's combined in Brescia. I mean, Punjab have impressed me greatly as well. You got Brescia CC hanging around as well. Don't discount them from Group A. And here also Janjua. I mean, if they can play their best cricket, get someone like a Dulu going, and maybe they're in the mix as well. So time will tell. When we get to tomorrow, it's knockout cricket. So each team from tomorrow has to win 3 games over the next couple of days, and they win the trophy. Here is Azam Khalil in over 4. He's got an interesting delivery. See how it kind of comes out the front of his hand. He's not your traditional spinner, Azam. This one will be cut away. And that's going to be 4. Just a little bit of width and a little bit of length offered from Azam Khalil. Aways, cut it away nicely for 4. Might force a field change. He's a real interesting bowler, Azam. Experienced as well. And that's where he wants to be, and he's going to get the result. As always, gets a little edge, well held behind the stumps as well by Farhan Javed. And Friends 11 get a key wicket. Just kind of lured Aways to play away from his body. Must have been a little tickle. You see it here, kind of front of the hand again. Draws the batter across, and Javed does a really good job of holding on to the opportunity. So Trentino Aquilla have lost a 3rd wicket now, 33 for 3. That'll bring Usman Arshad to the crease. Azam Khalil Very good, kind of one side of the wicket. He's very good at kind of putting the ball around there. You see Javed, it's an instinctive catch. I mean, it's one of those ones I don't think really takes a significant deflection, but it's obviously a big noise there. No doubt from anybody. And it was time to go for Ashika Ways and his tournament. You bet your bottom dollar that this will be on that kind of line as well. That's what the field's set for. It's working to a plan. There it is again. This one does actually spin. This is the one I think more the genuine off spinner. So this is, he uses this more as a change up. But look, he spins this left to right. Look. There. And then when it bounces, it'll bounce left to right. Watch this. See? Donk. So it gives you a bit of an insight into what Azam's doing. That's why I still call him an off spinner, even though he rarely bowls an off spinner. Bowls a lot of these kind of front of the hand balls. Hello to everyone watching from Sweden, by the way. I know we'll have a lot of viewers watching from Stockholm and the Albies Army Club. And Azam bowls a really good over there, 1 for 7. But have a look. So he's compared to the spinner. This one kind of comes out the front of the hand. So it'll go if anything right to left or just straight on. See? So what does it do here? It just kind of goes, yep, see? A little bit of the right to left. So you can see that, okay, on TV it doesn't really show up as much as what would happen when you're facing him. So when you're facing him, that's a lot more pronounced. But you could see some really good slow-mo of what Azam Khalil's doing and the kind of magic that he's able to make happen with his hands. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's a good skill set. Anyway, they do go the spin twins here with Jaipal bowling number 5. Down the leg side, it's been called a wide. Pretty tough ask for the keeper down there. Great chase. Maybe. He does stomp it, but I'm a bit worried that his toe is on the rope. Let's have a look. Great effort from Balwinder here, but this is the one here. Is he on the line? Maybe not. No, you don't see the rope move. Actually, I think that one's going to be okay because you can't see the rope move, and benefit of the doubt goes to the fielders. So I don't know. I know the way they think. That'll just be the 3 wides, I think. But Jaipal, he's going to have to straighten it up. He does to an extent here. In fact, it was only the 2 wides. I only took the single on that. So 2 free runs to 2 free runs, I guess. Hello to Terry and Cheryl, who might be off to bed. I know it's getting a bit late down there. Now hit leg side. Just a single down to Hamajit. Now, full toss, worked away for 1. All right, can Trentino Aquilla rise from the ashes here? That's pretty good strike. Solid strike from Arshad. Just what the doctor ordered for him. Maximo. Kind of in the slot a little bit, I suppose. Jaipal, he's probably at his best when he's trying to bowl a little bit more tram line. He's got that tram line to work with now, I suppose, with a new interpretation as well. Something's gone on the officials' tent. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. All right, in the air. That's going to carry as well. So he gets enough. Back-to-back 6s for Arshad. Maximo. And the information I'm getting is that one of the ECN crew members, who shall remain nameless, has sprayed some sort of anti-insect spray in the officials' tent. That one really shoots through from Jaipal. End of the 5th over, and the score's 51 for 3. Yeah, so maybe it wasn't the fly spray, so it might have been the cold spray, the magic spray. And he's just disappeared out of the tent and left everyone else to deal with it. Anyway, let's have a look at the upcoming events, and we got lots of them. In fact, looking forward to the Nina Cup. Tomorrow it starts, and I know Charlie Hunt's there, take you through all the action. We've got France, Malta and Belgium playing in that series. It should be an absolute corker. 3 really attacking teams. And it's from that marvellous Drua cricket ground where we just had our European Cricket Series in ECIs just about 2 weeks ago. So yeah, tomorrow we'll see France taking on Malta in the morning game, and in fact it's a double header. That one breaks away. Time for some more Khalil magic, and you can see this is it's like a carom ball, really. It's one way you might call it. That one breaks a bit too far. Back to live action here. And now in the air. Now Khalil probably wants this, but he's going to leave it for the keeper. Javane has to find it, and he'll drop it. And they'll probably get 2. Yeah, Javane, you know what? He went to go rip his helmet off and then realised that he couldn't. They'll get 3. That'll drive you crazy. But I don't know if you can see this with Javane. In fact, it's going to be 1 short. So it's going to be 3 minus 1 is 2. All right. But Javade, I mean, that was the ball before, right? But the one that went up, he kind of went to rip his helmet off, then realised it doesn't come off that easily, and then he just kind of, yeah, wasn't in total control. All right, back to live action here again, and that'll really annoy you now, because after conceding a 3 minus 1 is 2, that's a hit versus air equals 6. Maximo. Good strike, though, from Ali Sakib Arshad. Yeah, so double headers. Tomorrow's France-Malta, and then the next day's France-Belgium. And then matches 5 and 6, Belgium-Malta and France-Belgium. So that's actually the first day that has 2 games the same. After that, it's mixed up a bit. But you can always go to our website, check out the fixtures. A little bit of deja vu here. But this time, Balwinder's going to go with the hand. They'll probably want to have a look at that, but I think it's okay. It's been called a bye. I think this is a clean stop. No evidence that that foot's hitting the rope. All right, Khalil. Luckily, he's got a sunny disposition. Now he's going to get hit over the offside for 6. It's a good shot from Arshad. Maximo trying to keep this chase alive. Good shot. I think that's one you just tip your hat and you say, yeah, all right. Nice. For all things, still a very decent spell of bowling from Khalil. Has gone under the required rate. Fraction shorter and quicker this time from Khalil. But Hamajit's got that covered at the end of the 6th over. The score is 69 for 3. Well, it'd be a heroic end to their series if Trentino Aquilla could do this. They need 66 off the last 4 overs. So 16 and a half and over. There's the batting card. Haven't really been able to launch them with the regularity they would have liked. Looks like Vikas is going to come back, and why not? He was in pretty good form earlier. With the ball took 1 for 10. Bowled Khalil out, but everyone else has just bowled the 1 over. Jaipal went for 16 in his last over, decides not to come back straight away. All right, here we go with over 7 and slightly missed hit. Should be caught, and he has caught it. Shafiq, I tell you what, this will be a great freeze frame because when he catches it, there's no way he's looking at it because that's not how your eyes work. You're not like a bird that can see with this kind of peripheral vision. He just puts their hands up and he trusts that he's seen it long enough. Bang. He takes it over his head. That's a really good catch. To go with the two hands there, almost like the old Merv Hughes stretch of the late 80s, if you remember that. Now there's the ceremonial bat swap, traditional to European cricket, as Adil Ahmed will come out. But Vikas is brought back, and immediate effect, as he has his second wicket. And Trentino Aquilla 69 for 4. Pitched up and hit out to the offside. That will just be a single. Again, just a single. Need more than that to stay in the contest. Well bowled by Kumar, gets this through. Everything's just kind of slipping away now. This is hit down the ground and it's just going to pitch inside. That's going to be 4. So Ahmed gets the boundary. So it'd have to be a crazy assault to get them back in it from here. Well, that's asking for trouble, and if you ask for trouble, you're going to find it. It was a bit of a half-tracker from Vikas. And really got what it deserved. It is out of here. Maximo, but still 2 for 22. Very good figures for him. He's had a good game. He's had a good day for Friends 11. He's clicked, they've clicked. 81 for 4, Trentino Aquilla after 7. This tournament in Brescia has involved 15 teams, which is quite a lot for a 2-week series, but there's lots of teams also that missed out. So we're loving bringing you the action from the north of Italy. And the other thing, as you may or may not be aware already, that after this there'll be an extended break, but we will bring you a classic game, and it's a pretty good one as well. I'll tell you what that one is. But the next actual game that is live will be taking place in around about 2.5 hours. And it's kind of what happened yesterday. There was an extended break, but that last game was worth the wait, wasn't it? Golden Ball 60. And certainly this is towards the start of what's a pretty long season here in Italy, to see who will ultimately win the Italian Championship and qualify for ECL 25. Subject comes back, 54 off 18, so they need 3 a ball pace. Starts with a wide. I think with Friends, we saw them concede 32 for the game to go into overtime last night. 32 off the last over. Wow, that was the kind of short ball taking a gamble, but the gamble pays off for the bowler, dot ball. Saqib, I hope he's all right with that finger. I know it looked pretty nasty. Hopefully it's just a superficial injury. Still took the catch. Now, is there a nick on this? There is. Pretty instantaneous appeal from all around. And Subject has his second wicket. Ali Saqib Arshad is going to go for 18. Trentino Aquilla, 82 for 5. I suppose an outside chance. If Friends 11 in the field can restrict, I think it's 93 or less. He's still 11 runs under that. Maybe they could take all the points here. But Friends, yeah, that's what good teams do. Obviously, had a bit of a shock loss last night. I.e. the manner of the loss was pretty shocking. But they come out today, they pull off an upset against the previously undefeated Punjab. And now they're going to get the win here against Trentino Aquilla. The only question is if it's going to be 3 points or 4 points. That's unless we have a stunning turnaround. Adil Muhammad comes out to bat at number 7. Fairly unconvincing pull shot, but that's going to run away. Fielder does pull it back. It's a bit too spicy for his follow-up fielder, but does the job. They're just going to get one there. So basically saying to Adil Ahmed, okay, really, this is on you. Do something special. He has to chop down a Yorker. So actually, this is what I'm looking at. They can concede 10 runs in 14 balls. And that's it. If they concede 11 or more, Friends 11, and they lose a point, they just won't get that extra point. Low full toss and knocked away for 1. Yeah, so Friends 11 as it stands, if they get a 3-point win, they go up to 14, which is equal with Vicenza. I do think that kind of any win would take them above on net run rate, except for like a golden ball win. I don't think we're going to get one of those. I think the margin of this will take them above them on net run rate. Swing and a miss as Subject. Again, he recovers well. Kind of went the distance in the first game, but this time 2 for 12. That's what good players do. 84 for 5 after 8. You can see that the challenge really for Trentino Aquilla is to stay above that blue line so they keep their point. I guess the point's more pride than anything at this stage. All right, 2 overs to go, and they do go back to Jaipal, the skipper. Hit hard and dropped. Well, Ali Saqib Arshad will know exactly how that feels because that was like an instant replay. Sargit does block it. It made a real thwack. I just hope that hits kind of palm of the hand, and that'll hurt, but it won't do too much damage. It'll spread the force. Does save 5 runs. Now hit down the ground. And Noman will do the fielding this time. I often think in ECN cricket, I know people look at that and say, well, that's just a dolly that he's dropped, but I often like to see the best fielders in world cricket have a go in some of these conditions. These kind of distances as an outfielder. So now what's that, 7 off 9. Six off 8. Such an interesting tournament, though. You never know what to expect next. Beautiful day, though. This is the Goldilocks zone for weather. I've talked about it before when we're here end of Italy, or end of April, start of May. As this is hitting, it's hit pretty well, and I think that will get them to that point. So Trentino Aquilla, they can hold their head high there. Jaipal just losing his line slightly. Okay, I know it's probably on the off stump, but still, it's a kind of ball with that angle that it's possible for the batter to get across and stick it up over the leg side. Jay Sin's got a really good question. Just enough time to get to it. Last ball of the 9th. Going nowhere. So Jaipal again does his job. None for 26, his figures. And with 1 over remaining, it's 94 for 5. Jay has said, what's an exciting location you want to see cricket be played on ECN this year or next year? I'm going to throw one at you. That has come up before. My dream would be to do an ECS in Perth in my hometown. I think maybe we've got a window around January where I think it is slightly tough. You don't get the best conditions here in Europe. So my dream, and I'm not the only one with this dream because we have a few connections as a company. We have a few connections with Western Australia. No ball called. So just searching for the Yorker there. Okay, he's out of his crease a bit. Borderline maybe, but we know that the umpires there very harsh on those kind. Well, this is in the air and catchable. Jaipal. Well, it's going to be a no ball free hit. Oh, that's a free hit part. Jaipal knew that. I was semi-excited. That's the 20th over of the match getting to me, but it'll just be a long single. Good catch by Jaipal. Didn't fully get me, though. People have been done worse. Oh, no man. Goes full Andy Roberts this time and puts him, gives him one upstairs. No man, pretty impressed with that bounce. So you can see he's a little bit of a grin on himself. Now goes full. So friends, they've done what they needed to do. Hello to Kiran, who's saying, am I doing the commentary for the Italy versus Spain matches this weekend? I certainly am. I'm really looking forward to it. The only thing with the Italian side, every time they try and get another article of my ECN uniform, well, that's hit pretty well. That's a nice shot. As Ahmed puts one up and over the top. Maximo! Nice shot by Adil. And that one just misses his mark. Yeah, so I've said that no way. Maybe we can win the whole ECCW this year. We can talk again. I can get one of my old jackets out. But I've already lost a pair of shoes. Perfectly good pair of shoes as well. That was when Italy upset the Netherlands in the first ever ECIW. But yeah, really looking forward to this weekend. The men's and the women's, of course. All four of those teams pretty well. Knocked out, and this will just be a single. So last ball of match number 47 coming up. Noman Ali. Can he get a wicket to finish his group series? Well, maybe not. That'll be 4. So Mohammed will get the boundary, but it's all academic really. Final score is 134 to Friends 11, 109 to Trentino Aquilla. Trentino Aquilla going out of the tournament after that result. They go down by 25 runs, but still wishing them all the best for the season ahead. No, it's just the beginning of their 2024 journey. And they're always a pleasure to have on the network. And for Friends 11, they do what's necessary to make it into the top 4. The question now is how high will they finish? Let's have a look at the highlights. Yeah, I mean, they gave it a good old college try, didn't they, in the end? But they were kind of outdone and outspun a little bit. Khalil with that important wicket. Just couldn't find the boundaries with the regularity that they needed to. And yeah, they get 9 sixes, for example. So the average amount of sixes is 11 in this series. So if you're not hitting 11 sixes minimum, it's hard to win cricket matches. Vikas, of course, followed up his 155 runs in the day with a couple of wickets. Also, I think it was good that Subject came back, and he was very tight after going pretty expensive in that previous game. was all really over well before the end, although well done to Trentino Aquilla for at least keeping their point, keeping that point off Friends 11, who haven't crunched the numbers yet, but they'll end up level with they'll end up level with Vicenza, who ironically beat them in that golden ball last night. So I think they'll be pretty satisfied that they end up higher on the ladder than Vicenza. They'll feel that they might have been able to go even more, obviously, if they'd won that golden ball last night, or at least held on that last over. Adil Ahmed, he top scores with 28 there. Some nice shots played all round. Osman Ashad, I thought, hit a couple of nice sixes as well. His 23. 16 to Lovepreet early, but again, couldn't go on with it. Ali Sakib Ashad batted bravely for 18 as well. With the bowling, Subjit was brilliant. Great return to form for him, 2 for 12. Because Kumar with 2 for 22. The other wicket went to Khalil. But a team effort there. You see no one really going for big runs. I think that's the reason they defend that 134 reasonably comfortably. Now, you probably would know now that we don't have a match 4 coming up for you today, and the next match we see will be when Janjua Brescia will take on Milan United in match number 49. But we are going to give you some cricket in the meantime. So great that we're just talking about the women's, Kieran, because we're going to show a match from the ECCW last year. We're going to take you back to the 20th of December 2023. So we're getting right back. It's the third last day of the 2023 season. Of course, live from the Carlton Oval back then. And we're going to show England 11 taking on Italy in this ECCW match. It was match number 16. Now, I can tell you in this one, it was Kiara Green, the England 11 skipper, that won the toss and elected to bowl. So we're going to pick up the play just before the first ball with Methnara Ratnayaka and Delisha Naniakara opening for Italy. It'll be Amy Wheeler who's going to be opening the bowling for England 11. So we'll be back pretty shortly in about 2 hours and 20 minutes with the last game of the day. But until then, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Taking on Italy. Now, last time round these two teams met, Italy did pretty well, restricting England to under 100 runs. It was a score in the 90s, but Italy themselves, well, they were restricted to only 26. Italy, though, since then are starting to play some good cricket, and batters are starting to perform like Ratnayaka, who's been in outstanding form. Could they cause a little bit of an upset here? Why don't we join the two captains for the all-important coin toss?
England, you are the home team. Casper will toss the coin for you. Italy, you're the away team, you will call. There's the coin for you.
Ready? Head.
Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
We will have bowl first.
Toss from England, who will bowl first. Thank you very much.
Lovely to see a young Casper out there, of course, the son of our founder, Daniel Weston. And Kiara Green, well, maybe put off a little bit by the young man out there, does eventually decide and let us know that she will have a field first. Interesting one. I got the feeling that they would have probably liked to put the runs on the board, but I just get the feeling there that maybe Kiara Green is a little bit worried maybe about the hitting potential of the Italian openers, and maybe decided that she'd rather her team knew exactly what score they wanted and allow Italy to have a bat first and feel that they can then control the game better from that position rather than allow the Italians to chase. So interesting call. Look, you know also from the weather, it's a little bit overcast, the wind is still around, it's howling around, so I think the weather plays a bit of a part in this one as well. Maybe the bowlers will get this ball to tweak around a little bit as well. So I think that the captain, Kiara, is hoping that her bowlers will and could get those dangerous openers out first. Of course, Ratnayaka has been in very good form. We saw another fine knock from her early on in the day. 85% to 15 is what the win predictor is predicting in favour of England. Yeah, early in the day, Ratnayaka 54-27. It's been in devastating form. Just remember that also yesterday she was hitting the ball well and scored good, valuable runs. And the other thing is that the other opener, Nana Kakara, is also starting to find her form. So the two openers could be key as well. They have made some changes in other areas as well with the openers. We have seen that the likes of Mohammed has been out there as well. So here we are, ready to start. And this is also a first here. Well, not a first, but a first maybe in the Euros of women's cricket or the Euros of men's cricket, Euros of any cricket here at the Cardiff Oval. We have a husband and wife team doing the umpiring. There's Stefan Gooch, and at square leg is Meta Gooch. Of course, recently married, the ECN couple. So this is going to be interesting, and I get the feeling there might be a few jokes and captions that might come our way from the chat, and maybe from Vinny Sandu himself when he joins me back in the box for this one. Starting off with the ball, then it is going to be Amy Wheeler. It'll be interesting to see what kind of movement she gets in these conditions, and well, maybe lucky to get a bit of bat on this. Let's see if there's a signal from the umpire. Yeah, definitely a bit of bat, and I think she does well, because I think otherwise could have been in a spot of bother there, Ratanaika. So no change in the lineup here. Maman Ajay, who did open early on, well, she now takes a bit of a backseat as Nanya Kakara is the other opener. Welcome back to everybody, and of course always great to have all the guests in the commentary box as well. This one's down the leg side and will be signalled a wide. Yeah, it's been wonderful to have the women coming up and sharing their experiences and some of their stories with the both of us in the box. And hopefully we'll keep that coming for you as well. I know that you all like to hear from some of the players as well. And this one will probably go all the way. It will, just a couple of bounces as it goes to the boundary, just straying down the leg side. And Nanya Kakara making the most of it, just helping this along. It's a good little swivel on that. So to the boundary it goes. Of course, earlier we did have Green, the captain, in the commentator's box as well. There's some of the Italians. There's Regina. Well, they've found something to have a little laugh about. Nice to see those smiley faces, and certainly seen plenty of them in women's of cricket. Again, the shorter delivery. It gets through the fielder there in the sort of backward fine position, but only one run. And Stephen Kirk saying, looking a bit gloomy out there. It is a little, I have to say. Shot, but straight to the field. Uh-oh, overcommitted. We've seen this before, but this time gets lucky. Oh, well, when Italy played England last time, this is exactly how they lost one of the openers, and it was the same. It was Nanya Kakara. She just runs. She puts her head down and goes. She's quick out the blocks. She's not looking at a partner. Gets away there. Last time, it was curtains for her. It's been played and well stopped. So good standards in the field early on here from England. Yeah, last time, of course, it was Shashi Pai. Picked up and through and knocked the stumps over. She's lucky. She just needs to wait. She needs some patience. And that would be a big loss if you gave wicket away cheaply like that. Wheeler looking to finish what's been a pretty good over. That's been the one thing, though. She has strayed on the leg side. This will be a long, hard chase. We'll get there. Gets a slide in. The slide and throw from Libby Thomas. The batters do complete two. That will be the end of the first over. 9 without loss. And we can remind you that in terms of upcoming events, well, for this year, this is it. Yep. It comes to an end on Friday, finals day here of the Euros of Women's Championship. But then after that, we got a bit of a break, 3 weeks. We'll be back, though, on the 17th of January. Now, Vinny Sandu will join me back now. And I think, Vinny, but we might even give some tips to some of our viewers on some of the matches that maybe they want to go back and revisit.
Definitely. It's a great idea, actually. Maybe I'll have to start. Maybe I'll put a list up or something.
Yeah.
Just suggest it.
That's a good idea.
Because people do miss us. And by us, I mean
the
European
cricket
Network. Yeah, of course. Anyway, here we go with Cassidy McCarthy coming on, blasting one past Delasha. First ball. Yeah, it's a good idea. I'm going to kind of give my top 10 matches of 2023, or even full days. There are certain days that say, you know what, if you're getting your withdrawals and not having ECN around, we are pretty much
ubiquitous now, 7 days a week. And yeah, watch this. Good idea.
A lot of movement, and a few people on the chat saying, looks a bit murky, overcast. Yeah, it is. And I think as a result of that, you'd expect this Grizzly to swing around a bit.
Yeah, and it is right now for McCarthy, who's getting it to swing in. But then you got to kind of go with that. I think you got to take a few risks. Italy have been strong, particularly up the top. I mean, their batting has stood up under scrutiny. They really pushed the Dutch last night.
So we're going to miss, and just sneaks this one in.
Here's the thing. Watch this ball. The last one was a big hooping in swinger, right? And then this one goes away. So I don't know if it's just natural variation or whether that's deliberate, but that's not easy to play.
No, it's not. And especially if your mindset as a batter, you've seen a couple come into you, you're thinking, okay, this will be the same. So keeping the batter guessing, McCarthy. And no, this is going to hurt. It's missed the helmet. And it's hit right in between the two shoulder blades at the back. Oh, that hurt. Oh. And now, I mean, you spare a thought also for the batter because, well, Naomi Okara has hit it. And she's totally distraught that she's hit her own partner. Look, she drops the bat down and saying, oh, no, what have I done? But look, the key thing is the play call dead straight away. Let's hope she's okay.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure where this is hit. The scary bit is when you get it up, you know, kind of just below the back of the helmet. That seemed to me that was a bit more over the shoulder blade, which this might show us.
Just in between, I think, but just,
Yeah, I mean, it's you can see where she goes to straight away. Both the bats drop. So, I mean, we'll see you one more time. That was absolutely drilled. Yeah, so it'll be a nasty one. I just hope she can continue. She's having such a great tournament here with Nara Ratnaka. And,
the main thing is you can see she's, responding to everything she's being asked. She can feel the pain. You can see the way she's clenching her hands there, her fist, so she can feel it. Well,
but you're right about Delisha, who hits that ball immediately. She's sick in her stomach, and it's just one of those things. People also sometimes go, "Oh, I really should wear a helmet. Or you only should really have to wear a helmet to a faster bowler." Yeah. Okay, so these are faster bowlers, but I think that's a really good reason as well that you should be wearing a helmet all the time.
Absolutely.
Because, if it's just you're batting in a cap or something against a spinner, and something like that, it's coming so quickly. Good to see she's up on her feet. I think she'll want to continue. I think she did get a pat on the back there, which probably wasn't very well thought out.
It was from the medic. Maybe it was a healing one. Right, now they're okay. This is when Delisha says, that was 4. That was 4.
That was absolutely drilled. That was one of the hardest hit balls all day. Anyway, should be interesting mid-pitch conference coming up. And look who's thrilled about it. Not thrilled that there was an injury, but thrilled about the result that it didn't go for any runs. It's Cassidy McCarthy.
But you're right, it could have been so much worse. And I always say, and remember this, folks, it's not that you're worried about the bowler themselves getting you on the head, but it's normally self-inflicted. Either you knock it onto your head or, in this case, you get hit. Straight down the leg side again. That fielding position has been so key, hasn't it?
That's one of the things about, just going back a second, that's one of the things about our game that is, I suppose, something that's hard to sort out sometimes, is that there are so many ways you can get hit in the head. You can sweep it into your head.
We have seen some comical ones as well.
You can sweep it into your head. You can knock heads with another player.
Edge, and this is going to race to the boundary. That's gone quick and fast. So, fortune does favour the brave. And you've got to be brave. Well, you just asked Rathanayake about this at the other end. Yeah, that's a genuine edge. And that's always frustrating for the fast bowler. And, well, that's nice there. Plenty of support, encouragement. End of the over. And they needed that boundary at the end just to keep things ticking. 13 without loss after 2.
Well, there you go. She got her boundary in the end. She was cost one by her partner. But, Delisha moves to 9. Rathnayake, though, who just did get hit, she'll face up. And let's see if that causes her any hassles. She's played so well, honestly. It's been a breakout week for her.
Yeah.
And doing it against good opposition as well. So I think she'll relish the test. If you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best, as they say in the classics. Looks like it will be Bethan Ellis who's going to bowl over number 3. It is the last game of the day, so feel free to throw some random questions in. I think Amy Brown-Carrera was an excellent commentator in the box last game. We had Kiara Green, of course, earlier on in the day as well. He's leading England this afternoon. Here's Ellis.
It's played out into a pocket of space. It's chased hard. Will be stopped and picked up, and it will be Amy Wheeler that gets the throw in. Well chased.
Yeah, set high standards for themselves, don't they? Well, looks like the sweater's come off after one ball from Ellis, so she means business.
Yeah,
It is
off.
that the temperature is 15, and it probably was 17 this time yesterday, so it doesn't sound like a lot, but I think when the clouds go over the sun, it does get a bit bitey.
High up in the air, and this will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. In la zona. Shaka Laggia. Bel corpo, as they would say in Italia. That's a good hit.
Well, how about that from Ratnaika? She gets hit, and then she hits back. That is beautiful timing. Honestly, that round the wicket just basically puts it into the wheelhouse. She steps across and drills it. Almost enough to get the blankets off the teammates.
Bit full, high, in the air, and wave it goodbye, because with the wind behind it as well, that will go all the way, turns it into a full toss. And what I like about this shot, Vinny, is rather than going across the line, which a lot of batters would be tempted to, she hits through the ball. Cracking shot.
Got the wind at your back if you're batting and hitting straight down the ground today, so she just gets it up in the slipstream. Well, you tell me. Looks like something's hit a nerve on Ratnaika, and she's just been launched into action here.
Can I just tell you that already they've gone past the score which they scored against England last time?
That's true, yeah.
And remember how that went. That was that crazy run out, wasn't there? This is another one that's over pitch, and this will get the treatment as well. One bounce four as this one goes over Kiara Green. So just not getting the ball to pitch, and Ratanaika is making the most of it. She has such quick hands and powerful hands as well, doesn't she?
She's been brilliant this week. This is really what this tournament's all about, and what ECN's all about. You know, giving opportunities to players that wouldn't exist otherwise. Making memories right now. Ratanaika making them quickly. 21.
This one was probably one that was there for the shot, but rather than go straight again, she tries to go over cow corner, misses out on it. Good comeback though from Ellis. She does at least hit the pitch this time.
Hello to Conrad Greenshields, who's popped into the chat, saying he's checking out some of the ECCW. Conrad, hopefully you well. Compliments of the season to you and your family. Missing you here at the Carnamore Oval. Last ball of the third.
Don't know is the call this time. They're not going to chance the arm of Shashi Pai. She's already shown how good she is a fielder in that area. End of the over. It goes for 19. The score at the end of the power play, 31-0. So just to remind you, last time these two teams met, it didn't go Italy's way. England put 93 on the board. They're pretty well restricted with some good bowling from Italy, but Italy themselves 96 all out, and that was an easy win for England, and they bowled Italy out, I think, with something like 13 balls to go.
Yeah.
And it started with that crazy run out, remember?
Yeah, that was a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? And that can happen. I think if you look at the innings where it's gone completely off the rails, normally it's because the openers and the top order has had some sort of snafu that's had a cascading effect down the order. Well, here's Kiara Green bringing herself on pretty early here. And Kiara, it was great to hear a bit of her experience, and particularly her experience developing juniors, and particularly girls, through the system as well.
Yeah, nice moment there. Also captured by Spring Productions, the umpire, Meda, and Kiara having a little giggle. Always nice to see.
All right, over number 4, Nani Hikara.
Gets dragged out to the leg side square. Well, just loses a feet there, Wheeler, but manages to keep the ball in hand and gets the throw in.
That was one of the best lying down throws I think I've ever seen. Still reached keeper on the full. Maddie Ward back behind the stumps for England 11 this game. We saw her bowling, actually. I knew she could bowl a bit. She took 2 for 3 off 9 balls in the first game of the day. So yet another bowling option.
This one slightly quicker from Kiara. Clever bowling, clever change of pace.
I think they like Maddie behind the stumps, so I think they've got plenty of bowling options. If they were struggling, then for bowling options, then you've got Thomas, who does a good job behind there as well. You could free her up.
Goes for it and gets it out of the middle. Lovely jubbly. Que guay, que genial, que grandes. Ace mas.
Yeah, incredibly good straight hitting. And I think, yeah, the straighter the better if you can. Again, you got to know what you're doing. So if the wind is behind you, then when you're batting and hitting straight, then you want to hit it up. If you're hitting into the wind, you kind of got to cut it, got to hit it lower, you got to flatter so the wind can't have the effect. So it's just knowing that. I played almost all my cricket in Perth where the wind, it does get very windy. And you have completely different strategies from each end.
This one, just drops before Pi could get to. Good decision made there by Pi as well. I think if she commits to this, I reckon it ends up yorking her and the ball gets away from her.
Quick hello to Trip, who's watching from the USA. Hello to Jiminy Cricket as well. Love that name. Hello to Alan as well. Sivagam, Salapan, good to have you with us. And anyone else that might have missed out, feel free to throw in a few questions.
Okay, this is another one we'll just drop before the fielder can get to it. So this time it's McCarthy that does the fielding. I think it's a good option though to take the pace off to these batters. I think it's a good ploy, but you've got to get the ball in the right areas.
The $64,000 question is now with the field back, will Italy still try and take on these outfielders? Because if you give them a chance, you're probably not going to get away with it.
There's your answer, and there's the result. 6 more, straight as a dart. What a hit. Manos, arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 más. Well, there's a little bit of hype going on out there in the middle.
This is something that we're seeing from Ratnaka here. And will they take on the field? Yeah. But also, it helps if you get it in the gap. And I think if Pi is standing on the boundary on that line, she's got a chance to catch it because she has to sprint sideways. She can't get there in time. Great finish to the over for Italy. They're 46 without loss after 4.
Yeah, going along nicely. We saw the over from Ellis went for 18. This one goes for 15. So Italy, yeah, making things happen. And don't forget, we've seen that a number of the batters have found their form now. So this is a really good start. So a change in the bowling now. So Millie Taylor, who's been pretty productive. Okay, opportunity maybe. Oh, great effort. Superb effort. And that's Bethan Ellis, who's come in from a long way and dived forward. I think she may have caught a bit of this on the side of the face as well. I hope she's okay, but that
she might have on the
back.
Bounce up. But that's a great effort. I mean, that would have been catch of the week, I think.
Yeah, there you go. It does catch a bit.
Has to count the teeth. But Taylor's a different kind of a beast, isn't she, with the ball? And this is the beauty of the England 11 bowling lineup. You've got so many different strings you can pull. So, yeah, Millie's just something different. And that's what you're trying to throw when the partnership is developing.
So waits for this nicely, tries to get it wide of Pi. Pi really well patrols the boundary there, gets behind it, makes a stop, gets the throw in, keeps it just to the 1.
One thing I haven't really seen is like a huge spinning wrong-in. Bit of a tongue twister from Taylor.
Yeah. Okay, this one I think is going to beat Pi. It will. It's another top shot. And now Nanya Kakara saying that I can match you with the 6s as well. There you go. There's a little fist bump from the 2. They're best of friends again.
Yeah, well, Delisha has been delightful, really. And she has shown what she can do a bit more over the last couple of days. 50 partnership coming up as well. What a start for Team Italy.
Okay, well, this one is going to be in safe zone. There's nobody really straight behind the keeper. You can see Taylor holds her head, thinks she could have been in with a chance of the wicket there, gets the false shot, but nobody there to take the catch.
Well, a few people just have their eyebrows raised at these first 5 overs at the moment. This is cracked down to long off. Pi will handle it. It's the end of 5, and Italy, what a start. 56 without loss at the halfway point of this first innings in match 16. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network, and it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And I know I had a question in the chat from Conrad. Is this the first time we've had a husband and wife combination in an international? Yes, talking about the on-field umpires, by the way. But we did have it in Rome with the Picaros
we did.
before. That was probably 2 years ago now. But I'm just going to say, is there a little bit of history repeating here? You know how the first Dutch century was, so first ECC century for men's was a Dutch player.
Yeah, it was.
And same with the women's. The first really big upset I think we had, Italy beating England in the ECC.
I knew you were going to bring that up.
And what are we watching right here?
Oh, that's a really good delivery.
Long way to go though.
beaten by pace. Good comeback this as they do go back to McCarthy to bowl. Her second, great delivery.
Sebastian Bratt says he feels an upset in making, of course, the Netherlands 11 Dutch skipper. So, yeah, interesting though. 100 plus, I think, is a minimum you need to challenge England.
Nice hands, good wrist work, guides this into the gap, gets a single. Of course, you were talking, of course, about Iris Zwelin. Two centuries.
Yeah, talk about.
Two, I mean, and the way she brought it up. Excuse me.
It was crazy.
Wow.
23 off her bat in the last over. Went from 77. Never mind nervous 90s. It was only the 90s for about 3 heartbeats.
She absolutely clobbered it. And, well, what a magical moment. And that's got to be the first time, right? Even if you in European cricket, even with the men's, that we've seen 8 players score 2 centuries.
Yeah, in one series.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Definitely.
Amazing. She is in some form at the moment. What a moment, a magical moment. And that's what it's all about, you know. We say all the time, I know you heard us saying a lot of this in Barcelona as McCarthy comes in again. Slightly, well, this is a proper wrong. And I'd love to see the action on this one. Is this the old knuckleball?
I wouldn't mind seeing this one again.
Let's have a look what she does here. I think, look at I reckon there's...
Well, the way it broke,
maybe not a
it broke like an
knuckleball,
off-cutter that just kind of went, with the release point was wrong.
Trying things, McCarthy. Liking it. And again to Nanya Jakara, who plays it firmly, but early call off. No. Yeah, so we were saying in Barcelona that, you know, it's great to have all these records, but records are there to be broken. History is there to be rewritten. And, well, we'll be rewriting the record books here for sure with, well, the Dutch captain Zwelin scoring her 2nd century. It's firmly hit. Got a very good eye seeing this one. It's not a bad delivery, but quick to react and gets a good shot in. Both these batters look well set.
Didn't mention this at the time because no one was really expecting the 100 to come up, and it was the end of the innings. But yeah, both times it has been against Austria. So they'll be having a few nightmares, I think, about Iris. Although having said that, there were a few opportunities there. Tough catching conditions, I think, because of the, the wind. A few misjudgments there. But it also looked like Riker might be on for a century at one point before Iris got the bulk of the strike in the 10th over.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. Don't forget, I mean, we were talking about the century. Outstanding it was. Riker's performance was great. Great partnership. Worth 187. So, yeah, setting records. So that's a record as well. That stands at the moment the highest women's partnership in the Euros of cricket. That is the end of the over. And Italy going well, 59 without loss after 6.
Pretty good over that one, though. Just kind of bringing it back a bit more to normality. There were 4 dots in that, 2 singles and a wide. So just 3 runs off that over. So if you look at the over so far, the production's been pretty good for Italy. First 2 were pretty quiet. That was Wheeler and McCarthy, 9 and 4. But then 18, 15 and 10. And then they bring McCarthy back. Guess what? The scoring dries up.
Yeah, her spell's been actually quite amazing. Just 7 runs from her spell. So there was a little bit of a conference there between Green, Wheeler, and the other player that was involved in there was Bethan Gammon about this next one. So they looks like they are going to go back here to Wheeler.
Yeah, so going back to the openers, but yeah, I suppose.
Santa's watching, children. I hope you're being good. I hope you're on the nice list.
The chat had christened him Grumpy Santa.
He's not grumpy at all.
He's actually not. He's actually the nicest man you could hope to meet.
Yeah, and I think he and his wife have been to all the championships.
I mentioned this
here.
even when I got invited to play for Costa del Sol Cricket Club against the touring team on a Sunday morning. No cameras, no fanfare. They're there watching. They just love the cricket.
They love the cricket. You know they love the cricket so much. You know where they're going?
They're going to India.
They're
That's right.
They're going to India to watch all the tests. And fair play. Wheeler. Oh, this one I think might have just... Does this catch a bit of the bat?
No, but just go down leg side. But it almost did create a run out.
It did. Yeah, it was sent back. Oh, yeah, giving it a rub, but then no bat there. It's another bruise. This time, she's the one that's going to be marked as Andy Howe's in the background. Nice to see plenty of people glued to the action occurring in front of them. Okay, up in the air. Gear. Shaka. Lagia. Ginna zona. Lovely stroke. This is all timing, Vinny. All timing.
That's a great shot. I mean, because it's with the swing, but because she's quick, you got to make sure you get the hands out in front, otherwise it just crashes into your pad, and it kind of ties you up for room. But I'm just kind of gobsmacked at how well these two are batting when you consider how little cricket they actually play in match situations in the Italian club system. I know there is some, but nothing like what the English players get to do week in, week out. And it's quite amazing. I mean, Delisha played that one beautifully, and now Wheeler, who's quick.
I wonder if they've got the... hang on a minute. Somebody's going to have to come in from somewhere.
Yeah, what have they got? They've got 3 up in the circle. They bring the mid off up. I actually like that because she's swinging it in. It'll be tough to go inside out. Anyway, come back ball.
Well, that's why they want to keep that fielder out there on the boundary. So that's the plan. A little bit shorter. They know that both these batters are going to play and go for their shots to see if they can get the miscue and get the wicket.
It just shows you the raw potential, though, here. And a team like Italy coming out and really taking it to England, who, let's be honest, they haven't really had to bat under pressure in the series. I mean, and I think that's one thing that's pretty clear to me. They've never actually been, had to bat with that tension in the air. And if they're chasing 100 plus here, especially if Italy can get off to a good start and maybe push that rate up a little bit, could be in for a huge upset.
It's this one. I don't know if there's anything on this. It was extra bounce. So, yeah, the reverse is a little touch here. So that's 4 runs. So it's that short delivery. You knew they were going for the short one. It's banged in. Now, for me, that's a bit of a bluff. I'll tell you why. Because they spent a bit of time moving the field around, in, out, shake it all about, and then they brought in the fielder where the last shot was played to, who was on the boundary at fine. Brought him in the circle to make the batter feel, and they made sure the batter knew it was done. Make the batter feel it was going to be full and straight, and bangs in the short one.
There's a negative of keeping up there. There's a little glove that probably, if Maddie Ward's back, she catches that easily. So there's always pros and cons about standing up. Now she goes back.
Oh, that's a no-e, and it's going to be a spicy take for the keeper. Couldn't take it, gets the gloves, and that's going to be a no ball and 4 byes as well. Oh, dear, gets this completely wrong. Pressure is on maybe here on the English.
The only good thing for Maddie Ward is that we might have had another helmet bang if she was keeping up then, because that was almost impossible. But, yeah, nice shot from one of our cameras in the cube. But, yeah, bonus. That's 9 runs off that ball, essentially.
Yeah. I don't think Ward will be too happy that that one goes down as byes.
Still the worst rule change they ever made to say that there can be byes off a no ball. Anyway, free hit.
Up in the air, and I think this is going to elude the fielder. Chases on. Can she stop the boundary? No. Otra vez. 4 more. Choka Lagia. Chased hard by Libby Thomas, but she can't get there. Look at this partnership. Listen to the screams of the Italian supporters as well.
Yes, folks, this is the same team that were bowled out for 26 last time they played this opposition. You know, they do a lot of careful thinking and planning, this Italian team. Yes, they've got limited resources, they've got challenges, but they're always trying to work out ways they can be competitive. Right now, they're more than competitive here at Naka to 45.
Short again, hammers it hard. Where's this one going to drop? Just short, I think. Well, is it 6 or just short? Well, Vinny, you're going for the 6. And the
I think this is 6. I think this is a 50. Let's have a look.
Believe it. Let's see if it is.
Yeah, I reckon.
Here we go. 50 or not, everybody.
49. 50. Oh. Well, I saw it as 6, and that looks like it's heading over the line.
If it's catching the rope, it will be 6. So
I agree with the call.
Does the rope... Look, it's doubled up there. Oh, double rope means that's going to be a 6.
Well batted, Methnara at Naka. She gets another 50 by the barest of margins, as they say in the classics. It's 86 without loss after 7. Coming up tomorrow, maybe we can get another look at... actually, no. Now she gets to acknowledge... there's the 50 that she gets to acknowledge. Spain take on England 11 first up tomorrow, then Austria, Italy, England versus the Netherlands, And, well, this is the moment I think she
Lovely.
finally realises, hey, was that 6, was it?
Beautiful moment. And look at that smile. Look at the smile. I tell you what, she was in pain earlier, but now all the pain is gone. She'll take the blow and she'll say, do it again to me next time because it brings me luck.
Tomorrow we'll start, same time, 8:45 GMT, 9:45 in Central Europe, 2:15 in India. I mean, will it be frost? Will it be snow? Will it be wind? We don't know yet. That's one of the exciting things for us as we get ready for the start of over number 8. And this is where I thought, oh, would you try and get a run there? They say, no, we don't want to waste it at the moment on a risky run. Shachi Pai gets a bowl for the first time. He took 3 wickets earlier today.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the best innings I've ever seen here at the Carter Oval by someone that was drilled in the spine early in the innings.
Hey, that last over went for about 20. It was magical, right? Got to be about 25 plus with the buys as well.
Yeah, 27.
Into the pads, they think about it. That's one thing these two, when they're together, you always feel could let them down, is that they're calling and running between the wickets.
Yeah, true. And also partly strategic right now. Not that Delisha's not batting well. She's on 27. But I think, obviously, you got Ratnaka, who's going at her 200-plus strike rate, which not many batters have been able to go at that rate in this series. So they really want to get Ratnaka back on strike.
Shachi Pai goes full, up in the air. It's going to bounce wide of the fielder. Tries to... Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah. Excellent save. Take it from me. This is safe. This is great bit of teamwork. Well, we're all about stronger together. You see stronger together all around this ground. This is stronger together. What a bit of fielding this is.
That was classic. A bit of tennis, really. Look, here's the serve. Bang. That's fine. And then bang. That's fine. Problem is, there's nobody else there, but that's fine. 2 runs where it could have easily been 4.
Excellent that from Taylor and Ellis. Combining together. Combining stronger together to make that save. Oh, this is going to be 4 runs. Goes on the back foot. Be interesting to look at this again. Does he play it for this or not? I'm undecided. Vinny, what do you reckon?
Let's have a look at it here. I mean, I think she likes the idea of it. I don't think that's where she meant for it to contact.
Looking at the head, I'd say no.
The other thing is, it's not really... Normally when you're doing that, you're kind of breaking your wrists a little bit and kind of giving a bit with the bat. I think it was a genuine edge, if I'm honest, but well, who cares? Take the luck when you get it. Ratnaka to 55. She's outdone herself here. Back-to-back 50s here on day 4.
Slices up in the air, out of reach from Pai. Great effort, and expect nothing other than that from Shachi.
Shachi's kind of in the mould, I would say, you know, Joanne, the Austrian captain, that there's no limit to the amount of energy that they have in the field. You know, Shachi, there's no doubt about why she fields in that long off position or fields down the ground. You know, she's very, very good. She'll go with everything. She's bowled a pretty good over here. Last ball coming up.
Little bit short and gets punished. That's going to be 6 runs. And it finishes with a bang. It's another knock. As it goes all the way as the production crew jump in their seats to the crashing sound of another 6 hit from the bat of Ratnaka. She moves now into the 60s, 61 with a score at the end of 8 overs, 97 without
What
loss.
a shot. What are we watching here? That's an incredible shot. Ratnaka taking her game to levels that I've never seen, really. And 97 without loss after 8. For sure, they're getting more than 100 here. Looks like Kiara Green is going to try and stop the bleeding here in the 9th over. And, okay, after a game that was about as one-sided as you could get, 140 runs to the margin in the last game. But this is very much a contest to finish the day.
Yeah, well, okay, Kiara Green going to try a different approach. Going to try coming around the wicket to get the feeding once again. She'll vary her pace around. So she's what I would call a bit of a Bombay mix type of bowler. There's going to be a bit of all sorts coming out. And it starts her on pretty full into the pads. Maybe that's the plan here, into the pads. Maybe. They spot that this could be the weakness.
I mean, look at the strike rates. Delisha hasn't quite been as destructive as her partner. Italy.
Captain's pretty happy, Pedrick.
Enjoying themselves over there.
Oh, and that's it. There's a wicket. And so the change of angle does the trick. And Nanya Kakara will go for 28 or 23. Well bowled by Green.
Yeah, well bowled. I think it's a little bit of a drift that does it. And Delisha's going to have to go, but she has taken part in a very, very good partnership. Played some good shots of her own. See, that leaves her a little bit. And bangs into the top of middle stump. And finally, English fans have something to cheer about. 97 for 1.
Yeah, right on the pegs. Well bowled. Cracking delivery. What do you reckon here that Stefan Mehta could be talking about? Could be talking about who's doing the washing tonight, and you know.
Being on tour, they don't have to worry about a lot of those things. But well batted by Delisha, who's going to go back to a very good reception. She's very, very well received there. Why not? It's been a start, I think, beyond the wildest dreams of the Italians, if I'm honest, Rico.
It'll be. All right, what about dinner plans, you know? What should we have for dinner tonight or whatever?
I don't understand what married people talk about anyway. So, look, I'm not gonna pretend to know.
What are you talking about? I don't understand. What's there not to understand? I don't understand.
Probably talking about life insurance or that. All I know is what I see on the TV.
Hey, Bartram, last time we saw her, he cracked the first ball for 6.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a legal one yet. That one's too wide.
I think Bartram's a perfect number 3, I think, in this situation.
Yeah, clever, because she knows the play's got to be to try and keep Rathanayake on strike. She's hitting the ball so well.
I love watching these contests, you know, in real time. Very intelligent cricketers in this ECCW. Amelia Bartram's one of them. All right, so here's the battle. Kiara did get the breakthrough, but now she has to bowl to Methnara Ratnayake. She's going to go over the wicket. Interesting. That's what she's elected to do.
Yeah, so different plan, different tactic. And to hit in the air, chance, and taken. So that's a big wicket. They remove both the openers within balls of each other, and it is the captain, Kiara Green, that comes out and does the job. It's going to be the end of Rathanayake, but what a reception she's going to get. 99 on the board, 99 for 2, and Rathanayake finally falls for 61. And what a knock it's been. It's been an absolute joy to watch.
Well, we saw this morning, sometimes it's not easy being Green, but Kiara fights back and gets both openers and turns his game on its head in the 9th over. Great catch by Shachi Pai as well. But what about that knock from Methnara Ratnayake? Follows up her 54 in the morning game with 61 here, and she does it off just, how many balls was that? It was 28 balls with 6 sixes and 4 fours. What a great knock.
Fantastic knock. Well, what a good bit of bowling from the captain. It all happens in the 9th with 2 wickets. And this one, well, they're going to have to think long and hard. Maybe the height here. I think the height could be, I'm saying it's a bounce. I think it's bouncing over the stumps.
Yeah, maybe. I'm going to go with maybe. I think the line's fine. Yeah.
It's going over.
Too high. Definitely is what I was going to say. It's hard to tell with her crouching down. All right, back to the action here.
We've got a runner here.
Ball.
Yeah, ball watching a little bit there was Bartram. But we'll get the single. Now this is when they did. The 100 comes up. That's the chair. So that brings 100 up. So this is where Bartram really now needs to get into it. What a lovely moment this is. Look, captain of England, no problem. You want your laces done? Yeah, come to me. I'll sort you out. Yeah, well, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what it's all about. Share the moment. One of the moments of the day.
That's actually the first shoelace I've seen today. We have had an unusually high shoelace fail rate here. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's the wind here at this time of the year. But yeah, 100 for 2. All right, there's the 100 plus. I think they need to be competitive against England. Shachi Pine's going to bowl the last over. Look, I think now you need to push with the running as well. Okay, you've got 8 wickets in hand. You're looking for 10 plus off this over.
Yeah.
Here's the 10th.
Yeah, running hard. The easy pickup for the fielder, no issues. So McCarthy holds on to it, doesn't throw it away. So they take single now. Also, I think the left and right combination could be pretty healthy. Bartram, we know she can crack the ball, especially straight down the ground pretty well. So going to come around the wicket here now, Pai.
This is going to be a good one. I think the plan for Pai is kind of angle it in, probably swing it away a little bit. That's what she's doing at the moment, bit of left to right. But Bartram, she's good over mid-off. We know that. She's also pretty good when she drags to the leg side. She's facing up with 101 runs on the board with 5 balls remaining. 110 just looks a lot better than 100 and less.
Going to have to run hard and just out of the reach of Pai. Once again, there's that.
Oh, that's closer than you think.
I think they're going to go upstairs and have a look at this because I don't see a bat slide.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking she might be relying on a foot here.
I got my spider senses going here. Let's have a look. That's where the hesitation came. Oh, I think she's just okay.
Yeah, certainly one thing we're seeing as we watch this again, that Italy can improve, and I think Pravar is probably watching this and saying, right, girls, we're going to be doing some running between the wickets. Let's have a look at this. The bat, when does it come down?
Yeah, I think
Just down.
just in.
Great work from our media partner, Spring Productions, and Helena there with the crew doing a great job.
Pretty close though. All right, Pedrick. Got a hit and run here. Love a boundary. Where's it going to come from?
Spike up in the air, should be taken, and there's going to be no mistakes at all from Maddie Ward. As soon as she finds it, and she'll take it. Still wearing some nifty shades under that lid.
Yeah.
Is Ward.
Not so sure if they're required today, if I'm completely honest. But yeah, what this does do, it forces the new batter to come on strike. So it's kind of beaten for a bit of pace there. And we talked about how they're not particularly easy to grab when you're up to the stumps, because you can easily lose the ball in the batter's body when it first starts to go up. But Pedrick is able to contribute 2 to the score, but she'll go at 102 for 3.
Pi's had a good day today, hasn't she? She's been outstanding in the field once again. We saw her take an excellent catch. We saw her take 3 wickets in the earlier contest. And well, now she's picked up another one here. And her spell of bowling so far has been great. My laptop is wet. That tells me there's some drizzle around.
Oh, that's not good.
There's definitely some drizzle.
The wind coming this way, that's bad news for us. Let's hope it stays away. Hey, Mahamalagi's coming in. You know what? The 6 she hit earlier, first 6 she's ever hit in her life.
Never.
And it was a
She thumped it.
bomb. She took it from outside off and just smashed it over the fence.
Is that for real?
Yeah, here's Pi. 3 to come. Lightning not striking twice yet. I think that foot stays down. It was awesome. I said to her.
I mean, it was a massive hit.
Yeah.
And that's the...
It was,
okay.
and, you know, that would be like a regular-sized person hitting the ball like 200 metres. I think she's all right.
Yeah.
Crazy. And I said to her, where did the power come from?
Here we go. Pi, and again, a couple of balls to go. Gives herself a bit of room and plays a really good shot. To chase it. Got to run hard here because that's unlucky. That's unlucky.
The old Ford Escort over the line. Does everything right here. Is that Austin, I think, that's up after it. And actually does really well to catch up with it. But you have a look. Just drags her hand around the ball and ends up on the other side of the line with the ball. So 106. One more of those. They do get to 110 still. This has been a good over from Shachi Pai.
That's what Austin wishes he was a Ferrari. Would have got to that then, you know. Anyway, good shot. I like that. Was a good bit of cricket. Batter goes wide. Pai followed it. Similar delivery again. And this time, they've got to run hard. Got to try and come back for 2.
Yeah.
I mean, this is...
yeah, inexperienced. Probably wouldn't have made it, but we'll never know. And that will be the last ball.
I think over was called there, surely. I think
that's just going to be one. Now, a little bit of light rain falling. Hopefully, it's just a brief one, but we'll keep you up to date if there are any interruptions. But what about Italy? Okay, I think at the first half, what were they after 5?
59, I
59
think, right?
off 5. So, look, they almost keep up that rate, losing a couple of wickets in the second half, and they end up 48 in the second. Well, it is Mr. and Mrs. Gooch. I don't know if it'll have the same ticket sales as Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but still, they were the first ever international umpiring combination that are a married couple. A few blankets being passed around here as Regina back in the side, not required to do anything just yet, but it was a bright opening. After, to be fair, the first 2 overs, the English 11 openers in McCarthy and Wheeler really tested, but this was a scary moment. Luckily, Ratnaka would shake it off and go on to hand out a few blows of her own.
Yeah, sometimes you just need something to spark you up. Well, that's one way to do it. Both batters were, one was hurt, one was just in shock. Both bats went down, but they got picked up again, and once they were picked up, they did some good work.
Yeah, sure did. But like I said, I was floored by some of the ball striking here to players. Yeah, okay, they have experience maybe in a different level of cricket before, but in Italy, we don't really see them having to deal with this kind of bowling on any sort of basis. England spent a bit of time on the ground. That was a bit of fun. That one, Kiara Green came out and just went after it, whether it was pace, whether it was spin. Now, my thing was, okay, now the power play is over, the field's going back. Will they be able to keep doing it? And the answer is, yeah, they were. And they were able to find the gaps. That was a nice one down the ground as well. Millie Taylor came in, so I thought, oh, God, there's another another option that's going to be tough. That would have been the catch of the week there if that had stuck to the hands of Beth and Ellis. That's, yeah, really, Ratnaka and Delisha did a very, very good job putting their team in a good position. And although, okay, lost a little bit of ground towards the end with those wickets, still a very healthy and very defendable total.
Yeah, I mean, that was a mare, wasn't it? That was the no ball that also went for 4 byes. That over in general, with all the runs that came off it, went for 27. And then it needed the captain to say, right, okay, I'm going to maybe have to go back to myself to try and put an end to all of this, because otherwise it didn't take those 2 wickets there. I reckon there was a 120-something score coming on here. I mean, there was some really good hit. That, again, it's a thunderous hit. That went all the way. That was a 50. That was a 6. Smiles all around. She said, well, there you go. She said, we're best of friends again. As she taps on her head. Then we saw some great fielding.
How about that?
Fantastic.
The
Hey, that
special.
saves you 110, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. You know, England, they obviously ran into a couple of players that were hitting the ball pretty well. I don't think they did a lot wrong, if I'm honest. Kiara Green then came and just kept things pretty quiet. Bowled a really good 9th over. She took 2 wickets, only conceded 3 runs in the over. And that was a fantastic catch from Pai. And who knows, that probably saves them about 10 runs, the way that Ratnaka was hitting them. And Shachi, well, she's full of energy, and I expect to see a bit more of her in the second half if required. But yeah, Ratnaka got a good reception. And at the end, we had this last wicket that went down. Well caught by Matty Ward, who spotted it straight away. But then we had a boundary in there as well towards the end. Ultimately, 107 on the board for Italy. Well, they can dare to dream thanks to that 61 of 28 from Ethnara Ratnaka. She struck the ball very, very nicely. Delisha also with 28, and then Bartram, Pedrick and Mahamalagi just put bits and pieces together. Only 9 extras, so not giving a lot away for free, although they kind of stuck out when they happened, didn't they? Like that no ball plus 4 byes. As far as the bowlers went, well, some were able to restrict, like McCarthy. None for 7 off her 2 overs. Wheeler had an expensive second over that ruined her figures. Green with 2 wickets in the 9th was important, and Chachi Pai with a wicket and a catch in there as well. Well, Rico, we talked about the fact that one of the first big upsets we had in ECC men's cricket was Italy knocking over the England 11. Could it happen here? I think England, one thing's for sure, they are going to be tested with a bat like they haven't been so far this week. So join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back with the second half of match 16. Could it even be the game that breaks the golden ball drought?
This is what I'm thinking. I'm going to leave that just there, because I reckon this is golden ball territory.
Rico's taking the golden ball off the tree. It's on the table. Certainly not off the table. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you after this break for more ECCW.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. And yeah, just a reminder before we start the final innings of the day, of course, you can all help to share a meal as a part of the World Food Health Programme. We at the European Cricket Network are in partnership with the World Food Programme with our Share a Meal. Just remember, you can click the QR code. Every bit helps. Right, just a reminder, that's the magical figure there, 74. So you can see that is the number that both teams will have on their mind. So England, well, they all know they're looking to get the win, of course, here. But if they can get to that score, the 107 in the 7 overs, then they pick up all the points. Italy, so that's one thing that they're looking to do. Make sure that England don't get off to a cracking start. But they themselves will know that if they can restrict England get into that score in their 10 overs, they can take all the points away. So this is where the likes of, maybe the like, well, I mean, Italy are thinking about winning this game, but they still know that they could take something away from it as well if they bowl really tightly. For me, though, I think it's a case of bowl tight and take your chances. Going to be slightly difficult for them because conditions have changed in big time favourite for the English because it is raining, it's drizzling. And of course, England will be thinking they're back at home now. And this is just like a walk in the park. The Italians are probably thinking, what's this wet stuff? We don't play in this wet stuff. Anyway, they're going to have to adapt to this. Hopefully they've got some rags out there to keep the ball dry as well, because it's going to be a little bit difficult, that's for sure. The rain, it's not particularly heavy, but it's consistent. So the umpires will have to keep an eye on it. Here's the first, is Bartram to bowl. And this is just one bounce as it goes to the fielder. Mulligan makes the stop. I think her bowling could be pretty key as well, Mulligan, because she's will keep the pace off it and will keep it interesting. Yeah, the rain, as we know what happens here at the Cardiff Oval. When it rains, it comes into the scorebox with a vengeance. We've had some magical nights up here. Everybody will remember the golden ball that Vinnie Sandu and Corey Ruckers were involved in when it was, well, it was like doing the river dance in here. It really was. Anyway, we'll keep you posted on the weather, but hopefully you can see there on your screen, and it is pretty consistent. Bartram, it's good areas, and a nice clean take by Rathanaikan, who has once again had a fantastic day, 2 half centuries. So Sturge is out there, and what about her partner Amy Wheeler? So that we know her for her bowling. Well, she's up there. Maybe this could be pretty close. So asking the question, umpire, a little shake of the head. Let's have a look at this again. So there is a shuffle across there. Where does that pitch? Does that pitch outside the line? That's what I think Stefan Gooch is looking at. Maybe just a smidgen. But good areas, because there's always that little shuffle across. Just keep an eye on the feet of the batter. Okay, sliced up in the air. Fielder gets under it, and it pops out. Never going to be easy. I mean, don't forget, it is wet out there, still wet and windy. This one pops out. Again, the catch the parni hoya. Ball ne aake meri booty de bhi thappad maar liya. Regina, a little bit concerned, making sure everything is okay. But yeah, this one does pop up. And I think that is Anake Nimesha who gets that one that pops out. But an opportunity not taken. So Wheeler gets alive. Wait is the call. So Yes, nothing there. One thing that I will say, as Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, joins me back in the box. Vinny, thinking to myself, I'll put this to you now. One thing I'm thinking is, we know that the Netherlands and also Italy, they've got some big hitters, right?
Yeah.
England have scored runs, but there have been little partnerships where they've stroked the ball around, they've taken time to get in. I don't think we've seen an explosive batter from them yet.
Well, what it is, I mean, they're very technically good. Just quickly, I'm going to the goal ball count. 365 days of the year. Soon, that's how many days of the year we'll be having. In fact, it's 366 next year. I suppose the English team, more than any other team, have to adapt their game to this. And they're very capable of doing that because they're good cricketers. But the other thing is, you know, what about when the pressure's on? This is really the first genuine time we've seen England 11 batting under a lot of pressure. You might say batting first against the Netherlands. You could probably put that way as well, or something like that. But yeah, I mean, the first over 2, I mean, pushes that rate up.
Yeah, big time.
It's also, you know, Sturgeon, Wheeler being given an opportunity with the bat in this game. I bet that was discussed pre-game, saying, look, this is what we're doing. And yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say this will be the opening combination we'll see regularly.
So, oh, well.
That'll do.
Doesn't really get down here at all, does the Daluwata. But I think this is an opportunity, but she needs to get down into position, and I think it catches her on the shin.
Yeah, well, it could have gone worse, so to speak. It did hit her. That was a case of the ball fielding the fielder, I think, more than anything else. All right, well.
Both batters given a chance now.
Yeah, that one, I don't know if it was a catch, but we'll see. Malagi comes in and gets one past the outside edge. So, I mean, put him a hole here, England.
I think Wheeler, for me, Wheeler's out there to give them the bit of oomph in the power play. So, yeah, they're under pressure slightly. It's interesting that Pai, after her great half-century the other day, doesn't open up. This is a bit fuller, but will be stopped. It will just be a single.
You can handle singles. That's the great thing about this for Italy. You can handle a single. Singles will win for Italy, pretty much this whole innings, right? But what you need to do is make sure you don't give boundaries. It's just really as simple as that. And don't give a bunch of extras, I suppose, as well. Sturge faces up now.
Okay, another opportunity.
Oh, no.
What is happening here? That is, you see the fielder there just walks away in disgust because it's going straight down her throat, and then the other fielder here flies in.
So that's Pesindi, who's been catching really well in this series, but that's just not her catch. And then Ekanaka, it couldn't have been more straight at her. It's a missed opportunity. But I suppose, look, it's not a boundary. It's just a single.
Okay, now this time. Oh, no. Okay. I think here the umpires have to call this dead now. That's facial.
It'll be a single. It was always going to be a single.
Oh, dear.
But, I mean, this is the thing. It's
not good.
Not one that we're going to show again either. It's kind of just burst through the hands. And that's Ekanaka there in the action again. And I just certainly hope that she's all right.
Yeah, that's not good. Nobody likes to see that. Goes for the catch, but puts the hands there. But I think doesn't get the thumbs together, and that one's going straight through. And yeah, you can see there's going to be concerns. Let's have a look at the standings here. It shows you the importance of this match. And just look what the Italians are trying to do here. Get closer to England. But I tell you what, Netherlands back at the Sunset Beach Club, they'll be watching this with a lot of interest.
Yeah, they will. And the thing is, I suppose, as well, yes, there's the table, and you might be able to catch certain things, you might not. But, I mean, we're talking about a moment in time as well. We're talking about a moment where Italy might be able to beat England in a women's cricket match. Yeah. And a little bit like what it did for the men a couple of years ago. It really gave them a sense of belief and belonging that, we could be seeing history right here. This is what we've got tomorrow. Spain taking on England first up. We've got Austria, Italy in the second game. So we'll see Italy just playing the one more game after this one this afternoon. And England, they'll play that first game, obviously, but then they'll play the Netherlands, Spain playing Austria in the last one. So don't forget, tomorrow, it's the final group games So at the end of match 20, then we'll see the cut made. Whoever's in 5th place, they're going to miss out, and then we'll have the eliminator 3 versus 4. She's shaking it off. Well, that's still well. She obviously thinks she's okay. I mean, that's pretty that's pretty tough. I mean, they do have the ability to put a sub fielder on. Yeah. That's good to see that she's walking away from it. So I think it will be the end of the over as well. And I'm kind of like, I'm with you. I mean, you call the ball dead, but like, that's one of those ones where like, I think with those, you've got to take it situationally.
I think as soon as the singles,
you know, they're going to get one.
Yeah.
They're not going to, it's the rules there to stop batters, I don't know what sort of people would do this, but just keep running while someone's injured.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
And so look, that's one. That's the way it's going to stay.
Yeah.
7 without loss after 2.
Handled well by both the match officials.
I'm glad she walks away from that without significant damage. And
yeah.
It's those kind of conditions as well when there is a bit of light rain falling. I wasn't expecting it, to be honest. And it's easy for the ball to kind of just burst through the fingertips. Anyway, Bartram's coming on. I like this as well. I think you throw your resources up front if you Italy. Try and drive that rate up as much as you can.
Yeah, I've been talking about that rate, about 12.5, and it's another great delivery. Bartram has really put a smell together here. Fantastic. And yeah, have a look at that. So England 11 still on the win predictor, 52-48. I reckon that ball will make a change. It does.
Oh,
look at that instantly.
So now we know who's controlling the win predictor. It's Rico. Good swing, though, from Bartram. She's got this going. She's got this angle working for her at the moment. Wheeler 4 off 8 needs to get going.
It's a good shot. That's 4 runs. It just goes to show that even if it's a little bit stray, that good players will make it count. And this gets put away just slightly on the pads, even though it's coming in. I mean, it's not a bad delivery. That is coming in, but it's all about waiting for it, seeing it, and then playing the shot, executing it beautifully.
I suppose the issue is where they've set the field here. It's power play over. The 2 outfielders are deep backward point and then a kind of fairly square third, and then there's like a third in the circle as well. And so they want Bartram to be bowling it outside the off stump, not on the stumps. And that kind of opened up that leg lance. Pretty good shot, though. Really well executed leg lance by Amy Wheeler.
This time still stays down that line. She's quite lucky, doesn't get put away this time.
Someone rewound the win predictor, went back up to 52. It's been a great addition, actually. We debuted the win predictor in the ECC men's back in September.
Yeah.
And you know, people often ask us, and especially people from non-cricket countries always say, who's winning? Who's winning? Who's winning?
Yeah.
That's one way to see who's winning.
Match. Yeah. Okay, that's where she wants to be. But
Come
now,
on, get there.
Akanika, yeah, there you go, a true battler.
There you go.
True battler.
They might go for 3 here. They're going to take on a 3. And that's really close, you know.
Again, upstairs.
Wasn't it
I
back?
think she makes it.
You know what I'm going to say?
Yeah.
She doesn't slide the bat.
Okay.
And the other thing is Bartram was super quick the way she whipped the bails off. I reckon this is closer than you think. Let's have a look. Here comes the ball. Will we even see? I mean, they're probably just in, and I mean just.
Had to stretch though, didn't she?
But Akanika, I mean, I do normally stay completely neutral, but when you've seen someone just take a blow like she did, I really wanted her to make that boundary stop, and
now
she
she's
did very well.
Now she might have hurt herself making the dive as well. Which she's just doing a bit of stretching there now. So I think.
Well, I wonder if they think this is so close it's umpire's call. So, like, if umpire's call was out here, I got to say,
might be having a look at it one more time.
Yeah,
it's very. I think
you can't see the stump, and that's what makes it tough to judge. And it's been given. All right, okay. I can tell you what's happened here, right? So the on-field call is out, right? So the on-field call is out, and then you've got a situation here where, you know, you could see there's doubts, I suppose, and they're feeling that that's an inconclusive replay. And if that's what they feel, then they stay with the umpire's call. So it's a wicket from nothing, and well, I've got to say, took everyone by a bit of surprise. But, well done to Akanika. I mean, caught us all a bit off guard there. It's going to be Wheeler that It tries a 3. She only gets 2.99 in the end. She'll be the first to go at 14 for 1.
Yeah. The thing is, though, Vinny, this could work against Italy because the way the rate was going, apart from that one boundary, they would be quite happy where it is. The last thing they need now is for the next batter to come out and start thumping it everywhere, and you start thinking, maybe we didn't need that call to go our way.
Maybe, but also saves the run. Don't forget that. And
I must admit, I'm surprised. When I'm watching it live, I think I said to you at the time, I think she makes it. Looking at the replay, I think she makes it.
I'll give you another review in a second. As this, well, pick up and throw, but throws wild. I will say this, though, right?
Well, who's that now flying in? Is that Pacinda?
I couldn't see. There were too many bodies there for me. No, but what I was going to say is that we see the stump bend, but it's very likely the bails were up before the stump's bending, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, you know, you can't see the stump. It's very close. And I can see how you could say the replay's not conclusive because we're kind of joining the dots a little bit there. You know, we can't really see. And so
Timed beautifully. Got to get down, got to get dirty. Fantastic. That's a Regina. Batters will come for 2, but it's a boundary saved.
And you know what? The other thing, and I'll be completely honest, I know I'm a long way away, but I see a lot of these, and I normally have a pretty good record. My soft call would have been out as well because I just saw how quickly she whipped the bails off. She whipped them off really quick, and then I saw the bat come down slightly afterwards. Now, the thing is, the bat, when you see the bat come down, normally it's touched the ground a fraction before that, right? Which is kind of what the replay showed me. But basically, it's in that group of, look, it's inconclusive from the replay, so we're sticking with the umpire's call, and that's the rationale. There's always a rationale behind decision on the ECN. If not, there's issues.
Shot.
Right now, well, guess who? It's Ellis. Well, she's not crying over spilt milk, is she? She lifts this one up and out of the ground. Maximo! 6 to England, and they're off to the races. End of the power play is 23 for 1.
Yeah, cracking shot. This from Ellis. Once again, it's just a little bit too short, but Ellis, I like the way she gets down on one knee, gets right under it, and clobbers it well, clobbers it big. 6 runs.
Well, I'm starting to think that Ellis might have turned on the red light in the third umpire's tent and said, hey, everyone step aside because it's 16 off that over in the end. Let's have a look at that first innings, particularly that 27 run over that really got things going towards the end. And now we're going to get ready for over number 4. And this is a player I like a lot, Mahamalagi, fresh off her first 6. And I said that if you worked out like a power to size ratio, I think she'd win a few competitions because she whacked that big Maximo earlier on. Also, she's a very clever bowler, and she's going to come and bowl his 4th over. She did bowl the second, don't forget. She only went for 5. Sturge facing up.
She's cunning in the sense of the way she flights the ball, her pace. I think batters, they get throwed by it. They think it might be coming a bit slower than what it is. So just a single. You can see they're trying to put the pressure on here, England. They need to try and get whatever they can. They're still, though, with that rate around about 12, they're still looking for at least a couple of boundaries per over as well.
Yeah, exactly. No, singles are fine for Italy. Stop boundaries or die trying. That's what it's all about right now. Mahamalagi to bowl to Ellis, who started strongly.
The bold. Now that's what I'm talking. That's the niggly length I'm talking about. The niggly length and also the pace. And that one sort of skids through. Big smile on the face.
Love the way
Mahamalagi. Well, you say it.
Mahamalagi.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it probably slightly wrong, but closer. No, but I love the attitude of all the players out here in the ECCW.
Nice to get shot. Should be fielded on the bounce.
Clever though. I mean, the field's set for that. They've got, how many is it? 6 on the offside.
Yeah.
6 on the offside, including 3 outfielders, 3 infielders as well. And so it's a big risk to take, I suppose, as a batter. I mean, do you stand out there? Do you try and go across the line? Across the movement as well, which she gets. So it's a classic thing. It only starts if you can bowl accurately. Then you can make a plan and you can set a field to that plan.
Okay, miscue, opportunity, and taken because, well, Pasindi this time it was more or less at it, so she does take it. She's not flying through the air, trying to grab it out of somebody else's hands. They get the wicket, so another one bites the dust, And that's both the openers now gone. Sturge will go for 5 of 8 deliveries.
Yeah, see, didn't really want to hit it offside, trying to go a bit straighter, but the movement takes it to the outside part of the bat. And Basindi, well, she was greedy earlier, wasn't she? She wanted it. She wants the ball. I can't really criticise that aspect of her game.
Yeah.
Maybe after we saw what happened the next ball, maybe she knew something we didn't. But what I will say is she takes that one without any fuss at all. Mahamalagi deserves the breakthrough, and she gets Sturge for 5, and it's 25 for 2.
Yeah, well done. And I've got to say, I mean, a lot of credit to Redrick, the captain, for sticking with this field. It's a brave field to have. You're basically inviting the batters to go for those big shots on the leg side, but she's saying no. She has faith in the bowler, so basically saying to Mama Malage, right, you keep it outside the off, and, well, the fielders will do the rest.
Yeah, and the thing, no fine leg, but those little dab shots or whatever, there's no pace on the ball. They're probably not going to go for 4 either. Anyway, here we go with Austin coming in, and once again, well directed, but a pretty good cut. Finds a tiny gap, and that's going to...
Don't touch it.
Yeah, I think she did okay there.
I didn't want Cindy to touch it from the other side of the rope.
We've
That's
seen that
good
before.
Stop.
Once you go over the rope, you're electric. You can't touch the ball again. But I think she doesn't get as much of her finger on it as she wants. So it's all just about this first touch. When she touches this, is she in the field of play? And there's no issue there, because then the ball stops by itself. I won't say it was meant to be that way, but it worked out okay.
It's a great stop.
I actually think I saw the H2O molecules slowing that one down. There was about 3 blades of grass between that and the rope. Good shot. There's twice we've seen that gap. And guess what? This isn't a replay.
Oh,
What about second
I've never
chance?
seen anything like that before. 2 in a row.
Second chance central. Okay, now do it again and do it properly. I heard that so many times when I was a child. And Pasindi, yeah, she was determined to get down to ground level this time. Love that. Tell you what, she's got the cardio going. She might need the oxygen to come out. Anyway, end of the 4th over, 29 for 2.
What a good over that is as well. And so, okay, they're staying in this contest. So, okay, who's going to bowl this one here now?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. You've bowled out your openers, so you've got to go to secondary options now. But I do agree with that decision to stick with the bowlers that had worked.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to try and keep that energy going as long as you can, and then just trust your 3rd and 4th bowlers here to keep it up. So they need 13.16 and over here.
That's what that over did. It just jumped from about 12.5 to 13. So the needing boundaries, they're going to have to go after this. And I'm looking at the field here now, and though I thought the field before was good and it was brave, I think you've got to be thinking now, saying, right, okay, we can be thinking about picking up wickets, but really we should be thinking about just saving the boundaries. That's what I'm thinking now as a captain, saving the boundaries. This one is going to be a long, hard chase. Fielder's got to get down and dirty, and this time, unfortunately, she scoops it up in the air and it follows her over the rope. So that's going to be 4, badly needed 4, and that's Malawata who's chasing this one, and unfortunately doesn't get it right.
Yeah, I just think little errors make a big difference against the English 11 batting lineup. Again, you can't fault the effort there. Just wasn't able to pull it back into play. Suddenly Malawata. Good shot though by Ellis. Been a beacon so far.
Good comeback delivery, and what a good pickup that is. Absolutely fantastic. So 1 or 2 excited thinking that's a wicket, but that's one hell of a bump.
That was probably one of the best timed bump balls I've seen in a while. Clean pair of hands from Pedrick there at cover.
Leg side. Oh, it's going to be 4, you know, because you've got to get down on this one. You don't get down on it, it's going to be 4 more. And interesting choice of bowling options when you think you got Daluwata, who maybe not going with Daluwata because perhaps the wet ball can't get the control on it. You got the 4-wicket here of yesterday, Malawata, still to bowl. I'm surprised they're going with this option.
The thing is, I don't mind Elisha here, but she needs to have paid attention the first 4 overs and seen what's been working. You know, I know she's turning the ball in a little bit to the right-hander, but you gotta go that off stump, outside of stump line. Remember, England, they need to get to 75 just to get a point.
Oh, taking it on, and I think this is just smart cricket because I think they've just felt that with the field in that position under a bit of pressure, they can take a single to her. If this is picked up cleanly and thrown in, then you're running into trouble.
Slippery conditions, by the way, I think that's pretty lucky as well for Delisha that she doesn't get swept away for another 4. It was just fortunate it went straight at the fielder. She's got to go left. Pull the ball to the left here. Now you don't have that protection on the leg side. You've got 4. You've got 5, including 3 in the circle on the offside. 2 to come. There you go. See, I'm not all full of hot air, Rico. That's a much better ball.
Good ball, well jabbed, no mistake from the fielder. Dot ball, gold dust.
What about this innings from Ellis though? 18 off 8, and Austin, very talented stroke maker as well. Trying to turn this situation around. And again, outside the off stump, finds the infielder. Not always right, but it feels good when I am. That'll be the end of the 5th over. And the England 11 are 38 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and I'm in the box with Rico Full. We had our Christmas tree decorated for us this morning. We have, and the top, I don't know if it's just out of shot now, but it had me, Rico, and Corey. And some people were deciding that they want to call out 3 wise men, but we've decided it's 2.5 wise men at the time.
Well, Corey tried to do a runner a few times.
Corey's tried to fall off the tree. We've had a great day. Hey, what about this contest? Could be history in the making, but I will say that this English team, they're class. And I think they'll be a bit more used to the pressure, but really they can only bat as well as the Italians have allowed them to bat. And that's what we've seen so far.
The next 3 overs could be key here. If they fall too far behind the rate, I don't think they can come back into it. So I think both the batters will know that, for me, this next over is going to be Bob Regina. I can see this is a key over. They're going to try and attack a big time.
Yeah, and look, she is quite accurate. I think that's the key. It all starts with the ball. And, yeah, so they go to twin off-spin options here. He's over 6.
Well bowled. And, would she have a go? She thinks about it, says, you know what? I'll just keep it to a dot.
Smart not to throw. Yeah, smart not to throw. Agree with that. Yeah, well, famously, I lost a pair of shoes to the Italians when they beat the Netherlands earlier in the year. I'm scared to think what I might have to give up if they were to beat the English here.
A pair of shoes, eh? Your shoes are going around. I get the feeling that Ishan's got one of your shoes. This is up in the air and... Oh, no way! Get out of here! Oh, my goodness me! We have seen the most outstanding catch you will ever see. Everybody has fallen off the edge of their chairs, and if you were dunking your digestive into the tea, you've just choked, because Pasindi, who else, has just taken one of the most remarkable catches you will ever see.
Oh, Pasindi magic. It is. She goes back with the flight of the ball in slippery conditions at a key point in the game with the batter just getting going. Ellis, he just gets it a bit wrong over the infield, not quite the outfield, and you can see the genuine reactions there. Enrico, well, stop the race. That is the catch of the tournament.
Catch of the tournament, your HCL software play of the day. Let's see it again, because it's worth seeing again. That is an outstanding catch. Absolutely brilliant. World class. Ellis, well, she'll be very disappointed. I think we get time to see this again. This HCL software play of the day. What a catch.
Outstanding work. It's such a difficult catch to take that way. Here we go, back to the action. And it's going to be in that general direction again. This time it goes around. And now they're going to take on a 2. And we're going to run out. Oh, unnecessary from Pai, who's going to go for a golden 1 here. She took on the 2, took on the arm, and lost. And England in even more trouble. 2 wickets fall in the space of 2 balls.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is what pressure does. And just watch this. So he gets played away. The chase is on. She wants it. She calls it. Says, yeah, I'm coming back. Here's the throw. Just had a lot. Yeah. Nowhere near, I think, when we have a look at this side on.
But I think her partner gave it the kind of, are you serious body language, because there wasn't really a 2 there. Maybe that's just some of the kind of pent-up energy. We know that Pai's energetic, and we see that coming through all the time. But Austin kind of paused and was unwilling to go, but then she trusted her call. She had to go, and Pai will be disappointed to go. And Italy pulling all the right strings.
Well, Pie maybe on this occasion is going to have to eat humble pie. She wanted the 2, but only gets the 1 as she'll be out. So, bit of a team hat-trick. That ball was on, but Regina, I said they were going to attack her. I had the feeling, and maybe they just felt with that that wicket falling, they had to try and get more than 1. Took it on, weren't able to get it. So, Shashi Pie will just face the 1 ball and go back. The half-century and off the other day. McCarthy launches and gets it big. 6 runs. Here's the fight back. Well, that's a cracking hit. And that's Austin. That smashes that big. So it's still life in this. It's a really good shot. Goes hard at it. Clobbers it big. Yeah, McCarthy is the non-striker. I think we're just clarifying. Yeah, it was Austin. 46 for 4 ball to go from Regina. Keeps this one outside the off. It gets played just for a single. They're saying easy, easy. Keep it a 1. It's an easy throw back to Regina. And it's only going to be 9 from the over. And also remember, a couple of wickets were to fall there as well. So at the end of the 6 overs, you can see they're in a fair bit of trouble here. 47 for 4. And also the rate creeps up past the 15 mark.
A lot to do here. A lot to do. Not just that. I think 75 for England to even get a point out of the game. That's now 28 off 24.
Well, magical moments possibly here in the making. And this would be the first real upset. There's no doubt about it. Still work to be done here. You never write off the English.
Nadia Kara got it slightly wrong, if I'm completely honest. In the first half or over, came back with a couple of good balls at the end. That's where she needs to live. That's her office at the moment. That's where the field is. That's where they can restrict best. Here we go, over number 7.
And, it's just going to be a single good stop, but plenty of sweepers back there covering up. Oh, she needed to get her hands to that, otherwise it would have gone for the second. And Nikara just using his shirt to drive the ball here. McCarthy goes for the big one, and he's going to get 6 runs. What a cracking shot. Goes for it. Charges down the wicket, goes for the Hollywood shot, and nails it.
That's a bomb. That's a really, really good shot. And the thing I like about this, courageous enough to go through with the shot, even though the ball was quite away from the eye line. She had to go reaching for it. And some batters then start kind of chickening out because they're worried they'll miss it and they might get stumped. But McCarthy had that confidence, put it miles over the fence. Game on.
Comes again. This time goes blisteringly outside the off, and that's going to be 4 as well. Ekalaika, quite rightly so, sees this one sizzling away and is probably thinking, oh no, not again. But this is hit so well. Look at the hand speed on that.
Good hitting. It's good hitting. I mean, 15 and over, basically. Think of that. You need 15 per over. So get 15 off each over if you can. McCarthy could do that.
It's a better delivery. Should be just the 1. And they might go on. No, I think they decide not to. It's a good call as well, because despite the slight fumble, it's a good throw right over the stumps.
That catch was quite incredible, but for the moment as well, Ellis was taking the game back, taking ownership of the game back for England.
Firmly hit, 4 runs. Great shot. And now you can see both these batters finding their rhythm. So Austin and McCarthy are starting to find their way. Great footwork. This is all about footwork. Getting to the pitch and then executing the shot to perfection.
Yeah, it's just a good shot when it comes down to it.
So they've got the 16 now
Yeah.
off this over. So
Got what they needed
look
off the
how
over.
look how quickly. I mean, if this goes to the boundary, how quickly they can start to bring that rate
We were
down.
talking a second ago about, will they even make the 75? Well, hard to believe they won't make at least that now, England. Delisha, last ball of her spell.
Go short and watch the bounce. Carefully done. Nicely done again by Sonia Toffoletto. She has fielded really well. Whatever she could try and get her hands onto, she has done, and she's made the stops. Looking a little bit more confident there, maybe the English camp. 64 for 4 at the end of 7.
Looking once again at those fixtures for tomorrow, the final day of qualifying matches. Spain are going to need to play out of their skin. They got a tough one against the English in the morning, but then I think against Austria in match 20, that could turn out to be very, very important as far as who qualifies and who doesn't. Make sure you join us for 4 more matches of T10 action starting 8:45 AM GMT, which is 9:45 in Central Europe, and 2:15 PM in India. Rico, there's only 7 matches left in the season.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay.
Oh, now, okay, have a go, and they miss, so they're going to get 2 wides here.
Yeah.
How early does the
I
bat?
think it's
I want to
still
see
a
how
wide.
early the batter goes.
Doesn't really go until
Let's
the ball's
see.
bowled. Look, see, she
Yeah.
doesn't actually move her feet until the ball's bowled. So it's big wide, and yeah, decided maybe she'd get the wicket there. All right, goes after this. It's just looping over. Maybe not. Well, Delisha with a big effort. Now they're going to come back for 2, maybe 3 if they're
here.
quick.
3's on, maybe.
Oh, they just
It still could be on.
decided it was not on in the end. Hey,
What an effort in the
classic,
field.
yeah, great effort. Classic ECN chaos at the moment.
This is where
I can't
Italy.
believe she reached that.
Yeah, this is where Italy have to just say to each other, "Hey, everyone, calm down."
Yeah.
And you can see Regina saying, "Just calm down.
When everyone says that,
Keep the basics right.
it's
Calm
a fake.
down."
Nobody's calm. Nobody is calm. All right, back to the action. What I was going to say with that catch from Kanankigi earlier is it was a bit of magic. It removed the batter that was looking the most threatening at that stage.
Yeah.
It also then created a situation where Pai came and ran herself out the next ball. So
Yeah.
it just had such a, not just an incredible catch, but it's also changed the whole flow of the game. England getting a bit of momentum back now.
Oh, well. It's
Don't throw.
got to hold. Oh, they're not. You got to follow the
Keeper.
script.
This
Got
is
to
crazy.
follow the script. I mean, it was a tremendous effort called and bowled, and he just had to say,
I love this.
keep
I love
it-
this game.
Just had to say, all right, it's a dot, it's a win. A dot is a win. And then she thinks, okay, my hands are stinking, but I'm still gonna throw.
Thing there
Oh,
is
that's
you know,
gotta
with
hurt.
everyone mattering, that doesn't actually save a run, even if you get the run out. And there's this kind of side debate about, well, if you remove this batter, that brings a new batter in. And these two are going well. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, that's one. I think they gave away one they didn't have to. Pedrick. I wonder if she can continue here. The way things are going there, she gives the ball to the umpire. Let's have a look.
Looks like the old magic spray is going to be required here because
I love these games.
it was
This is-
absolutely thumped.
Is it Thursday? It feels like Thursday, even though I don't think it is. It's Wednesday, isn't it? Well, we've got
is.
magic spray. We have to make up a new name now. But yeah, did well. Look, kept it to 1. Probably could have kept it to 0.
It was clobbered. It was absolutely clobbered. But it's a shame she threw it away. But I think that's the here at the moment.
Yeah.
And you're right. It's very easy for us to say they've got to stay calm here.
Yeah.
Don't get too excited. But hey, there's plenty to be
Whenever you
excited
tell
about.
someone to stay calm, they'll always yell back at you, I am calm, I am calm. That's just what happens. Look at that, yeah, hits the left. Like I said, it almost created a run out. But I suppose if you're being strategic, you have nothing to gain from that run out. Expect, okay, you might get a new batter out there. But as far as on the scoreboard, it doesn't really matter. The other thing is, this is the 5th bowler that we're seeing here. That we haven't seen Himanshi Dalawata.
Yeah.
Which surprises me a little bit.
Or Maluata, for that matter.
Yeah.
We haven't seen 2 of the key bowlers. And I think this is all to do with the ball being wet.
Yeah.
They're going with the slower bowler. So maybe it's smart, especially if they win this. All right, big delivery. Pedrick, after being hurt, goes wide, but the batter chases it. So
Yes. Sonia, very nice work.
good.
Keeps
That's
it to
good.
1.
That's
I mean,
really good.
always like to see Sonia Toffoletto down there in the field. She's become quite a key fielder. I mean, it's a really important position.
She's fielded so well in that
Yeah.
area, and I like the way she kept the cool head there. Doesn't throw it, sees the batter's not running, and gets the easy option out. Now, this one might be too high. There's one they're going to have a look at there. Going for the single. They'll get the single now. Let's have a look at this, the height on this. Is it dipping? Is it not?
Yeah, let's have a look. Where does it almost reach it? It's pretty high, but it is coming down.
coming down. I
But you
think-
look at that little comet shows you that
It's
probably
coming
for
down. I think
me
that's okay.
with that,
Yeah.
it'll be just okay. So I mean that one goes Italy's way. All right, so Pedrick trying to get out of this over.
Up in the air, and this is going to go all the way. So 6 runs. Bulle, shaba, shaba. Ginna, zona, shakka, lag gaya. Que grande, que guay. Que partido tienes aquí. Que partido, eh?
Oh, este es un partido fantástico, Rico. Another twist and turn. I've loved this game. Toffeleto can't do anything about this. Sails over her head, and that's 78 for 4 after 8. So they get a point out of the game, England. We already know that. They want more than a point. They want the whole kit and caboodle. They want the win. Regina Citizine to come back and bowl the 9th. The big question will be then, who'll bowl the 10th?
Yeah.
Do you stick with Pedrick, who's been a little bit of a risky proposition in this series, or do you go to one of those paces and go to someone that hasn't bowled yet in the game? Bit of tension.
Yeah, a lot of that. This is the all happens in the 9th, everyone. Regina to bowl it. Hit firmly, trying to get it in the gap. They certainly will be looking for 2. In comes the throw. It's a good throw. But running. They get there.
Really good running. And at this stage, you need 2.5 a ball. So even that, they lose a bit of ground, England.
Yeah.
But yeah, 15 and 15, they win the game from here. So just remember that. And that's 2 off the first over. You probably feel like you might be able to catch a few in the last over as well.
What a game. Once again, got to get down. And he gets away from it. And, well, what a scramble. What a scramble. In comes the throw. I want to see the foot. I want to see the foot.
She's fine. But I tell you this, she's almost, I know there's been a bit of rain, but she's swimming. She swims after this. It gets away from her. And then, look at that. She's desperate. And then she tries to work out how she's going to throw. It must look like about 100 metres back to the pitch from where she was.
Remember how Ekanaka started this match?
Yeah.
Remember she took one in the face. She's been diving around. She's been a star high up in the air. And that will go all the way. Manos, arriba, arriba, arriba. Que guay, que genial. 6 más. Una golpe muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. Well, that changes things.
Ice in her veins there. Meg Austin lifts it up, takes on the outfielder and wins. Yeah, go back to Ekanaka. I mean, the Tooth Fairy was pretty interested earlier in the innings about that missed opportunity. But anyway, back to the action. This one's off the pitch, so it's going to be a free hit now.
Oh, Regina, this one goes completely wrong. So free hit coming up. So 1 more on the board.
Do you
and
know
also
what this game reminds me of? Malta versus England 11 in the ECC. Has that feel for me? I mean, they've been ahead pretty much all the way. 19 off 9.
Short, straight to the fielder, who does well, keeps it to 1. So get out of jail, baby, there,
Oh,
Regina.
it really does. I mean, that's the ball that could have gone into the jungle. It was short. It was asking for it, really. But the difference between the middle of the bat and not quite.
Yes, Basinda. Could her catch be the telling point? Now that's out. Brilliantly bowled. Draws the batter out. More importantly, not only is a wicket, new batter will come out, but it's a dot ball, a bit of gold dust. And Regina, well, look at that. She's almost in tears. She's so excited. This means so much to them. Brilliantly done. Ratnanaika keeps her cool, take the bails off, and, well, the Azuri, they have another.
Yeah, and I suppose slightly beaten the flight. Smart work by Ratnaka behind the stumps. They got their kind of first choice keeper back behind the stumps. You can see Regina. Well, let's just say it's not the first time we've seen the waterworks if it does happen. I remember how emotional she was in that memorable win against the Dutch. But well done to McCarthy. I mean, she keeps England in the hunt there. 2 Max Mosen and 4 in her 22, where she flexes her muscles at a good time. 90 for 5. There's 7 balls left in this game, and England 11 require 18 runs.
This one is huge. This is where Gammon is in there. May only face the 1 ball. If she can crack it to a boundary, it could make all the difference in this contest.
Sheena needs to go same ball again here. Last ball, the 9th.
And it will be stopped. And it could be a run out if it goes to the other end. And they're going to ask the question here. Regina reckons she's got a player here. What a bit of play this is. But what about that stop? What about the fielding here from Pedrick? This is sensational. This is sensational.
It was brilliant, but I've got to say, I thought they'd go to the other end. I'm a bit surprised they actually went for the run, seeing that Austin is the established batter. But you see, they get her by a fair bit. But I don't think there's too much doubt in this one. Yeah, well short. And so, yeah, there's the decision.
Wow. Well, so we go to the last, and we're going to need something quite astonishing. Let's just watch this again.
See, Austin's trying to go, hey, what are you doing? Come on, I need my end. I need to be on strike. And in the end, they go for a run that was too risky, and it probably wasn't even strategically the right thing to do. It's a golden derrick for Beth and Gammon. And smart work, like you say, by Pedrick and also to Regina to get back to the stumps. But this is what I'm talking about. Even very, very good players, this ECN cricket is a different kind of pressure.
Well, this is Gammon.
Yeah.
Gammon getting beaten by the duck because Derek is going to be all over Gammon. Gammon gets cooked.
But do you see what I mean? It was situationally, you're getting put in situations that you're not used to. And that was one there. Look, if it's a dot, dot's a dot. Okay, so Pedrick's coming back in. 18. By the way, Italy scored 18 against the Dutch to win by a run back at that famous game at the Rock. I'm not trying to upset them. I'm just stating facts. Pedrick is going to bowl the last over. She's taking on the responsibility. What a game. Something about last games today, Rico. They've been outstanding.
Okay, here we go. Can she get all 6 balls? Going to start with a wide.
And so this is Thomas that has come out now.
Legal deliveries required. Legal deliveries. Pressure, of course, on the captain, but wants to bowl this second. Looks pretty calm. Ooh. Hey, it could be.
Come on.
It could be. Bring it on.
Come on.
Back to the action.
All right.
Okay, that's well bowled. And the stop made as well. They'll take just a single.
So it matters to me who's on strike. Austin 30 off 16, looking the goods. If you needed someone to get 16 off 5. Think of it this way. 3 big hits. 3 big hits, this game is over.
Okay, Austin. Can she be the hero for the English? Look at the excitement in everybody. She wants to go funky. Ay, ay, ay! Get out of here. What a bit of coolness that is. We go for a little bit of sexy cricket. Showtime here at the Cardamom Oval, the Field of Dreams.
I know you like to say sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Well, I don't see the sun, I don't see the sand, but I do see the sexy cricket. The sea's a fair bit away as well. But what about that shot?
Wow.
But, I mean, it's 4-6. She kind of gives up her chance to even hit a 6 by going for a 4, if that makes sense. But now 2 big hits will do it. What a game. Also, last ball, last over, as brought up by Chris in the chat. Would have been a big wide. She just left it. Anyway, 12 off 4 right now. Pedrick in the hot seat. England 12 away from victory.
Needs a dot. Oh, even a single will do. Oh, she didn't have to play at this. But I don't think he's going to get for 4. They'll go for 2, but didn't have to play. Well, they might even think about 3, but I don't think they will. I think they've got to keep Austin on strike.
Credit to England. You know, obviously we're focusing a bit on the Italian situation because I don't think anyone expected this of them. But the thing is that England have fought back into this game really, really well. I wonder about, that's one way you can kind of steal a boundary, but you're not going to ever hit a 6 with that shot. You kind of. This is something we don't see very often.
This is I don't mind. This is the captain thinking, you know, I'm just gonna. He's got time. I'm taking time to make sure I'm sorted.
I can honestly tell you, I never had to hold up the game for a hair malfunction, but I can tell you also, 10 off 3. Yeah, I'm just a bit surprised, Austin, with the shot selections. She can never hit that for 6.
Yeah, leave the whites alone. Yeah, leave them alone
as well. All right, 10 off 3. Now I think she's trying to go large.
And it should just be 1. Regina goes down. They want to try and go for 2, of course.
Yes.
And
again, that's one that I think a little bit of inexperience in the format. I think that one you got to go for 2 and take on the throw.
All right, need a boundary here. Need a boundary.
Not just this. If this is only a single, then they can't win unless they get extras. So you got to go for 2 no matter what.
Drags it out and
got to go for 2. Got to see the situation here.
In comes the throw to the keeper's end, and it will be out. So Italy are on the verge of something sensational here. That will just be 1. That will just be 1. So that will bring up the 100. But they now need 7. 7 is required, right?
I think they need 7 to tie now,
7
right?
to tie.
And there's 1 ball left. So that's why I said, do you know what? I know she gets run out, but that really is their only play there. You can't bank on a wide getting bowled. So I think that's quite smart by Austin. Again, that's good decision making. She has to go for that run. Yeah. But look at this. So now 7 to tie. Literally, Pedrick just needs to bowl legal delivery.
But how much pressure is on the captain here now? A lot of pressure. Let me tell you this, a lot of pressure. She knows what's at stake. This could be the biggest victory ever for the Azzurri, for the Italians.
Huge
the
moment.
biggest victory ever. The captain has the ball. It's one ball. They can't do it with a legal delivery. Just got to get a legal delivery in. Here it comes.
History in the making.
And it will be probably just a single. Maybe they'll go 2. The boundary gets stopped. This is going to be sensational. You've seen it here live unfold on the European Cricket Network. Italy have beaten England. Look at the joy. Look at the scenes. Look at the amazement. They're coming from everywhere. The Azzurri have won this game. Oh, absolutely fantastico.
Incredible performance, really. And I don't think in their wildest dreams they could ever have imagined they could have done what they've done there, and it just shows you what's possible, you know, with good plans, good execution of those plans, a little bit of luck at times, let's be honest, but set up with a good batting performance. We felt, you know, 100 plus puts England batting under pressure, and that's one thing. England haven't had to really bat under pressure before in this series. But well done to Pedrick. She holds her nerves. Remember all the crazy things that happened in that game. Remember when we saw, you know, the head blow or the nasty blow taken early on by Ratnaka. She went short, fought back. Even in that innings, we had a nasty one. But ultimately, it's an incredible cricket match, and the Azzurri come up on top, and they make European cricket history right here.
Amazing, amazing. We've just witnessed something quite fantastic. No pain, no gain is what they say. There was plenty of pain there, wasn't there, for the Italians? They were getting hurt, they were getting hit, but they end up being victorious. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Spain take on England first up, but Spain know their big game, their final will be the last match, match number 20 against Austria. Austria, they have to prepare for that game. They take on Italy. Who knows what the Italians can do now? And then, of course, the other big one, England, taking on the Netherlands. And that one, wow. It could all depend on that.
But look at the chaos here. I mean, there was a bit of everything there that went down. I wonder what Team Spain are thinking, going to take on England in the morning. But look, you saw that one.
Remember that?
Yeah. Cindy was hungry for the ball. She felt that there was a highlight around the corner, and she was right, don't get me wrong. Now, let's go back to this one. Remember, kind of changed the game a little bit. They stuck with umpire's call on that one. So almost to 3, but not quite. That was the run out. And Bartram then basically got banged a bit, got pogoed a bit in that 3rd over. And you always knew England were going to fight back. They're very, very good players. We've seen that time and time again. That was a bit of a regulation one, but there'd be one that was anything but still to come. But, you know, fairly intelligent batting here. You know, like I said...
Look at these.
Yeah.
Can I just remind you, I know what you're going to say, but Pasindi there on 2 occasions saves 2 runs. That's 4 runs just there. And then the same fielder pulls off one of the best catches that we've seen.
Not so much luck for Sadali Mawata, who took that one with her. Yeah, but I was just going to say, I mean, this is the one, right? This is the one. She goes back and takes it, wipes herself out. Also, the outfielder, Mahamalagi, knew exactly that Pasindi was going for that ball. There was no miscommunication there. Everyone fell off their chairs in the dugout. Couldn't believe that. And like I said, I think credit also to England for fighting back into the game, because they were a long way behind in the end. They fall just short. This was a little bit of a brain snap from Sharchi to go for a second that just wasn't on. So that was 2 and 2. But then we'd see another big fight back as England continued to swing and then got themselves back in with some of these Maximos. The ball striking was top class.
It was an incredible match. It was a joy for everyone. And if you're a neutral, I don't think you've probably seen a better match than this in a while. It really could have gone either way. It was a bit like a seesaw ride, wasn't it? A bit of a roller coaster. And some of the big shots. I mean, that one again there, if that stuck, but still stopping the ball. And then this, don't forget this. I mean, that one probably could have been 4 runs. So all of these little moments. And you got to say, when you look at all of those things, I know Italy put the runs on the board, which was always going to be a challenge. But maybe it's the fielding from the Italians that win in this match.
Yeah, well, I think so. You know, I think they really played above their level when it's all said and done. This was the night. This was a big moment as well, wasn't it? Because McCarthy had been brilliant while she was out there, but basically went wandering and could never get home. And then that one, yeah, would have been a wide. And then again, this is, game management, I suppose. Could have had a run out at either end. Austin was unwilling, but then had no choice but to go. Smart work. And well, Rico, what did we learn in the end? We've seen history repeating. We've seen a Dutch batter scoring the first T10 or ECC international century for men's and then women's. And now we've seen one of the biggest upsets replicated as well. Italy beating the England 11 at an ECC, this time in the women's. And this was late in the piece. They needed to go for 2 here. At least then a 6 could have tied the game off the last ball. But Italy, cool as a cucumber. Look, didn't all go their way, but I think most things did there. And Bartram, you wouldn't want to have the ball in anyone else's hands there. Fires a bounce throw to Ratnaka, does the rest. And then that's when they actually started to believe it, I think.
Yeah, look at
that they could do it.
Look at Pravar there.
Just have to bowl straight, and then it was all hands on deck. A very, very special moment for Italian cricket and European cricket.
Yeah, Pravar there, you can see even at that point, he didn't want the emotions to tell. He still felt there could be a twist. But when it happened, they believed and they got there. And you know what? I remember when the match that you were talking about, when Italy beat England. And I remember, do you remember what happened sort of in the next 24, 48 hours? A buzz went around the world. I mean, Italy, it was on the news. They were celebrating. They couldn't believe it. It was huge. This is as big, if not bigger. I mean, at the moment, Italy and the Italians are going to be going wild. This is probably a huge victory, a huge upset. And what a magical moment that is as well for somebody like the coaching staff. Pravar, we've talked about him, and Lorena. Can you imagine what Lorena is going through now watching that back at home? The amount of time and effort that is being put in, the amount of sacrifices that get made, and it all unfolds out there, and that's what it's all about. That makes it all worth it.
Yeah, Ellis, McCarthy and Austin, I think they fought really well for England, got them into a position where they might have just stolen it, but Regina with 2 for 21 was important. I think Mahamlagi was brilliant as well. Bartram, she set the tone as well.
Yeah.
And, you know, on another day, if that first over goes another way, if it goes magical, you feel it's just kind of business as usual. And in the end, it is a bit of history. Well, we didn't get our golden ball. We certainly did get a golden moment. The England 11, bit of a reality check for them as well. I don't think it was anything that they took it easy or anything like that. I know they're always shuffling their order. I still think they had the utmost respect for the game and the occasion. But I think that they were put essentially in a situation they hadn't been before. Like I said, batting is one thing, but batting under pressure is another thing. Batting when you kind of need to do it, when that rate is climbing, when you're not really getting the balls you want, it's a completely different ball game. So I think that is also, in a way, a positive for the English 11 because they'll know, you know, when it comes to the business end, we're only 2 days away from the final, by the way, they are going to be put to the ultimate test and they know kind of what they need to go back and work on. I know that they'll have a chat about it as well, but, I mean, what about that moment when Italy now can say they've beaten both the Netherlands and the England 11 in a year of ECN cricket? It's quite unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. And, you know, the thing about a match like that is it gives all the other teams hope, and it gives all the other teams what's needed to drive, the willpower to drive, because if you keep working hard, then you'll get your own magical moments as well. That is a magical moment for the Italian national side, and from that they will grow, and they will grow hugely, because you know, you think about these things, you dream about these things, and you don't think they're going to happen. When they happen, then you think, right, we can go on and on and on and on. That's a great moment for European cricket, a great moment for the neutrals. But I will also say this about England. Remember, we did have Kiara Green up here. Kiara Green watched the Italians play. She knew.
Yeah.
She knew that they had the potential to do that to any team. And I think when I was talking to Kiara, I said, you know, it'd be interesting because I think the Italians, if they win the toss, I think they fancy batting first and getting a score on the board, because I think if they can get that score on the board, they can really pressurise any team. And that's exactly what happened there. But fair play to England. They never gave up. They gave us a very, very good contest. A very exciting one. But Italy, well done.
Any other team, I think, when that rate gets up 14-15, it's just all over Red Rover. But England 11 showing their quality, fighting back, but not quite enough to get them over the line. Just quickly, we'll show you the fixtures once again for tomorrow. And tomorrow is the
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back after a bit of an extended break from the live action, but hopefully you've enjoyed that ECN Classic. What a win that was, where the Italian team got over the England 11 for an amazing victory in the ECCW last year. And we'll see more of the Italian women's team this weekend as they take on Spain in a 5-match series. But right here, right now, it's time to finish up the group stage, Group B in particular. It's going to be match number 49. To do that, Janjua Brescia taking on Milan United. A little while ago, Tyrone Peters was out in the middle with the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Milan United to call.
Head.
Head is the call.
And we bat first.
They're going to bat.
Well, Janjua Brescia have their chance to get on the park tonight. And of course, they will feature in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Whether they finish first or second really is up to this match right now for Milan United. That's their last chance. I know they have had a bit of a rough time in this series without a win. They'd love to spring an upset in their last game in this year's series. Hopefully we do see them again in the future. Watch out for Dulu at the top of the order. And Riaz Madas has been some pretty good form as well. And the who will win, saying 85-15. And ready to go. So Milan United going out there to field first, having been asked to do so. Let's see if they can bring their tournament to conclusion in a happy way. I've got to say, I don't think they're a bad team. I think that they do have that spin attack that are certainly very proficient, I think, at landing ball where they want to. Just maybe don't have some of the weapons that some of the other teams do, which you kind of need to be competitive in this format. Having said that, I do think their captain, Taridu Heshan's a pretty good player. I think Pereira's been outstanding behind the stumps and also tried to do a job with the bat. Guys like Roshan Silva, like Mishanjai Cody as well. But let's see if they can win their final. This is kind of their final. It's unfortunate. You hate to see a team go through without winning a game. Like I say, they have been competitive at times. Haven't really been able to string one together. Ready to roll then, or not? That looks like more than a practice run. It's Riaz Madassa to open up. Yasadulu, his opening partner. I mean, Dulu was an absolute star for Brescia CC, believe it or not. They're crosstown rivals in the ECL in 22. So he's a player that comes with a big reputation. Also pretty handy with the gloves. Okay. That will be Chamika de Silva to get us going here. First one driven straight at the field. A slight fumble. They won't get a run. I won't see too many quick singles between these two. They like to deal in boundaries. Welcome back to everyone. Had a question there from KH Medal, but I think Jules answered it pretty well. I had a Kroom as well. Hopefully everyone is enjoying themselves. I know I am. A little bit of a break. Some preparations of it, obviously with the Mid-innings Cup coming up tomorrow. And this will be called wide. Manassa. Get itchy for a boundary already, I'm sure. Well, he's going to have to try and hit that one with a tennis racket. It's going to be no ball. As Chamika de Silva just loses the handle on it. Just a wild delivery. So free hit coming up. Get a first, not a final warning these days, first warning. Well, there we go. He hits this pretty hard down the ground. Bit of work for the outfielder to do, but he does it well. From Eshjar Sakra down there. I like this random question from Viking Bay. If ECS was a TV series, which one would it be? I got to admit, X-Files came straight into my mind. Groundhog Day. Very good. That's a movie, but I'll let it go. It can be a movie or a TV series, maybe. Dulu gets a strike for the first time, hits this pretty well. Once again, a bit of work. And there for Jai Sacred as well. Yeah, what would it be? If it was a song, it might be Rock Around the Clock. Well, we don't quite go all the way around the clock. The day's coming, maybe if we do our marathon idea, we can organise that. Big swing and a miss this time from Madas. It's been a pretty good first over. I know that full one got away from him, but he didn't get punished on the free hit. Maybe there used to be a song, there used to be a show called Unsolved Mysteries. You remember that one? Let us know your thoughts. There's some good ones. Keeps it a bit low and he edges it into his pad this time. Madasa. But yeah, I suppose this one's an interesting game. With the situation, we'll see the table in a few minutes, but Janjua Brescia, because they did pick up an automatic 4 points that last game we didn't have. They're in great shape to top the table. All they have to do is win here. Long way back, but I think it hits him slightly above the pad. That's pretty good first over, all things considered, from De Silva. Gets out of a tight spot and only concedes four without loss after one. Yeah, so much cricket going on this week. And like I said, we're preparing not only for cricket here tomorrow, but also I know there's lots of preparations happening in France right now at the Dreux Cricket Ground. France taking on Malta in both of the first two games in that Nina Cup T20 International Series. 4 days of cricket. There's 6 matches, so 2 a day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The top 2 teams will play a final on Sunday. So Charlie Hunt, I believe, although he had his flight slightly delayed, is on his way to France for that. And France versus Malta, that's going to be good. Start of a new over. They're going to go to some spin now with Jaya Sekera. Using around the wicket here. So, muted start from Janjua Brescia. Does him for angle this time. Yeah, so actually a little bit of a peek at the squads. Of course, you can always do that by going to EuropeanCricket.com. Aussies from all the way back at the stumps, and the batter gets a really good look at it, an extra metre, and he says, yep, all right, I can deal with that. And just whacks it away. Here's the risk. If you're going to bowl around the wicket, you're not going to have a good time if you bowl in that area. Yeah, these are the squads. Let's have a couple of reserves in there. I think the Mongols have been just given reserve status, but the big name for me that's in is Hamza Niaz for France. And clearly the youngster Sajjad Stanikzai has also been included, so he'll make his T20 international debut, the 16-year-old. Anyway, this is going to get slammed down the ground. Maximo! Dulu goes large. That's the power that he's bringing to the table. Yeah, so Malta, kind of some familiar names there. Watch out for Zishan Khan's been in pretty good form. Michael Freed is a firebrand. And Belgium, and one name I don't know there, Duman de Walde is in there, but Ali Raza, very good player. Sub as a keel. I wonder what he's like fitness-wise. Akrami's good left-arm spinner. Lots of talent in there. That starts tomorrow. A little delay this time. Seemed very quick here. I've got my spider senses are up. Does he take this too far forward? Let's have a look. Does he encroach or not? No, he seems fine. Yeah, that's okay. Ooh, I think that's out. Yeah, heels in the air, and I think he's gone. He doesn't encroach. And I think that pardon me, that Dulu is going to have to go. So, yeah, I just thought spotting maybe Tahir would come in next, but it's going to be stumped, and disappointment for Dulu. He can't get too much going in this one. He will be the first to fall. Good effort from Milan United early on here. And that will bring Wazim Ali to the crease. So Dulu on for 11 off 6. And Shehan Pereira, he got that really quickly onto the stumps. Didn't give Dulu a chance to get back. You can see pretty clearly the heel was in the air. So Jay Saker, the successful bowler. Wazim Ali. It's a long ball. We've seen that in the series already. He's back and cuts, plays it really well. Proper cricket shot to get him going. So Jay Saker does have a pretty successful over. I think if you can get rid of Dulu, and you consider that a win, even though he does go for 14. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 18 for 1. So Milan United searching for a victory to take with them this week. Nice shot of the ground. And the table shows you this. Janjua Brescia, they are in second spot, but a win, the 3 points would take them over the top. So 3rd and 4th are fixed. We know that Friends 11 are finishing 3rd, Vicenza are finishing 4th. That's not going to change. But what could change is the order of the top 2. As Jai Cody comes in, but he's a fraction short and smacked away. Maximo. That was a big 6. Now, if you finish top of the table, that means you're going to play Marco Milano in the quarterfinals tomorrow. If you finish 2nd on the table, you're going to play Brescia. Not Brescia CC, pardon me. If you're 2nd on the table, you're going to play Cividate. We already know that Friends 11 will play Brescia CC tomorrow. Oh, shot. Really good shot. Just generate a lot of pace there, and that has screamed away. I don't think anyone's sure if this is 4 or 6. I don't know if we caught it because it went so quickly. Of course we caught it. Our crew at Spring Productions. Fantastic work, and it's gone miles over. 6 carreras. Maximo time. What a shot. Generates a lot of speed off the back foot there. The other one I should mention is that Fresh Tropical will be taking on Vicenza. And what about Friends 11? After the heartbreak of going down to Vicenza in that golden ball last night, they actually kind of get their own back and they sneak past them just by net run rate on the table. Really not too much between those two at all. And obviously it showed up that way, didn't it? Because they were unable to be split last night, except by a golden ball. Some hesitation here. They won't take on the run. I like Dave's suggestion. Well, his last one that he put in that I saw was the Hunger Games for how you describe ECS. Goes after this in the air, but it's going to carry the field up. Maximo! Manassa's up to his old tricks. Throws the hands at it. And this is what makes him such a dangerous player. He's not a one-sided player, so he's not just looking to hit over that leg side and kind of be done with it that way. He'll look at the ball and he'll try and play the right shot. And normally he's got the answers. It was a really nice shot. Now he will get one that is in towards the legs. He's going to put this one away as well. And 4 carreras. Trouble on the cards after a promising start, you'd have to say. Milan United. Back to earth with a thud at the moment. This run rate's up above 14 and over now. This one floats just a little bit wide of the mark. Pista is asking, is Sajid Afridi available to play for Brescia? Well, I cannot tell you that. He's in the squad. I have no idea what that'll look like tomorrow. Big swing and a miss. Yeah, stay tuned. As soon as you get the teams, they'll be on our website, europeancricket.com, and also the link will be in the chat tomorrow, Pista. That's all I can tell you at this stage. That'll be the end of the power play, 41 for 1. Okay, so Milan United hanging in there. Magical third over though. Kind of blows the power play out of the water. 18 off 2, but then 41 off 3. Looks a lot different. Now Inosh. He's going to get a bowl. Well, that's not a great start. I think there's going to be a no ball +6 maximal. Yeah, it's been called on the field. Just kind of hanging full toss and, yeah, waist higher above. The umpire says, yeah, look, I think it's too high. You have to bowl that one again. Problem is, he's already gone for 7. So free hit coming up. Well, I hope the scorers are watching that because they haven't scored it as a no ball, but I can tell you it is a no ball. Here's a free hit. And another full toss, and that one's going to get put away over the boundary as well. Maximal. That one's dropping a bit, I think. No issues there. Now he's going to get through. Well, Nosh bites back. His first ball went for 13. And, oh, well, if you're going to fight back, that's one way to do it. Rattle the stumps. And, yeah, just kind of went straight through the gate. So Nosh, well, he's fired up. But, well, talk about your stunning turnarounds. Wazim whacks a couple out of the ground, but then he's going to have to go. Got to admit, after the start of that over, that was the last thing I was expecting. So, Janjua Brescia, they bring up the 50, but now they've lost a second wicket, 54 for 2. Maybe my favourite bit of this is Medasa at the other end kind of saying, hey, why did you miss it? He says, I don't know. I didn't miss it on purpose. That's the way it goes. I suppose it's a productive innings from Wazim Ali. Does whack 2 6s and a 4 in there. A little bit short, but he gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and that's going to be 6. So Rizwan comes out. Rizwan Day is a very powerful player. This is a genuine long hop, really. Gets smacked down to the ground. Maximal. Hello to Easy Tech. Ask me what I think about Hamza Saad. I've got to say, I'm impressed with him. It's always good to see young players coming through. I think obviously he's got a bit about him. Still got a bit to go in his development, but these are exactly the sort of players I think that the national selectors need to have their eyes on. Bit of direction here. Little tap and run. Handled cleanly, so just a single. Medasa in the driver's seat right now. Well, that one ain't coming back anytime soon either. Maximal, that's going to be a second warning. And this has just kind of gone off the rails. If you are trying to bowl over the wrist, it can be a problem finding your length. But that was a genuine hook shot off a full toss. And it's gone just so far. And I think that's not a forcing. That's just saying, look, second and final warning. If he bowls another one, then he won't be able to bowl anymore. But this is where, I mean, Corey's got a point. I think the batter should get the option to say, look, I don't want him out of the attack. I'm enjoying what I'm doing here. Inosh, look, classic, when he's got it right, he's got it right. But when he hasn't, it's gone a long way. I guess in some forms, that's the last chance you get. But we think in this form of the game, because bowlers are trying things, you don't want to be barring guys out of the attack. But 27 off 4, and this one could go supersonic, the way things are going. Another free hit to come now for Riaz Madassa. And this one is hit. Field's got a bit of work to do. Great effort. I mean, wouldn't have been out anyway. But he attacked it like he wanted the highlight. You can always play that one with the sound down as well. And no one will know it was a free hit. It's a great flying effort. That was actually the best way to stop it, I think, was to get on the full. If you let it bounce, then it's going to be a real tough stop. This over will go supersonic, though, as I think that's a good old-fashioned draw shot between the legs. That'll run for 4. So, in the end, 32 off the over. And Janjua Brescia out of the box. Look at this one. It goes straight through the legs. I think it does. Yeah, I don't think this is intentional. Look at the legs open wide. Come inside. He used to play that on purpose, apparently, in the late 1800s. Went out of fashion when people probably realised, what's the point of that? But anyway, have a look at how that run rate's just exploded. That is actually the run rate, not the cumulative run. So that shows you that this run rate is actually growing exponentially at the moment. But Milan United will try and pull this back. Now, I bet Punjab are watching at the moment. Remember, they went down this morning to Friends 11. Could end up costing him top spot the way things are going. That's pretty well bowled. I think this is a good example of a ball that it now is okay, because I think it's getting a bit of the line. Maybe not. I mean, maybe it's fine anyway. But bowlers do have that little bit of extra leeway. This is Roshan Silva now in over number 5. This one will float a bit too far. Great shot. He's going to pick that up off a length and he's going to deposit it over cover point for 6. Maximo. That's the power that Madassa's capable of over the offside, and that's what makes him so difficult to bowl to. Hits this straight and gets it pretty good. Maximo Madassa to 42, putting on a bit of a show here. Well, the last game of the day. This is actually pretty well played because it was swinging a bit, but he kind of accounts for it and he nails it. Oh, that's pretty close. Back pad, a long way back. Umpire says no. If he doesn't hit this, I reckon this is pretty close. I know there's a lot of bounce in this pitch, but it straightens down the line, see? Back pad. Oof. That's fine for line. I don't think it's climbing. Maybe just going over the top. Probably a good decision. Bit of doubt there. But he was a long way back. That was the only thing. Now he's going to jump all over this one. And that made a real crack off the bat of Madassa. He doesn't miss this one. Maximo up to 48 now. On the verge of a half century. All right, last ball of the over. Madassa on 48, searching for a half century. He won't have hit this, but he will get another chance. Oh, well bowled though. Wins a little mini battle there, although his over does go magical. And at the end of 5, it's 93 for 2. So having a look at what's coming up. And yeah, we'll have to update this one. But I can tell you that Medina Cup will start tomorrow. What I need to put on there, and what we will once we get it organised, is that as part of our May Madness, we're going to bring you a night series as well, which is actually starting next Tuesday. And a lot of T20 international cricket coming up. So Medina Cup is featuring France, Belgium, and Malta. And then we've got the Dutch Tri Series, which is going to be sensational. It's going to be Netherlands, Ireland, and Scotland. This hit straight. Fielder. Oh, he almost gets there. Bit of a kamikaze roll, but it's going to be 4. Probably just didn't quite get far forward enough, though he had the right kind of idea. Senaratna getting a ball. But one thing I do like about these Milan United fielders, they do like to throw themselves around. Patia Kajanayaka is certainly one of those players. Right, here's the chance. Keeper's got to go for it. It's always going away from him, and he takes the catch. Well, very, very well done. Tahir's going to have to go. But Shehan Pereira has been really reliable behind the stumps for Milan United. And he takes the catch well. And so, well done to Senaratno. Creates a couple of chances. Second one's held. And this will bring Hasib Abdul to the crease. Nice little knock there from Tahir. Again, productive innings. Probably wanted to bat a lot longer, I'm sure about that. But 15 off 5, he's not wasting any time. Does hit 2 4s and a 6 while he's there. Really nicely bowled there, using the angle, accentuating that. I'll get this one down the ground for 1. I'll let Aslam Mohammed. Well, I'm sure he's looking forward to tomorrow, quarterfinals day. Aslam, look forward to seeing you then. Fraction short, don't often get away with that. This is no exception as Madassa brings up his 50 and brings up the milestone of 21 balls. I'm sure that the message will filter through. Hundreds up for Janjua Brescia as well. Cracked away. This will get through the field, and Manassa We'll get another boundary. I think he might take a little bit of the sting off it. It was just hit so hard. So, that'll be the end of the over. And Janjua Brescia are 106 for 3. Hello to Monica, who's watching from Colombia. Hopefully you're well. I will tell you that Janjua Brescia, they always have a special place in my heart because in the very first tournament we ever did on ECN, very serious tournament, the ECL in 2019, Janjua Brescia were representing Italy in the 8-team ECL, and shows you how far we've come. And we're up to 35 teams now. So 106 for 3, 6 overs down. In the air, he comes forward, comes back, probably wouldn't have made a difference. Maximo Hasib Abdul comes out and just has to kind of bludgeon this over long off, but he gets there. And the result, 6 carreras. Shamika bowled a pretty good first half. I was a little bit surprised they didn't bring him back. I suppose it backfired a bit as the third went magical. He's got a good bit of rhythm about him. That one takes off a length. Yeah, so no problems if you want to do a bit of channel hopping tomorrow. I probably will be while I'm here as well. With the quarterfinals starting at 9:15 European tomorrow, but around the time that finishes, the T20s will start. But yeah, so it's a big day, quarterfinals day, obviously. Doesn't look through with this call to Silva. Let's have a look at it on the replay. That's a harsh one. Could have gone either way. May have got a bit of the line. Maybe it didn't. Nice line in the chat. He's been in some really good form. Nicked and gone. It was a healthy edge, wasn't it, from Abdul, trying to force it off the back foot. And De Silva has something to show for his toil. You can see there Pereira. Quite surprised, I think, by how much it deflects. You'll see it off the edge. Bang. Takes the catch. Pereira in his signature headband. Says one wearing walking 6'77". Time for you to go walking. Abdul likes to wear the number 100, but we'll go for a few less than that today. And Janjua Brescia 112 for 4. So credit to Milan United. Obviously they're coming out of here playing what for them is kind of a game for pride only. Obviously they'd love to get a win at some point. Here's the Farhan. Is the new batter, and he could be gone straight away. And he is. Well, how about that? De Silva's on a hat trick. Nicely taken by Ishan Cody at cover. So easy come, easy go. It is the right approach, though. Might as well go out there, play your shot. Some days it's not your day, and you might go first ball. That's what's happened here. And Mirza is the next to go. He's got Golden Derek for company. I've got to say, Derek's had a pretty quiet day. Can't remember him coming out too often. Surely we've had a Derek in the day. I'm going to have a check. But yeah. Oh yeah, we had a deal. We had a couple actually for Trentino Aquilla when they got bowled out the first game of the day. But pretty quiet day for Derek. Ali Farhad took a hat trick for Janjua Brescia. He's not in the lineup today, but it was against Trentino Aquilla. Looking for hat trick number 16 of the season. Is this it? No, it's not. It's De Silva's got this strange habit sometimes of hiding the ball behind his back when he runs in. There he goes again. Hides the ball behind the back, then transfers. So that will be the end of the over, and the score 114 for 5. See how he hides the ball behind his back, and then last moment, a few steps out, he moves it. And it's interesting because a lot of bowlers that want to feel that grip. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Quarterfinals day here. I'll come back to the T20s in a moment, but this is kind of where we're at. And so I'll come back to that in a second, as we'll get 4 runs to start the over. And yeah, nicely played away, keeping things moving. But I had a question about the T20s. What channel is it on? Well, the good thing is you don't have to really change channels. It's all on the YouTube channel. In the air, that's going to fly away. I think that'll run away for 4. It does. So this is Hamza Saad. Getting a lot of buzz about him. This is more of a thick edge than anything, but he's a player that a lot of people think can go a long way in the game. He's still young. He's 24 years of age now. Hit straight, but a bit of a slice. It'll hold up. And knock down, just be a single. Yeah, so if you are on our YouTube channel, you have a choice of the streams. Hey, look, you've got multiple devices. You can multi-screen. A lot of people will be doing that. I'll probably be doing it too. A little bit short. And once again, we see that round the wicket. It can go wrong if you don't pitch it in the right spot. Maximo to Manasso, moves up to 62. And really there, I think if you bowled him 10 balls there, you're going for 60. That's just short. It's a little bit gundy. I wonder if he's either blown his bat or he's blown his gloves. So yeah, as far as tomorrow, we already know that Brescia CC will take on Friends 11 the first quarterfinal. Fresh Tropical will take on Vincenza in the third quarterfinal. Now, what we don't know is who's going to finish top and who's going to finish second in Group B. So if Janjua Brescia win that, which I'd say is the most likely outcome at the moment, then we'll have Punjab versus Chivadate in the second quarterfinal, and we'll have Janjua Brescia take on Marco Milano in the fourth quarterfinal. But again, it depends on this result. So join me from 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 in India for quarterfinals day here in the European Cricket Series. Italy, Brescia. Also, Charlie Hunt will be standing by for 2 T20Is in France right now. Well, whatever they change, it worked, because that's going to disappear. Maximo, and these are big sixes as well from Riaz. Moves into the 70s with that strike. So yeah, the first T20I will start around about the time the first quarterfinal finishes. We don't have any gaps, okay, unless there's early finishes. We don't really have any gaps in the program, but just trying to work out how things will work. I think their second game will finish a fair bit after we're done here. As this is up in the air again, here's the raw power. That one almost joins the officials. Maximo. The score has gotten up and a little bit out of control. We're 8 overs down. The score is 141 for 5. So the second game, I'll work off European time. European time's 3 p.m. is when they start the second T20I. So I think that'll finish around about probably 6:30 European time or 4:30 GMT. And we should finish around about 5. So probably I might get a good hour and a half, maybe a whole innings of the T20 in, depending on if they have an early finish over there as well. It's day one there. France and Malta locking horns. Good stuff, McKeon. See if he can continue the good start to his T20 international career. guy that actually played against him a couple of times in indoor cricket, Gus. He's just a teenager. He's still not too much older than that. Oh, it's good hands from Madassa, and he'll move to 80 now. He's looking very, very dangerous. Keeping once again from Pereira, who's up to the stump. Cody sneaks this one through. Hasn't had too many wins. Right, goes after this. I think this is going to carry as well. It does. Maximo. He's 86 now, Madassa. Wow, it's a pretty decent innings, isn't it? Away from a ton. There, I said it. I'll put him to 87, which is another one that kind of has a bit of a superstitious feel about it, as a guy who played all his cricket in Australia. Dave said he'll be heading off after this innings, but Dave, let me just wish you a happy birthday one more time. Not every day you reach 70. Saad goes after this and puts this one over the fence as well. So Maximo at 161 on the board now. And it's a rough few overs. Remember, they had such a good start as well. So I'll get my next question is this: could we have another century? We had Darashiko score one, and that was all the way back on opening day, 111. Not out for Bergamo CC, now out of the tournament. So we're looking for century number 47. And the bowlers have had a bit more of a say, haven't they? Anyway, he will be on strike. He's on 87. Last over. Here we go. Goes for the first one. And going, and gone. 93 now for Madassa. It's been a really top knock. I love the way he's hit the ball round the ground. He's now gone past his previous high score. It did score 87 against Vicenza earlier in the series. He's 93. He's in the 90s for the first time. It's Hesham, the captain. Almost nicks him off. We've seen a bit of a pattern this year on ECN of guys getting within reaching distance of 100 and then just kind of bottling it up in the last over. Hopefully it doesn't happen to Riaz here. Deserves 100. He's batted really well. Oh, not going anywhere here either. And this is where I don't think he wants any more singles. I don't think it's worth the risk because it'll take a ball for him to get back. So I think he just sits and he needs 7 off 3. Let's see. Oh, he misses again. Well, now he's definitely not running. He needs... Oh, but then it can't have a 0. So I guess he's got to try for a 2. Because he can't... He needs 7, and there's 2 balls left. So I think you're trying to hit a boundary, otherwise you're going for 2 no matter what. And he's going to get 4. Well, there you go. The last ball thrill. He's 97 now. Riaz Madassa. Could this be the 47th century of season 2024? He's got a penchant for drama here. Couple of dots and then the nicked boundary. 171. Janjua Brescia up in the clouds. The only question, can Riaz bring up an ECS century? He needs 3 to do it. So if it doesn't go for 4, they might as well keep running. 97. And here's the last ball of the innings. And he's going to crack it. It will be 100. Maximo! What a fantastic knock. Stand up and applaud. That is a wonderful, wonderful knock from Riaz Madassa. And that last shot kind of really typifies the kind of stroke play that he showed during that 10 overs. The way he can elevate in all areas really, but especially over that cover point region. And Janjua Brescia, well, they are motoring towards top spot. Have to be a miracle really for Milan United to chase this down at the end of the 10 overs. 177 for 5. 178 will be the chase, but well, there we go. As Madassa, well, he'll get a lot of support from his team unit. And Janjua Brescia, they're a team, like I said, we've known them ever since 2019 when they played in the first ever ECL. And they would like to get some silverware back. And with innings like this, who's to say they can't do it? It's a really, really good innings from Riaz. He was out there with Dulu early on, and we know that he likes one way, and that's the highway, as Dulu would make it to 11, but then he just got caught dragging his foot, and the picture told 1,000 words. He had to go well stumped by Pereira. And then a little bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly about the bowling as well. And no one kind of typified that more than Enosh, who bowled a couple of rank beamers, couple of long hops, but then also he was able to kind of rattle the stumps once as well. But then it was Riaz Madassa. He just kind of exploded off to the races. Funny thing was, there wasn't too much of a fuss about the 50 because I think all his teammates, they wanted to see him go all the way. That was a genuine edge as well in there. They flew through to the keeper. So they lost a few wickets, but the guys that did get out, they were productive. They didn't waste any deliveries. Have a look at that. 16 off 4, 11 off 6, 15 off 5. And it came down to this. Could he get to the ton? And the answer was yes. Although he took it to the very last ball, he'll finish with 103 not out. And Janjua Brescia with 177 for 5 with 1 foot in that top place. And that final match of the day tomorrow, fourth quarter final against Marco Milano. Still 10 overs to go though. We know this is ECS and anything can happen. But what an innings. 14 sixes on his own in there and 4 fours as well. 103, bringing up the milestone of 36 balls. And a few little cameos in there. Dulu as well as Wazim Ali, Rizwan Tahir, Hamza Saad with a couple of nice shots towards the end as well with 17 not out. But really it was all about Riaz hitting a lot of real crisp strokes all around the ground. Shamika De Silva, best of the bowlers, head and shoulders. 2 for 12 he was able to take, but Jai Sakura never came back. He took 1 for 14, a wicket for Inosh, but his over also went supersonic. Senator Ratner ended up with 40 against his name as well, though he picked up a wicket. So Milan United, that's a tough one for them. Let's see maybe if they can scrape to a point even. Probably 120 odd required for that. We'll be back in just a minute as we'll see Milan United try and chase that 178 for an unlikely victory. This is ECS and anything can happen, we know that. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. We'll take a quick break, back soon to Brescia with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the final innings of the day. Janjua Brescia hunting for top spot right now. They're in pretty good shape, aren't they? With a huge score on the board. They've been able to compile 177 for 5 off the 10 overs. And it was a marvellous century from Riaz Madassa, 103 not out of 36. He brought up the milestone of the very last ball, needed a boundary to do it, and that's exactly what he did. So, almost ready to go. It looks like it's going to be Azim Munir who's going to get us going. It's 177 on the board. This is probably a more realistic target for Milan United. 124 for them to keep their point. Here we go with the chase. And this is a really nice start to the chase. It's going to be 4 runs. Got to say, a bit of a fan of Azim Munir. It's kind of all arms and legs. Comes in at you. Now, genuine cut draw. That's going to be 4 as well. So, Cody's starting well. Hey, look. Who's to say that somebody can't step up for Milan United? Some good cricketers in there. I can tell you that. Munir, interesting young player, isn't he? Now it goes a slight uppercut, but straight to the field, who puts it down. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. I mean, it wasn't hit that hard. It's pretty much as easy as a catch you could hope for in that part of the ground. There is such a thing as an easy catch in ECS cricket. But look, just kind of guides it. Fielder, okay, 3-4 steps to his left. I couldn't hold on. Disappointment for the youngster. Inosh gets the nod to open here. I like the rhythm from the young man, though. They've been given more and more responsibility in this side. Nicked and gone. So the 16-year-old breaks through, and Inosh is going to have to go for a duck. Dula holds on to the catch behind the stumps. And Munir, yeah, you love the way he kind of lines up. And how about that? It's just a smile from ear to ear, and that's really what it's all about. Derek, well, he's always smiling. And Inosh, he's been an interesting player to watch, Inosh. I've enjoyed him. And he kind of sums up Milan United. Had some good moments, had some tough moments. I do applaud the team spirit of Milan United, but they're finding it tough going. And it's a nice bit of bowling from the youngster. I like his control. For someone who has a slightly unusual action, okay, he's all arms and legs, he's all everywhere, but sometimes that can work in your favour. And yeah, he's getting some good rhythm, getting some good pace through as well. Roshan Silva getting ready to bat. Coming out at number 3, 9 for 1 at the moment. That's good ball first up. He's landing it where he wants to land it. Hope he gets to bowl out straight away, because I've loved watching him live. Munir. That will be the end of the first over. 9 for 1, and it's been a golden ballless day. But let's not forget that last night we had an epic golden ball number 60. And it was Friends 11. Shows you what difference 24 hours can make. Not even 24 hours, because despite the heartbreak of giving up 32 in the last over and then being out-muscled in the golden ball, Friends 11 came and they took 2 wins out of their 2 games today, playing themselves into the 4. Might have been otherwise. In fact, they finished above Vincenza in the end. Here's Riaz Mudasa, and he's going to get nicked away for 6. Maximo. Well, you give some, you take some. So Riaz Mudasa, big moment for him, his first ever ECN century. Century number 47 of the year. And just have a look at some of these names. They're really stacking up now. So Riaz Mudasa joins that illustrious list. And it's our first century for May. Anyway, Joe Cody trying to land a few back. And this is a pretty good shot as well. That'll run away for 4. So Joe Cody, again, all you can do here, I think, is try and play well. Every ball's a contest. You try and win it. Hello to Christopher Ward as well. That one's going to be an awkward one for the field. I could tell that mile away. That's Shub Khan down there, but good luck. You never quite know how much this is going to bounce and how quickly it's going to bounce. So he kind of tries to get behind it, but a bit of a tough one. Like I said, if they get 124 here, Milan United, at least they can say, look, we were competitive. Okay, we weren't quite good enough to win a game in the end. But I mean, I already think they've done themselves proud. It's just been a frustrating kind of a series. Like I say, they've got some talent in there. Maybe it's not necessarily suited to this format. Straight pull this time. And a bit of a chase. It'll probably go close. Fielder does well. I love that. Well, they're going to think about 3 here. Well, they do think, but they respect Zahid's arm. And that was a real case of young and old there. Munir, watch him. You'll probably see it here. He pulls it back, but he just can't stop. So he just keeps running. He says, right, that's someone else's problem. I've done my bit. He's last seen heading about halfway up the hill. And Zahid, who's, I forgot how old he is now. I think he's 54, has to come and finish off. Anyway, another one that almost carries. That's actually pretty good fielding out there, because it doesn't carry in the end. Does well to block it. A few talking points so far. Mudasa must be feeling pretty good about himself, and that's just what you need heading into tomorrow as well. Change the field here, so they bring the deep point up for Roshan Silva, and they put the deep square back, probably feeling he's a bit more of a leg side player. All right, takes on with the short ball, and it probably wins because it's a simple catch, and that young guy, Hasim Munir, he's been brilliant so far. And it's a fairly simple catch, yes, but still got to take it. And so that will be another wicket down. And Milan United, well, this is indicative of kind of how their tournament's gone. It's the end of the second over, 26 for 2. Looks like they're not going to go straight back to Azim Munir. I would have liked to have seen it. Just thought he was bowling really well. I guess they do have a lot of options. There's another good young player, Mirza Farhan, who's going to bowl the next over. There's the table. So you can see Janjua Brescia, simple as this. If they win, 3 points takes them above Punjab. They might even win with 4 points. It won't really matter. First one out to Zahid, marshalling the troops. Oh, Dulu likes it. He's pretty confident, and I think, to be honest, body language tells you everything you need to know here. I reckon this is gone, as long as we can get a good view of it. Let's have a look. No issues there. Long way out. Actually, it's pretty messy. I don't know. I think it's probably out. I mean, there's only like a fraction of a second where the bat ever hit the ground, but then it bounces up. So I'd have to say it's probably out. But I tell you, he's not doing any favours with Shub Khan with his right hand. I'm pretty sure that's out. It's only was his bat on the ground the instant that the bail came off. So we don't get a great shot of it. But it might be benefit of the doubt if the umpire says this is not out. I don't think you could conclusively say that's out because you kind of miss the moment that the bail's removed. So I reckon he might get away with this or not. My cricket instinct tells me it's out. Yeah, and the umpire agrees. The Dooley says, yeah, I knew it all along. It was kind of weird because his bat bounced in. And it's not like if your bat bounces on a run out, doesn't mean you're in. Your bat has to remain in contact or something has to remain in contact with your ground. But yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one. You see here, we never really can see the moment that the bail's removed because he kind of is messy. It's like about there. I think it probably is just out. You can see the shadow. So, nice bit of bowling, nice bit of wicket keeping. And Milan United lose John Cody, but not before a bright 26. In fact, I just realised he has all the runs in this innings so far. 26 for 3. Jasakra gets a hit at number 5. Well, not quite sure how this innings is going to go, but maybe I'm going to have to change check the change schedule back to Milan to see how much they're going to fight for this, given the situation in the tournament. That's not a bad shot first up from Jasakra. Oh, takes off and goes to a couple of fielders on the backup. Hit into the gap. That's going to be 4. Nice shot by Heshan. I mean, he's one guy I think he always gives you 100%. And he's going to start well with a boundary. I mean, that stumping, I will say that either one or two things happened. They felt it was clear, or the umpire thinks it's out on the ground, and even if they think it's unclear, it stays out. It really takes off from Farhan. I'll put my wicket-keeper hat on and say, I think that is out. That could be out again, you know. But he just gets a bit of rush of blood here, Hashan. To be honest, this seemed a bit more clear-cut than the last one. Checking out the replay, thanks to Spring Media. Again, we'll have an intruder. But I think it's pretty clear he's out to me. And we'll have another angle of this for you. Now that we kind of know what to expect. Comes out, and we know he's out there. And to be honest, foot, you can see the line there, see the bails going. So I think that's going to be out as well. And pretty sure this will be given out as well if the last one was. You can kind of see the white line behind his foot, and he's not back yet. You can see the line there. So I think you're going to have to give this one as well. In fact, yes, he's been given his marching orders. Great work from Spring Media as well. And so 2 stumpings out of the 4 dismissals so far. Dooley's featured in 3 dismissals out of the 4. End of the power play. And it's 31 for 4. And the umpire probably calls that out on the field, I think, even in real time. Kind of a bit of an up and down staircase, really, in that first innings, all the way up to that 32. Which did take there was a wicket in that over as well. Zinosh, I think, bowled it. I love this, Alian Zahid. Oh, the youngster getting a go as the 12th player. And He's brought out the wrong size helmet. We know that Dulu wears extra large. So anyway, just waiting to find a helmet that'll fit Yasir Dulu. I guess yeah, this kind of thing, I suppose when we get to the business end, needs to be communicated which helmet he wants. Well, here we go. He might need 2 helmets to cover his head. Anyway, he'll have his selection here. All's well that ends well. So let's see if this one fits over the bonds of Yasir. Of course, it is now part of our regulations if keepers keeping up, or about as any time they need to be wearing the headgear. It's a safety thing, and I think it's been a very sensible introduction. Anyway, Shazad Ahmed gets a bowl. First one floats wide. Bowls off the wrong foot. Pretty interesting kind of action. Shazad Ahmed. That's the attempted off spinner, I think, but doesn't really spin. Well, I think it's okay. Yeah, definitely got the line for me, which now we know is okay. So this game is taking a little bit of a kind of a Sunday afternoon feel. Although our Sunday afternoon will be anything but relaxed because we'll have the men's and women's internationals going at that point. That's better bowling. Just kind of drifting in more than anything to that left-hander. Oh, geez. Oh, well, umpire wears it, and there's going to be an overthrow off the umpire. I've got to admit, I might have had a little bit of a snooze there, and then we always have another one. Yeah, all right. Let's have a look what happens here. I just thought it was kind of your regulation 1. At what point they want 2 here? Obviously, throw comes in, must be an overthrow. Bowler misses it. And they say, look, let's take it on. But then the umpire, well, he has to take up a new position, and he doesn't take up a very wise one. Bang! Yeah. Well, when 1 becomes 2, dangerous addition. Shan Pereira be facing up. Well, I don't think that was a 1 short. Should be a 2. Means Pereira gets the strike back, and it is Pereira that's facing. There we go. Reflected on the scorecard now. I think that's all been sorted. Yes, I want to know maybe who are you liking in the Medina Cup? Well, I don't know what's happened here. Well, what's happened? Because I don't see I can just check. There's no way it was a dead ball. So how does a 2 become a 1? It's become 3 now. Okay. All right. Okay. Now I got to admit I'm confused. It's been given a 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I guess it was a 3. 1 for the overthrow. No. Oh, maybe I've been here too long. I'm still trying to work out how that was 3. Maybe it was. Maybe I just miscounted. But then how do they end up at the wrong ends? Doesn't make sense. So Ahmed has gone for 11 in the over, I'll tell you that much. All right. You know what? Sometimes I can sit here trying to reimagine it, but the best way to do it is we'll have a look. Okay, so there's one. Agreed? Yeah. All right, so is there 2 sets of overthrows? There's 1. And then they go to... Oh, yeah, it is, of course. Because then this one hits the umpire and they'll take a 3rd one. Watch out. Now, so it is 3. I've just lost my ability to count to 3. That's what will happen after a while. Great work by everyone getting that one right. So they had it as 1 originally. That's why I think what confused me is that they scored it as 1. And I'm like, no, you've missed something there. But there was 2 overthrows, 2 separate overthrows on that ball. All right, we're back. And everything balances. As Pereira still doesn't answer the question how they were at the wrong end, though. That's what I don't understand. Anyway, great crew at Spring Media to bring that one up, just to settle my curiosity. Farhan getting a second over here. Oh, in the air, but it flies away over the field. That's going to run away for 4. It's pretty fast in that region. Seems a little bit downhill, perhaps. I thought this might be a 3rd stumping. Of course, the record for amount of stumpings in an innings is called Golia in Portugal. It took 4 stumpings in an innings. To be honest, he could have had 5. Missed a tough stumping off the last ball of the 10 overs. Oh, that's a big hedge. And I guess you're feeling weird. Oh, it's going to be another overthrow. He ran through. This isn't really a genuine chance, I think, for Dulu. It's a big edge that just bounces off the keeper. Get a bit of a look at it here. See a big edge. Just kind of hits his arm, misses his gloves. And now the next one's going to knock him over. And Pereira is going to have to go. So I like the hustle once again from Milan United. But Farhan likes this matchup, just kind of drifts in. Goes a touch across the line there, doesn't he, Pereira? And so that's curtains for him. But I've liked his series, I've liked his wicket keeping. I think he's a pretty talented guy. I wish him all the best for the season ahead. Right now, he's the 5th wicket to fall, and the score is 49 for 5. New batter coming out there is Ravindu Senavaratna. You can see here, just kind of searching for that leg side, losing your shape. But if you do try and hit a ball across the lights on the stumps, then you do open yourself up to that kind of dismissal. Good old double overthrow. Something I never saw, I think, until I started working with European cricket. Anything's possible. It's well bowled. Good areas. Senavaratna not able to catch up with that one first up. Can be a tricky one to play away from your body when you first come in. This one a bit straighter and nicely clipped away. That'll get straight through the fielder for 4. And yeah, looks down. Tries to work out which Tortuga this hits Paul Munir. He's taking it straight out of the textbook here. Look at this. Gets down, not quite the long barrier. Well, the barrier gets down, a bit like London Bridge. Comes down eventually, but anyway, he shouldn't be too worried with that. Given the game situation, he's able to kind of give it a little grin and shake it off at the end of the over. It's 53 for 5. Coming to the conclusion of this European Cricket Series tomorrow. It's quarterfinals day. Friday, we have the semi-finals and ultimately the final. We match live action here. That's a thick edge, but there's no one that's that fine. It's going to be a long chase. really go that quickly, so they will be able to chase it down and keep it to 2. I like the areas. And that are being bowled here. Pretty much one side of the wicket. Would like to see the youngster Azamineer get another over though. He bowled the first. I was a bit disappointed he didn't get to come back straight away. But I can also understand they're probably trying a few things in this innings. Now any win here puts them up at the top of the table. They've got that locked up. Okay, no real pace on the ball at all from Shazad Ahmed. So even that to get a point is kind of getting a bit out of hand as well from Milan United. Oh, it's good bowling again. He's just concentrating on accuracy over speed. He's just keeping it in that offside channel. Fraction short, so this is pullable. And into the gap, that's going to be 4. Nice shot by Senaviratna. Boundaries have been hard to come by in this innings. And that will take us to the end of the 6th over, 60 for 5. So it is late in the day. I'm going to say random questions are open. If anyone wants to throw a late one at me. There's the table. Or the batting scorecard, I should say. 3 dismissals to Dulu in there. Kept well. This game, though, belongs to Riaz Madassa, I think, with his century. Very nice batting from him. As we get ready for another over. It's Rizwan Tahir getting a bowl now. Back down the ground. Not too forcefully this time, though. Just taking a little bit of time because his sting's gone out of this game a little bit. I think we're definitely going to see an uptick in the energy and the tension tomorrow. Kick down the ground, holds up for a second, but no chance for Manasseh to make a miracle happen there. Probably climbing a little bit over the top there. The umpires, I've got to say, have been really good on LBWs. This is straight enough, I think, but you can see when it hits him, it's taking off. Might have been slightly a bit of a change-up as well. Hits him very high, going over. There's that slower ball again. Might have been a bit of a back of the hand. Let's have a look at the wrist here again. Comes over the back of the hand. There you go. Like almost a fast leg spin, more of a top spin than anything though. That's in the air, but batter gets lucky. Jayasekara is going to get 4. It's here, not a bad over at all, but it won't finish on a bright note for him, but only 6 come off it, and at the end of 7 overs, Milan United are 66 for 5. Looking at the quarterfinals lineup, it's going to be a magnificent day of cricket tomorrow. These are all going to be sensational games. Of course, just the winners survive to finals day. The 4 losers are out of the competition. So we go from 8 to 4 tomorrow. The only question mark, not really too much of a question mark anymore, but it was at the start of this game. Can Janjua Brescia win here? If they do, which they will, they'll play quarterfinal 4 against Marco Milano. It means that Punjab are going to have to play in the second game of the day. That'll be against Chivadate, who finished 3rd. Dulu gets a bit of a working over from the youngster here. Does move pretty well, yes, here. And he got tested out. Azim Munir does get a second over. Your feet get you there. And, well, it wasn't the most graceful of dives, as you can see on the replay, but he gets the job done. Another swing and a miss. I say, gotta like this guy. I actually think he's going to cause a few issues. Should he get picked in the quarters? I don't see any reason he shouldn't get picked. No, he's a young player, but that's how you build experience. Yeah, that's really surprised everyone. And Dulu, well, his second time in the over. Looks a bit like a baby giraffe trying to get his balance. Have a look at this. Really takes off. Whacks him on the gloves. Dulu goes back and kind of hopes for the best. But again, you can see that kind of unexpected lift that Azim Munir gets there. And worked away. But it'll only be a single. Milan United, like I said, haven't disgraced themselves by any means. It's just been kind of a tough league to get a win in. Big swing. And again, what I like about Munir, okay, maybe with the exception of that one that took off down the leg side, he's such a youngster, he does seem to have pretty good control. Yeah, again, like one side of the wicket. I like this length, just mixing it up a bit. Thinking a 2, but don't think there's a 2 there. A bit of a highish full toss, but I think it's okay. I guess time will tell. They're going to have a little bit of a check. See, it's worth a look, but I think it's, for me, it's not waist high or above. So I think it will be the end of the over. And I think I'm right. At the end of 8, it's 71 for 5. So you can see they've kind of fallen a long way, even off that line that would give them a point. Couple of overs to go on the day. This one clocks off the pad. Pretty ambitious LBW. Well, Dulu's racing the ball. Well, I could have told you he was going to win that race. He's a fun player to watch, though, Yasser Dulu. Remember how good he was. That's how he turned heads in that ECL 22. Next one's not going too far at all. Hasib Abdul getting a bowl here in the ninth. Hit down the ground, but this one isn't going too far at all. So, like I said, sometimes I've done a lot of these tournaments now. I don't know how many I've done, maybe around about 100 or so. But you get these moments, I suppose, when you know how things are going to work out on the table. I call this kind of calm before the storm. Oh, well, that's a bit of a storm there off the bat. Of Senator Ratney pumps it out of the ground. Maximo! What a good shot that is. Like I say, there's quality in this Milan U lineup. Now he's going to get the wicket. Abdul with a good comeback, so it'll be 6 and out. And Abdul, he loves it. Says, yeah, I should be bowling more often. Well, not doing himself any disservice here. So Hasib comes back well. And look, he takes wickets. So we saw him take 7 wickets back in 21, in 22 and 23, but he hasn't had a bowl yet in this series. So he's like, yeah, remember, I can do a job for you. Best of 3 for 10 against Brescia CC. So they're a very good side. And had an inkling, didn't he? Centre Ratner, he was going to be sent on his way. So 82 for 6. Oh, well, 6 a ball. We're getting a point. That's where we're at. Let's see if Gajanaka can just create a couple of highlights for himself. That's not a bad effort first up, but Abdul will finish with pretty decent figures of 1 for 7. And at the end of the over, the score is 82 for 6. So last over to go before we hit really the real downslope now, with quarterfinals tomorrow, finals on Friday. And then the internationals, men's and women's internationals, Saturday and Sunday. All right, last over of the daytime, and Shub Khan is going to get it. Now a little bit short and whacked away. And that's Maximo. 6 runs. .36 off 5. As you can see, that's not going to happen. But like I say, Milan United, they're a side that we have seen now a few times on the European Cricket Series circuit. Certainly wishing them the best. Hopefully they have a great season. Like I say, I do think, particularly in the longer form, they've got some weapons there. They've got some quality. I mean, there you go. It's a cracking shot. I'm not going to get him more than 1. It's really good fielding out there. What a pickup. Just takes it off the boot. No problem. So yeah, there's a lot of talent out there on both sides. This isn't going too far either. Just 3 sixes in the innings kind of sums it up when you consider that Madassa hit 14 off his own stick. All right, Jayasekara, he's got one more big one in him. That's not a bad shot, but he might find the fielder. Well, what a perfect bit of fielding. And that's not going to be anything from Madassa. He probably knows this is slightly good luck, but it doesn't hit the rope. It kind of stops. We couldn't get a better shot of this. Have a look. That's fine. Ball's gone. Does it hit the rope? Nope. It absolutely just plops and stops. There you go. You could even count the blades of grass. What a great bit of fielding from Madassa. Lock him up for that player of the match trophy. Couple to go on the day. Not going too far this time. So, last ball of the group stage coming up. Janjua, get one away. Last ball of the day. Oh, he gives a good old college try. Up in the air, guess who? Ali Zahid takes the catch, and so it'll be a wicket for Shoaib Khan to finish things off, and they're going to finish 91 for 7. So it just wasn't to be, was it really? And Milan United will finish without a win, just the 2 points in the series. Just a little bit out-muscled, like I said, in this series. But credit to them. I love the way they've conducted themselves. I love their team spirit. I think that they're a team I've got a lot of time for. And, you know, you have your ups and you have your downs. We all know that in cricket. And, yeah, I hope they have a great summer ahead. For the rest of us that are continuing on, this is what we've got in the quarterfinals day. Brescia do qualify top of the group. And they'll take on Marco Milano in the 4th quarterfinal. We know that Punjab now finished 2nd in the group. They take on Chivadate. But we'll start today with Brescia CC versus Friends 11. Well, Friends 11, a team on the rise. A bit of a danger team for Brescia CC, if you ask me. And the other one, we'll see Fresh Tropical and Vicenza going head-to-head. Let's go and have a look at the highlights. And, yeah, I've got to say, I was pretty impressed with Janjua Brescia today. And coming out and playing the one game can be a bit tricky at times. But, yeah, they did a pretty good job, I think, of just kind of doing the business. They kind of threw the ball around. I didn't see too many hairy moments for them. That was amazing with the fielding from Madassa. He's going to lock up that player of the match award with the 47th ECN century of the year. Zahid Ali finishing things off with a pretty easy catch as he got into the game. He's got a big job kind of developing these youngsters, developing this club, something he's been doing for quite a while now. But Joe Sakura will remain not out, 30 not out of 22. He was able to hit 3 4s and 6, but there are only 3 6s in the whole inning. And that's why it was always going to be tough to hit the 100 and beyond, or even take a point out of the game. Joe Cody with the 26 up front. It was a pretty nice innings as well. Centre out there was 18. 3 for 15 for Mirza Farhan. He was a bit of a star, but I've got to say, I'm a huge fan of Azim Munir. Kind of comes in all tangles, but he puts the ball where he wants to. Whereas Madassa picked up a wicket in his century-making match. And also you saw towards the end wickets for Hasib Abdul and Shoaib Khan. I want to say a big thank you to everyone, no matter where you've been watching from around the world. Great to have your company. We had a kind of pedestrian finish to the day, I suppose. But it certainly won't be anything like that because we've got plenty of cricket coming your way. So this is what we got tomorrow, just one more time, with the 4 quarterfinals. We'll start here 7:15 AM GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe and 12:45 in India. Now that's here in Italy, but don't forget we've also got the Medina Cup starting tomorrow, and you can see the fixtures there with France versus Malta. That's a doubleheader tomorrow, and that's starting a little bit later, around when the quarterfinal one finishes. So get your screens together and sort yourself out. That one starts at 9 AM GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe and 2:30 PM in India. Just finally, I want to say thank you to everyone out there that's been watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Don't forget, like and subscribe. Take us closer to that 400,000 subscribers. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. And finally, EuropeanCricket.com. It's the home of European Cricket. You can see what's going on. We've got May Madness going on. And there's going to be some madness here because we're hitting the finals quarters tomorrow. Finals on Friday, international Saturday and Sunday. It's getting hot in Brescia, and we want you to come along for the ride. For now, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for EC on behalf of all of us at the European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Happy birthday, Dave. Here's some of the best bits of day number 10 as we get ready for the finals. Thanks to Spring Media. For now, it's hasta mañana.